Так, вроде как работает. Надеюсь, что он не отвалится. А то как-то, знаете... Да. Походу у меня перегревается системник, поэтому такие вот моменты. Ну да ладно. Так, ждем пока что. Я пока на момент... Так, wake. Во! Да. Ну, пришлось перезапустить заново в плане этого момента, поэтому уж не серчай. Ну, я вот не виноват, у меня тут... только... окей. Ладно. Вот, в плане ты там говорил насчет Винджелайта, а у меня в это время комп вылетел. Вот, в общем, демка линчевателя уже есть. Она уже года 2 назад выпущена разработчиками. Если что, мы сейчас смотрим все это с канала Афразира. Все это мы смотрим сейчас у Афразира, имеется в виду. Так что демка у него есть. Он проходил ее вроде как... Ну, английская версия есть. Насчет того, что у нас переводчики не переводят. Это проблема Зван Транслейтера и РГСшников. Ну и вообще всех остальных загнувшихся губ переводчиков, которые посчитали то, что в 2024 году можно вообще по факту ничего не переводить и страдать фигней. Если честно. Я сейчас не беру за счет анархистов, потому что анархисты, они работали. Так же, как и Elysium Team, они работали. Их можно похвалить, имеется в виду, потому что они работали. А вот то, что у нас The One Transfer и РГСР, имеется в виду, с одной стороны, Федя с Завана ушел, типа отдал пост популисту и этому Скитову, они в итоге политшизу устроили снова очередную по типу, как говорится, дележкой власти. У них они там в своей, как говорится, сворачиваются по полной. То есть сидят, страдают фигней, переводчики, тестеры все, ну вот, кого я там захожу, я вот постоянно там сижу, мониторю, что они там делают. Обсуждают все, что угодно, как говорится, но не переводческой деятельности. Сидят люди, играют там по 12, по 25 часов. Ой, ну 25 часов загнул. Сидят люди, страдают всем чем угодно, играют в компьютерные игры, не переводят ни вообще никакой информации и так далее. Это про этот. У Маунти тоже там такая же. У него дискуссия по факту загнувшаяся. Ну, там активность иногда появляется, ну, когда как. Типа имеется в виду, обсуждают, активничают не там модераторы администрации и так далее. Ну, то есть, также имеется в виду, они не страдают политшизой, но они тоже сидят со своими, как говорится, строками возятся. Типа, и что? Да как их подтолкнешь-то, имеется в виду? Им, как говорится, даже волшебного пенделя, мне кажется, типа, не дашь никакого. Типа, они страдают ничем, имеется в виду. Они страдают, типа, из-за этого у нас загибается это все. Это можно сказать, 24-й год для Доки-Доки комьюнити. Это даже хуже то, что было событие там в 23-м, что было в комьюнити. Типа, имеется в виду. Есть надежда, но, как говорится, надежда умирает последней. Но, с другой стороны, все очень хреново имеется в виду. Типа, ну, еще, вот, имеется в виду. Вот, так что как-то так вот имеется в виду. Так что, надеемся, ну, не надеемся, говорю, типа, тут уже такая позиция имеется в виду. Типа, комьюнити должно понять это, осознать то, что у нас есть проблемы. А так как комьюнити у нас аморфное, блогеры у нас, да, надеяться-то можно, как говорится, но, как говорится, надеешься, как там, а сам не плашай. Как говорится, на других надейся, а сам не плашай, имеется в виду. Или как там было это. Поэтому у нас локаль наша, локаль Дуки-Дуки, должна осознавать причину таких проблем, и когда они осознают эту причину проблем, типа имеется в виду, они будут в состоянии аморфности, имеется в виду. Тогда они, может быть, как-то сделают какой-нибудь движ, имеется в виду. А если они не хотят этого, а у нас и блогеры по факту не хотят этим всем, говорю, потому что боятся конфликтовать. Я понимаю то, что конфликт это хреново, говорю, это очень плохо, говорю, я согласен, говорю, типа. Но, друзья, если вы будете, говорю, сидеть каждый в своем мани-мерке, имеется в виду, и жить надеждой, то, что вот, у нас переводы делаются, все это, говорю, переводы это делаются, но с какой скоростью? с каким наплевательским отношением, говорю, типа, имеется в виду, это уже должны локаль. То есть локали, блогеры, все должны это осознавать проблемы. А когда они осознают это будет уже, возможно, слишком поздно. И это уже, спасти это, может быть, можно, но это еще будет хуже, имеется в виду ситуация. То есть, так что как-то так. Ладно, давайте досматривать интервью и дальше будем с Salvation смотреть. Интервью с разработчиком Salvation. А то я тут заговариваюсь немного.
There's not one scene in chapter 4 where it's going to be you're going to see it again. If you play Saturday Route, you're not going to experience one of those scenes again ever. In Yuri's, Natsuki's, or Monika's. Same thing with Monika's because of how badly they branch. But it also means is you also get more of the story, you get more backstory of main character, and you get more meat and potatoes than you were if this was a regular mod and I just kept a lot of linked information, like for example how the main game was, how the club day itself was the same, but the exclusive was different. No, this is right off the bat, as soon as you end chapter 3, chapter 4 is if you're on Saturday Route, all this happens. You're on Natsuki Route, all this happens. Yuri, all that, and Monica, all that. None of it's gonna be the same.
Well, there you go. That makes it even more exciting. Now, that means when I do stream these, I don't have to click skip or something like, okay, this is some of the same dialogue, I have to skip this until it gets to the Sayori part. No, now it's, okay, we're at the Sayori, alright, chapter 4 Sayori, everything is new. Let's just continue, let's just start. Like, it's not even skipping anymore. Oh.
Yeah. And originally I had wanted to just have chapter 3 kind of only be a little bit halfway through. That's when it branches, but because of, for the sake of convenience as well as for overall storytelling, because of course, main character comes to the club, he meets a girl, and when he meets that girl, he gets more involved with their past. The same normal base events happen, but when you get into the actual character exclusives, that's where everything changes. And it's the same thing. Obviously for Sayori, obviously for Yuri, Natsuki, and Monica, if main character wasn't involved with any of them, everything would be normal. When he gets involved with Sayori, chapter 3 events happen. Same thing with Yuri. Chapter 4, Natsuki, and Monica. Completely different, and that's something I actually am excited to, show everybody. It's also difficult because I don't want it to be too short for a chapter, but from what Grammarly has told me, it is about all the routes so far. Natsuki's is the longest, but they are all around at the least an hour and 29 minutes speaking time.
There you go. Long ass video.
It is. But rewarding.
Mm-hmm. That's good. The longer, the better. Alright, well, as I said before, if you guys want to, as I said before like a while ago, if you guys want to join the Discord for Fruits, it'll be in the description, plus the download link to the mod, in case you haven't played it while you were watching this interview. I mean, granted, some of you might want to go back now that we mentioned that there's some details that no one has picked up on, so maybe you do want to go back and replay through chapters 1 through 3, then, the link will be in the description below. And, yeah, thanks for the interview, Mr. Burp, for showing up.
Thank you for having me, Zero. You're one of my close friends. I'd do this again in a heartbeat.
Well, thank you. See, maybe we'll do another one. Chapter 4 interview.
Alrighty.
We'll see if people want that.
Okay.
But yeah, anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. This has been Zero.
Ну, в общем, вот как-то вот так вот у нас заканчивается на этом стрим с разработчиком модификации Доки-доки Fruits of the Literature Club под литературного клуба. Модификацию русской озвучки проходил Дима Дж, я проходил на своем канале «Плохие концовки». Вот. Это первый момент. Вот, а сейчас мы приступим к 3,5-часовому интервью с разработчиком оригинального Salvation, 12 Гизгай. Вроде так. Ну и не только разработчиком Salvation, а также разработчиком этой же модификации One House Memory. Так что давайте приступим. Но перед тем, как я приступлю, я момент выскажу по поводу прошлого интервью. Типа, окей, типа, я очень благодарен Фразиру и 3-4 Моника, если это что, знакомая вроде как. Вот, имеется в виду, спасибо, то, что они провели интервью, я рад этому, имеется в виду, было интересно послушать вход, там, разработка модификации, вообще про модификацию под Эльфиатону клуба, вот, и так далее, тому подобное. Но меня больше немного удивляет, там был пользователь с иконкой, я не знаю, редиски, я не знаю, он вообще как-то активничал, я не понимаю, то есть был чувак, то есть дополнительно имеется, кроме вот разработчика, получается, вот этого, вот. Типа, и вот так вот. То есть, это мне позабавило. То есть, у них там какой-то был пользователь, я не знаю, может, я просто не прослушал этот момент в плане того, что, типа, было, активничали, но это меня позабавило очень сильно. Ну что ж, давайте приступаем. Если что, это вот этот уже, тот стрим у нас был с Дискордом, старые графики и так далее, ну, то есть, качество. Я сейчас постараюсь более-менее нормальную поставить графику, если меня потянет это все, хотя я надеюсь на это. Вот, это первый момент. Второй момент, это уже все было с момента Твича, так что не удивляйтесь, то, что тут будет еще накладываться чат Твича английской версии, так что, ну, извините, имеется в виду. Давайте приступаем, так сказать, ко всему этому. Посмотрим, что нам теперь расскажет разработчик Salvation. Один из культовых модов по Дуки-Дуки. Всем приятного просмотра. Кстати, как будто кажется, что вообще как будто тихо. Дайте я сейчас поставлю хоть погромче. Да нет, вроде на максимум стоит. Как будто кажется, что вообще тихо. Ну-ка, сейчас я... В общем, более-менее, вроде как.
this
Oh yeah,
now.
hi chat.
Yeah, I was saying, he's looking at you, Chad, by the way. I don't know if they heard that part where you were opening. Yeah, he's looking at you, Chad, so you better behave well. But we'll get to you guys' questions later. Actually, just because of that, I only made like 3 questions of my own, which are like the more obligatory interview questions.
And I have none, because I asked Zero if I should get some, and he was like, no. I was like, okay.
Because I didn't want to make you sit there and have to like brain cram questions, and you're like, oh no. So I was like, so.
I don't got any. I'm just here.
You can ask if anything. I did want to, and I don't know if the questions involve this. I did also want to kind of talk about, really like the process of both mods. Yeah, we'll talk about two, because yeah, you play both of them.
Yeah, play both.
Two very different stories, two very different experiences developing those two. And I would love to talk about Salvation's development, because good lord, there is a lot. But I think I'll get to your questions first, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, you can talk about that. Yeah, I was like, because I think my questions, they're like the more like generic. Like the first one's like, what was the inspiration behind Salvation and One Last Memory?
Okay. Well then, yeah, I guess we can start there. For Salvation, it's I don't know if there was anything that directly inspired it, because I guess now I can kind of get into how it started. I was very active on that subreddit back in 2018. Very active. I was always posting art, posting really, like, I hate to use this word because it's really overused, but no other way to describe it. Very cringe. Very cringe.
I also hate
Reddit
using
posts.
the word, but sometimes
I
it's
would
like.
post like, what were you gonna say? Sorry.
So I was like, I also hate using that word. I was like, it's just sometimes though. It's the only one that that works, and you're like, I guess.
Let's see. So I would post on that, and I would just post like really, like oh, Sayori is the best for this reason, you know, typical DDLC garbage. And I was just scrolling through, and I remember seeing a post saying, oh, looking for writers. And at the time, I had already posted like just random poems that I had written, and so I was like, yeah, why not? Maybe I'll give it a shot, because you know, at the time I loved writing, and I always have, because my mom is an English teacher, so I better be good at writing, because I would never hear the end of it if I wasn't. I went in. It was like a Discord, and there was this guy. He went by Cool Dude 34, and you're gonna hear that name a lot. So he was the quote-unquote leader of this little project that he was doing, and it wasn't a mod at first. It was just he wanted to do a fan game, and so it was like he wanted to do something completely separate for this. This was like there was no modding was even involved at first, but the basic idea was there wasn't even honestly a concrete plot. There was a couple of like ideas that he had where a car crash had to be involved. He wanted it to be voice acted, and that's it. Those were just the ideas, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'll work with this, whatever. So Kobe is watching us. Yeah. All right, sorry, I read that in chat. So where was I? Okay, so I was like, yeah, okay, I'll come up with something. I'll come up with a draft. So I come up with something. He really, really likes it. And he's like, okay, you're the lead writer now. And I'm like, oh, all right. Okay, there we go. So that was like that was the starting point. And there were other members on the team. And the one that surprised me was, you know, there was actual voice actors on board. And I'm like, wow, like how did you manage to get these people? As it turns out, there was 4, and only like one of them was genuinely good at what they did. I feel bad for saying that, but that's what it was. The other 3 were just children. They were kids.
They were just people.
Yeah, and they didn't, you know, it wasn't a very good job. The only one that was good and actually stayed the whole way through was a voice actress named Evil Annie 25, who is basically off the face of the planet right now. Because I think she had a child, so. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think, yeah.
Congrats to her.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe she's doing well. Last time we talked, she's doing well. But the others, I was just like, all right, you're out. You know, I didn't say it like that. I basically
Get out.
explained to them, but, like,
Get out.
yeah, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself there. So let's fall back a minute. So the voice actors are introduced. There was another writer, and he was okay. Wasn't great, but he was all right. So we talked about the mod ideas that I had, and that's when I started saying, like, okay, wait, like, let's make this a Sayori focused mod, because I like Sayori. The writer that I was talking with liked Sayori too. So like, yeah, why not? And at the time, the only mods that had existed, at least big name ones, were Rain Clouds and Brand New Day. That was it. There was probably a couple of others, but I had no idea.
Like the competition.
And I think there were others that were starting to be developed.
Yeah.
You know, like, I think Purist was gonna get thrown into development. Exit Music was probably starting. You know, it's like the beginning.
Yeah, it was the beginning of everything.
Yeah. So, but we were very, very small. The server was very, very little, and we got somebody to help with promotions, so we started doing like promotions. And Salvation was not even the name that we decided on. Originally, the original name was Doki Doki. I don't even remember. Like One Last Chance, One More Chance, something like that. Not the best name in the world. It kind of sucks. Salvation ended up kind of being better. But yeah, and the reason why it changed is because somebody else was making a mod that had the same title, and I'm like, well, okay,
Oh, no.
I have to change the name. So lots of there was, I think Monica After Story had also begun. It was like in its infancy.
Oh yeah, that was like, yeah. I think that was like the first one made. Because that one was like made on like a forum at first, and then it became an actual mod like later.
Yeah, it was just like the concept of, okay, what if we took Act 3 and then made it its own thing?
I
It was
remember the
interesting.
days. I remember the days when Monica After Story where you had to type in what you wanted to say to her instead of clicking
Yeah.
on menus, and I was like, it's like so old now. It's like, oh my god, you had to type it in before.
Yeah, I remember that, and it was. This was back. I want to say this was in 2017. This was 2018. Early 2018. Because the mod officially started development in February of that year. So things started to get a little weird not long after I had joined. This guy, Cool Dude 34, was not normal. And I started finding out that there was drama for, like, they had a team that had already split. Like, this was his second attempt at making a mod. Like, or trying to make something, anything,
Oh.
not even just a mod. So I'm like, okay, well, I kind of want to know what happened. So I asked around, and I asked one of the voice actors, and she started saying that he was asking, he had asked her to do, like, sexual voice lines when the mod wasn't even going to involve that.
Wow.
So I was like, okay, that's a bit weird, but
Sounds a bit
and then when I found out the kind of I love the reactions to this. Oh, this is so cathartic, man. I haven't gotten to talk about this in years.
Everybody's like, oh, and I'm like, oh, oh no.
And that's not it either. For the mod itself, he wanted this to be in the story. There was like he wanted to have a scene. He wanted me to write it. A scene where Monica drinks the MC's spit out of a cup.
What?
And it's like, huh? Like, what?
But why
What are we
though?
thinking again?
Like, wait, why? And I honestly couldn't tell you why. I couldn't tell you. And this was like my first kind of realization that this community is weird, man. Like, it had already been getting weird at around February. It was already getting weird to me. People were, carrying around USBs on dates, and I was like, this is maybe not for me anymore. But yeah, when that happened, I was like, yeah, okay, this guy's weird. I was thinking, okay, what do I need to do? I'm not gonna do that. But he's like the leader, so I was like, I was thinking of leaving because I was like, nah, this is not for me. I think I'm good. But then, people start coming to me and saying, people started coming to me and saying like, yo, this guy, like, he's not a leader, like, he sucks. And it's like, okay, but like, what do you want me to do? And they were saying like, well, let's do like a coup d'etat or whatever.
Oh my god.
And I'm like, okay. I mean, like, I was honored, honestly, because I was like, this is like, I mean, yeah, if you guys want me to be the leader, I'm down, but like, I don't know how we're gonna do this. Basically, I get the support of other people. Like the development team had grown a little bit since the beginning, so we had a big team now. So we had an artist, we had writers and voice actors, and then a coder. So I basically grouped them all together and said, hey, this is what's going on, this is how he is. How would you guys feel if I took over? And everyone was down. Everyone was like, yeah, we want you because you actually, like, you want to do something with this mod and he hasn't done anything. Because, yeah, at the time he wasn't doing anything. He was just kind of there. And later on, a couple months down the line, I found out that he was kind of really just there for the clout. So, yeah, he was never really passionate about what he wanted to do, other than the weird spit stuff. I don't know what's up with that. But,
during DDLC's, like, high point, it was like, I think it was like during like it first came, that's when like a lot of the weird stuff happened, because a lot of people were there because the game was popular. So then, once the game kind of settled down, all the people who were just there because it was popular kind of left. So the people who actually cared about the game stuck around. So then it's like, that's when everything kind of simmered down, because all the weird people just went to like the next new thing. So it was like, oh good, they're gone.
I think I left before I saw that happen, because I still think the community is probably as weird as it used to be. I don't know how true that is anymore, but I have been very, very critical of this community before for a multitude of reasons, some personal, some that are a lot larger. I'm not even going to mention the ones that you already know what the main issues are. I'm not going to mention that. Everyone knows. But, so back to the mod stuff. So, I take over, move on to a new server. He's upset, naturally. I don't care. We're done. So, the mod was officially mine. And there you go. That's how I became the leader of Salvation. And that was a high point, honestly. It was great, because it felt like, like we can make this happen. And I guess now we can kind of get into, quote unquote, the inspiration of the mod. Finally, you're gonna answer that question.
Oh my god, finally, the question. Right.
So, now that that happened, we became, we kind of like, okay, well now I need a more concrete kind of idea of what I want this mod to be. So, Act 1 was already being written out, and it started off with the scene where you walk in on Sayori before she kind of, does the thing. And then the game continues, and some ideas that Cool Dude 34 had ended up sticking around, for better or for worse, like the car crash. You remember that one?
That's what made me like, when you were like, well, there has to be a car crash. I was like, well, it's nice to know that ended up happening. Nice to know that dream ended up coming true.
That idea stuck around because, I'll be honest, I was new at this stuff. I mean, you're talking about, I was still in high school at the time. I had barely turned 18. I was, a senior in high school. And, I had never done this before. It was my first time joining a community. I had barely made a Discord account, a Reddit account. Worst mistake of my life. So I was new to this stuff. I wasn't, so kind of getting thrown into a leader of a mod, and then, eventually a community, was very, very overwhelming. And it ended up being to where these people were like throwing ideas, were like, oh no, you should do this, and I was just like, okay. I was just cool with it, because I didn't want to, quote unquote, disappoint disappoint anybody. You know, I had kind of had this mentality like, okay, I gotta, you know, please everybody. So ideas that people were telling me ended up kind of just getting thrown into the mod, and I would have to rework them because some of the ideas were garbage, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna rework it so they don't feel bad that I removed their idea. So that's the car crash stuck around because the developers, or like my team, was like, well, no, I like that idea, and I'm like, you do? But like, and even then I was like, we need like art. I don't want to use this. 'Cause do you remember the image? Like it was like realistic.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was kind of jarring looking. It was a realistic
Yeah.
car.
That wasn't supposed to stay there. It was supposed to be drawn. The problem is when development started to, you know, go down the drain, I couldn't get an artist to draw that for me. So I just, and it stayed there because I didn't think to remove it because, you know, the story had already been written around that event. So it was really, really hard to remove that. So yeah, there's that first little hiccup, but you know, that wasn't really that big of a deal. So then like drama starts happening in like the kid, like the team, like voice actresses. Like one of them she was like 16, like the Natsuki voice actor. And 16-year-olds are stupid. So
Dumb
it's
teens.
yeah, no, it was very, very like it was a lot of empty threats, a lot of okay, I'm leaving, comes back 2 days later, I'm leaving, comes back 2 days later, and it eventually got to the point where I was like, I don't remember what happened, but I probably kicked her off. She called me an asshole, and I never saw her again. Ended up replacing her with somebody better. The Natsuki voice actor is actually a guy.
Yeah.
That was able to do a
that was the
really,
one I
really good.
remember. Yeah, I remember because you were like, "That's a dude." I was like, "Oh, it is."
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was pretty cool. It was pretty funny. They themselves said like, "Oh, we're gonna like trap the entire community," and I'm like, "Okay, whatever." I was cool with it 'cause I was just happy to have a voice actor.
Whatever you want to do, buddy. You know,
Yeah.
it's your mission.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, Taddy, it was a guy. it was good. But yeah, so just kind of little bits and pieces here and there of just drama and things where a lot of disagreements happened. People left, and I was trying really hard to keep everybody together because I really wanted to see this mod finished. Because once we got to like the halfway point, I started hearing stories, like horror stories of mods, like just stopping because teams would split, something would happen, the mod would have to be canceled. You know, I don't remember the mods anymore. I don't even know if they even made it back, but mods were getting canceled, and I was like, I don't want to end up as one of those. Even though my team looked like, from the outside, it looked like we were already heading down that path. But like, I'm the kind of guy that like, at the beginning I said like, I'm gonna make this mod, I'm gonna finish it, and even young naive me was like, I'm gonna make this one of the best mods ever, and I'm gonna make it one of the best mods in the entire community. That kind of went away after like 9 months of development. I think that feeling went away after about maybe 4 months, 5 months. That idea, because I was like, I can't. At the time, I was not doing art at the time. I didn't know how to make music. I only knew how to write. That being said, the people started leaving. The devs started dropping. Either just coming and saying, hey, like I can't work on this anymore, because they were all working for free. And you know, I don't want it to be understated that I still appreciate, even if they left, I still appreciate those people for helping me out, because they still put in hard work. The artist who ended up ghosting me and never giving any update, like to this day, he never spoke to me again. He kind of just left me in the dirt. I still appreciate the hard work he did for me, because I mean, the art that he did was really, really, really good.
majority of my Salvation playthrough, I think, is actually demonetized.
Rip.
Just because, I don't know, YouTube's just mean.
Yeah, YouTube moment. Yeah, he made that art, and he ended up ghosting me without any reason why. And I mean, I was upset because I was like, this put like a wrench in the mod's development. Like, it stopped it because I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna continue. And there's a lot of cut content that just didn't make it because I couldn't get the art for it. So I ended up getting in contact with another artist, Shido, Thou.
Cheeto.
I think he goes by. Yeah, Shido.
I know.
So he made most of the game CGs, and that's when the art style conflict started to happen, because I was like, but early on I accepted that it's an inevitability. There's nothing I can do. It was either replace the existing ones with Shido's art style or just keep going. And I mean, the fact that Shido not made like 3 fully rendered CGs for free was nuts.
Wow.
He ended up leaving too. But he at least had the decency to tell me, like, I'm sorry, this is getting really hard. You know, I can't work on this. Now that I'm an artist now, I'm not just a beginner, but I understand it's hard. It's hard work, and the fact that he did 3 of those for free with multiple expressions.
Так,
is
вернулся.
something that no amount of things is ever gonna really make up for the work he did. I ended up commissioning him later, so you know I gave him some money. But yeah, and honestly, to anybody who's either making a mod now or thinking of making one, that kind of generosity is really, really hard to come by. You know, it's tough. Like if you're thinking that you know you're gonna find an artist that's just gonna do something for you for free, yeah, the chances of that are really, really, really low.
They're very slim.
Yeah, back then it was probably easier because people loved DDLC, people were passionate about it. The problem with that is by the mid of 2018, that love for the game was already drifting away for a lot of these people. Because writers started to leave, or they stuck around, but they didn't help anymore. They didn't even give ideas. So I was like, okay, now it's just me, you know, writing it. Then my coder was not getting anything done, and I was like, okay, screw it, teach me, I'll do it. and I became the coder. So now I was writing and coding. Then the composer, Jan here, I don't know how to pronounce that. He finished all the music, so the music was finished. But I still lacked a couple tracks, and I'm like, okay, screw it, I'm gonna start making edits now. So then I started. I don't want to say I became like a musician or anything, but I ended up starting working on music too. Then we also had a sprite editor. They were gone. They left. So I ended up having to do some super basic sprite edits. Basically, out of a team of like maybe it started off with maybe 15 people, 20 people, only 2 were left by the end of it. With me and maybe like one other guy that was helping me out. This is not including the playtesters. The playtesters are, you know, they were some of my friends that were willing to help. That I'm still friends with today, and they were able to give me feedback on a lot of things. And the mod was in, with the way it is now, it was in a worse state before. I mean, we're talking like random crashes happening.
Oh my god.
Story dragging out in places, and really unnecessary like fluff that just didn't like if you compare like the mod, the final version to like the I don't want to say the beta version, but it makes you sound like a developer, so I'm gonna say the beta version. It was a lot worse. It was bad. But yeah, I've had people tell me that it's a miracle this thing even came out, because people have told me that the situation, like if they found themselves in my situation, they would have just stopped. like I debated it. There were moments where I was like, I'm gonna leave, and I'm just gonna make the assets available for everyone to use because I was getting tired of it. It was, there was a lot of mental, clouding going on there. But yeah, I managed to get it done. Even the coding is half-assed. If you look at the script, everything is in one script. Just big, like just one large script. It's like 69 lines of code.
I mean, some people do code like that, though, to be fair. Like,
Some
I've
people
seen
do,
it, yeah.
yes. I think it's just more of an organization thing,
Yeah.
if anything. But, fun fact about Salvation, it is not using the mod template that was currently available at the time. It was made from scratch.
Беда.
Wow.
So,
Ошибка в видеопоток
yeah,
поступает слишком медленно.
unnecessary work there.
Ну,
Because
классика.
They just didn't know. So, I say scratch, it's like a loose term because the assets were just pulled from the original game. But the code was written from scratch. Like, you can notice it immediately as soon as you start. The background isn't animated. The font is different on the menu. The font is different throughout the game. Even when it asks you to write your name, that's different. There's no box that pops up. It's a literal dialogue box that asks you to input your name. So yeah, it was made from scratch, and a lot of the effects that the original game used just didn't exist. You know the little hops that they did? Those broke. Like those are broken. Even in its current state, it's broken because when it jumps, you can see the cutoff of the sprite. The PNG. Like it's and I was just like, whatever. Like I didn't care because at the time I was just like, whatever. It's a feature. Dev mode is on. I left dev mode on.
Yeah.
Where you can go back and forth. You can open the freaking console. You can in the saves place. You can rename the save to be whatever you want.
The original exit music left dev mode on too, because I remember I clicked through the fucking death CG in my playthrough. I literally clicked through it. Like leaving dev mode is something where you're like, fuck, like dude, I fucking done that though too. Like I've had to rebuild Vigilante because I've sat there and like, I left dev mode on, yeah.
Really?
I've never released it, luckily. I think I've opened it and been like, okay, I think everything's good to go, and then I'll I'll click through the opening intro and I'm like, wait, no. So I gotta rebuild the entire thing just because I left dev mode on. Leaving dev mode on is I can see why people accidentally do it.
Wasn't there one time where you played a mod with dev mode on and then you rewinded because you didn't see what someone said?
Yeah,
you didn't even put together that you rewinded till later.
I did actually, yeah. I was so used to coding at the time. I was like, hold
you were
on.
like, wait, hold on. That's not supposed to be like that.
And it's interesting. The rewind is such a good feature.
It is.
So there's got to be I know there's a way to get that in without having dev mode enabled, but the point is I left it on. It was like it's like the Bethesda game of mods. Honestly, it's really broken. So to see
But everyone
praise
loves it. Skyrim. Salvation is the Skyrim of DDLC mods.
Except it didn't come out 15 times.
That's it.
Oh god, imagine if I did like 15. Here's a Salvation on the Switch.
Salvation.
Apparently that's
Redux,
possible
Redux.
with a homebrew Switch, but
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of shit like that. People have been playing DDLC mods on their Switch. There's a lot of crazy shit. People have been doing it on their PSP. It's like After Story on a PSP. I was like, what the hell?
But yeah, so
They put the files on there.
let's see. Okay, mod was broken. Yeah, because I didn't give a shit. I was like, yeah, this thing's just gotta come out. I threw it out there. I released it. That was it. The mod came out, and I mean, people were liking it. People were really liking it, despite all of its flaws, despite all of its issues. People were really liking it, and I remember feeling relieved and happy. I was didn't like how it came out. I knew I could have done better. I could have done a better job. And yet people were praising it like it was the best thing in the world, and I didn't like that. I was like, it was giving me anxiety to the point where I would go out of my way to look for negative criticism, and that was that's not a healthy thing to do. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Tip, don't do that.
Yeah, it's a recipe for disaster. Honestly, it's a nice way to make yourself feel like shit. But it was weird because I was like, I need to see like actual like I need to see people criticize it because it was making me kind of like crazy. I was like, why aren't people seeing what's wrong with it? Why aren't people seeing all that? And I ended up taking them on down. It was getting too much. And this was after I think I had gotten mod of the year already. And that was like the tipping point for me where I was like, ooh, do I deserve that?
Yeah.
So yeah, I got mod of the year, and it was awesome. It was like, oh wow, like really? Because I had already left the community by then. When I found out that I got mod of the year, I was like, oh my god, like that's amazing. like this broken mod like is the best. Like that's crazy to me, and that didn't last very long. I think once I started again, I fell into that trap of seeking out negative criticism, and this time it was a lot worse because I started seeing people saying like, "Oh, this mod should have done it because he did this better," and it's like, "Oh, like, oh, the story sucks," and it's like, and all that, and I get that, I get where they were coming from with that, but it started kind of, of course it's gonna feel bad because you put all this work into something, and then somebody goes and says mean things about it. Well, it sucks.
Yeah.
And then not really even giving a reason why.
That's the part where they're like, this just sucks, and you're like, oh, but if you don't like it, give me like, why don't you like it? Don't just say it sucks.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that wasn't out there. I did get my fair share of criticism of people saying, like, oh, it's bad for this, and a lot of the reasons I was already aware of. The inconsistent art styles, there was a lot of grammar issues, there was a lot of just weird plot holes. I think there's a plot hole where, the big reveal that, that they're in a game, it kind of just happens, and they just believe it. And it's like, when I was writing it, I was like, huh, that's weird. Whatever. I didn't want to fix it because I didn't care at the time, and that's my fault because I could have easily fixed that. But criticism all the same, and I took it to heart, and I was like, okay, if I ever do something in the future, not a DDLC mod, but just writing in general, I'll be sure to kind of watch out for little plot holes that can happen like that. But yeah, I ended up taking them on down for a while, and that was it. I was genuinely like at peace with that decision. I was happy that it was just gone. I wanted people to forget about it, and that was it. That obviously didn't happen. People were asking for it. People were, talking about it, saying, "Where's this mod? Where did it go?" Or like, "I want to play this one, but I don't know where to find it." People started like, there was like a little bit of a black market thing going on. People were sharing it, and
People still do that. Yeah, that was
and it was banned. It was banned on the subreddit. I just remember that it was banned just because it used different BGs or whatever that belonged to
used copyrighted ones. Yeah, that was the whole.
Yeah, and if I hadn't already been going through those feelings, I would have been more than happy to fix them. But I had already been like, kind of, on that feeling of like, oh, like I kind of want to take this mod down. So when one of the moderators reached out to me saying, "Oh, just delete it. I don't care. Just get rid of it." And that was it. They said that like they were even trying to like convince me like, "Hey, like it's no big deal. We'll fix the backgrounds for you." They offered to fix it for me.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, they usually. Yeah, actually, yeah, they offer that too, which is pretty cool, I guess.
Yeah, it was cool to them, but I still I denied it. I was like, no, I'm good. I don't want this mod to be available anymore. And I think I don't remember how long I kept it down, but I remember rough time. You helped me cope with the loss of a friend, a loved one. You know, just messages like that, where it was, in general, it was like, you know, this mod made me smile, this mod made me cry, this mod made me laugh. And that's when it started switching up on me. I was like, oh god, like, none of the negative stuff that I heard before, it doesn't even matter anymore. But the stuff that's sticking with me are these, like, words that people are telling me, you know, how the good things that it did for people. And I was like, yeah, I mean, no amount of cloud, money, fame, whatever it is you get from DDLC mods, is gonna beat the feeling that you get when people reach out and say, hey, your work made me smile. Like, being able to put a smile on somebody's face, even if it was just one person, is amazing. And that's when I realized that a lot of the stuff that I was worried about doesn't even matter. People love this mod. People, like, it's special to them, so who am I to take that away from them? You know what I mean? You know, despite all my gripes with it, despite all my feelings, and I'm still somewhat kind of, you know, I trash on it a lot, but it's my baby, you know. That was my first project. That was my first time ever doing something for a community and making an impact on a community. And yeah, I can't, you know, can't really let it go. For, you know, I gotta accept it for what it is. And people love it for what it is. And yeah, that's salvation, and that's where I'm at today. So yeah, that's the first question.
Oh,
That was the first question.
I forgot there was a question asked.
I did Monica. Wow, unprofessional.
Unprofessional.
There was actually something I wanted to talk about though. There was the we talked about people were like getting mad about it, and one of the things you said we were getting mad was the inconsistent art style. That was something I never understood when I heard like people complain like about like a DDLC mod having an inconsistent art style. Like, unless it's to the point where there is like 4 to 5 artists that made like to the point where this crap looks like a draw pile, then I'd understand. But if a mod just has to have like two different art styles or like 3, I don't fully judge it because I'm like, well, it's a mod. Like, commissioning artists is hard. Because sometimes, you know, you got an artist that you're like, I'm gonna make them to make all my CGs. But then, what if their commissions aren't open? What are you gonna do now? So now you're sitting there like, crap, well, I'm going to that guy. Like, so it's like, I understand that. I feel like sometimes people, because it's like, I don't want to say people are sometimes too critical of things, but I feel like sometimes they're just not critical of the right things. It's like, they focus on the things that I'm like, this shouldn't be the thing we focus on.
Yeah, definitely. And plus, like you said, it's a mod. These are given out for free.
Yeah, this is a free thing that you just got.
You know, yeah, and now that I'm somewhat of an artist myself, I can understand, like, it's okay to have multiple art styles now, honestly. That's the free visual novel, had multiple artists. That is a game that has multiple different art styles. And honestly, when I played through it, it didn't bother me at all.
Yeah, like, it doesn't bother me when I usually play through mods, because it's like, the fact that it's free should probably tell you the budget for this is practically non-existent, so...
Yeah, basically. And honestly, you can do... A good writer can make up for a CG. Like, you can make a really impactful scene just using sprites, music, and writing. You don't need no CG for that.
Извиняюсь.
As long as you got the skills to back it up. So, what else was I gonna say about that? Yeah, it's difficult to find people who not only would be willing to work like on multiple CGs, especially with backgrounds involved, let alone, you know, get a consistent art style between all of them. So, if I was ever to make another mod, or whatever it may be, if I was gonna make like a Komi-san joins the literature club mod, I would probably just make either I would make it myself, or I would just, you know, get like 2 different artists and just have them make like 2 different CGs, and there you go. Call it a day.
Call it a day. It's like, it's just... Yeah, it's like, I feel, yeah, because like we said, it's like something I always thought too, like, it's like, the writing is the thing that people are gonna look at. Because even if your mod has the most beautiful CGs and it just looks fucking amazing, if your writing isn't that good, it's not gonna be that good of a mod if the writing isn't that good. Like, so at the end of the day, it's like the writing is gonna be the most important part. CG should be more of anything an extra, because if anything, you don't even need CGs at the end of the day.
Basically. I remember people were criticizing the oh god, it's been a long time. It was a Sayori route, I believe, in Purist that people were being super critical about, where the CGs were amazing, but the writing was garbage.
Yeah, that was I was critical of that too. Yeah, the writing of the Purist Sayori route. Everyone, when you ask anybody about the Purist Sayori route, the thing they will tell you is, oh yeah, that final CG looked amazing. And it's like, yeah, but the writing for the Sayori route was
Yeah, that can honestly go for a lot of different things, not just visual novels. I mean, you talk about like a video game. A video game can look beautiful, but if the writing falls flat, the whole game's gonna fall flat. I think movies are the same way. Movies can have beautiful cinematography, CGI, but if the story is garbage, people are gonna remember it for the garbage story. They're not gonna remember it for the beautiful art. Yeah, it'll be brought up every once in a while. Oh, it looks great, but people, remember the story, and if it sucks, it sucks.
But how many characters can you name from the from the Blue Avatar movie? It looked amazing, but the story, how many characters can you name?
None of them.
Yeah, it's like, see, this is the problem.
Blue Guy 1, and Blue Girl 2.
And Papa Smurf, can't forget about him.
Yeah. But yeah, that's really all I have to say about Salvation. There's really, I said everything that I wanted to say. The main thing was really talking about the development and, why it came out the way it did. And, people like it, people love it. And I learned that, with criticism and taking criticism, I believe I've said this before, but it's important to seek out the right kind of criticism, and not what I did, where I was seeking out genuine negativity. Because criticism is something you can actually use to improve, as opposed to negativity. It's just negative for the sake of being negative. If they didn't like it for some reason, and they don't provide a reason why, it does nothing for you. And honestly, it's a misconception. This goes for positive feedback too. If somebody just says, "Oh, I loved your mod," but then doesn't say what they loved about it, that does nothing for you. It goes both ways. Like, you have somebody, that reaches out and saying, "Hey, I love your mod. Oh, thanks. What'd you like about it?" And they're like, "Oh, it was cute."
I just
what
liked
does that? It's like, what does that do for me? It does nothing, and I end up just ignoring it because it didn't do much. The criticism that I ended up valuing the most is the people who tell you why they liked it, or they tell you why they didn't like it. I've had people say, "Oh, I didn't like it because, the plot hole, it kind of threw me out of the story." That's good. Thank you for telling me that, because I like to hear that. I like to hear what I did wrong so I can know what I improve on. The positive feedback, when they come and say, "Oh, I liked how you did this, that's great. I can do more of that in the future." That's how I learned. That's what Salvation taught me the most, is how to seek out real criticism, negative or positive. And that's what matters. And that goes for anything. It's not just mods. That goes for if you're drawing, if you're making art, if you're making music, you're writing, anything. Learn to look for the right criticism, because there's a lot of people that are negative for the sake of being negative, and that's where you just you ignore it, because that's
you ignore them.
Так, на зарядку надо ноут поставить.
Let me see. Somebody said something in chat that I wanted to respond to. I love the writing because of how genuine it felt and how you really felt for the characters. Yeah, thanks. been told I took a creative writing class the following year in 2019, and the professor had told me that I struggled with scene descriptions and trying to make a scene clear for a reader, but what I excelled at was character writing and making a character believable right from the start. That was one of my strengths, and I was able to use that feedback and what I learned in creative writing class to make One Last Memory, which I believe is my magnum opus. I really love that mod. I love how that came out. Yeah, thanks for that. That means a lot. Who said that? Johnny Zero. Because that's something that, I'm aware that I can probably do it well, but I know that there's plenty of ways I can improve on that, and plenty of ways that I can do better. And that's all it really is, for me, I don't like to get too comfortable with where I'm at. I always like to try to find ways to improve. And I guess there's something that somebody can get from that, I'm sure. This is still one question.
Well, actually, technically, you actually answered two of my you answered another question indirectly when you were answering the first one, because one of them was, how do you feel knowing that Salvation is one of the more popular mods in the community? And you kind of answered that one.
Yeah,
you were saying that you were like freaking out, like you kind of didn't really fully like it and stuff. So it's like you kind of answered two questions with that one.
So it's like shit.
Yeah, so I only have one question left, which I feel like you kind of talked about, but I don't know if you fully did, or was there anything you regret not being able to put in either Salvation or One Last Memory?
Well, I wanted to kind of talk about One Last Memory on its own thing. That's
Oh, okay, yeah, we can.
It's not as interesting of a story, but it's its own story, regardless. Was there anything that I wish I could have done? Yeah, I guess I did kind of answer that. I wish I could have fleshed out more of the stuff in Salvation that needed it. I'm aware that I didn't like how in Act 2 the issues were just back to back to back without any kind of breathing room. It started with Yuri, and you find Yuri, she cuts herself, whatever. And then, there's a little bit of, there's a little sleepover, whatever, and then boom, Natsuki's up next, the second day. And it's like, man, isn't that a little overwhelming for these people?
God damn.
And that was just the way that the mod was formatted. And for me, like, if there was anything I could change, it would be to kind of just flesh that out, expand it, give it some time, and really let a lot of these issues kind of not resolved, because that was another thing. I didn't want these issues to get resolved. I wanted to just have them be established and then imply that they're going to work towards improving themselves. That was the idea. And, I guess it's up to interpretation of whether or not that succeeded. But, yeah, if there's anything I would improve, it would be that. Again, the art, especially the car crash, good lord, I would love to get that replaced or just remove it entirely.
Make it actual art.
Yeah, it would either be to change that or remove it entirely and change the story completely. Or no, I would just remove it and just have a sound effect play. Just have a black screen.
People can use their imagination. It's a novel.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. There was more. Oh, I didn't even get. Remember when I was talking about like devs leaving? Here's another thing that I wish I could have, quote unquote, improved. All the Yuri voice actress, which was, her name was, oh god, I forget now. But she was. Do you guys remember a super old music video? It goes like. Okay, I'm not gonna sing. But what is it? Oh god, it was like one of the first music videos that came out, and it was like you remember that? Do you remember that song?
Doki
No?
Doki Forever?
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
Oh.
I had
Yeah,
the
I
Yuri.
love that song.
The girl that played Yuri in that song was the voice actress for Yuri in Salvation.
Oh my god, that's cool.
Yeah, it was cool. Problem with that is she ended up ghosting me, just like most of them.
Aw.
Oh, so it was, I think her name was Kathy Chan, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That was her name.
That's cool. Oh,
So, I could have gotten something, because it was bad where, I had asked for an update, and she's like, oh yeah, I've just been busy, I'll get back to you as soon as I can, and I'm like, great. So there was a lot of, false hope involved there. I ended up getting nothing. I ended up having to cut, because all the other voice actresses had their lines done. So there's an entire, 3 poems that are fully voice acted that just didn't make it. Because I had to cut them all out. Because if one was gone, all of them had to be gone. Because it would be weird to not just have one. So, yeah. Nick Lumpkin, I got in contact with her, I just asked her. I just went on Twitter and I was like, hey, I'm working on this mod, it's got voice acting, you want to do it? And she's like, yeah, what to do? That was it. So yeah, I guess, don't be afraid to reach out to people, because you never know. But, it still sucks because, yeah, she ended up ghosting me like most of the other devs. And I'm not, trying to put, a bad name on any of them. I'm sure they're wonderful people. It's just probably the same thing. You're asking for them to do it for free, off their own time, and their own talent. They're not really obligated to really do that for you. It's just, for me, I wish they could have just been a little more open. That's it. And yeah, and it did kind of lead to some, paranoia with working on a team with people, because it's like, nobody's ever going to be as passionate as you are. It's rare when you find people that are genuinely as passionate about something that you're making. That's hard to find. So, I guess going back to that question, if there's anything that I wish I could have improved on, was maybe, I guess, been a better leader. I hate to kind of get down on myself, but I feel like I could have been a better leader. I feel like I could have done better with communication and maybe just making things more clear and kind of being more assertive, because like I said, I was, young, fresh out of high school, going into college. I didn't really know how to do any of these things. So yeah, I probably could have been a better leader, but it is what it is. Still managed to get it done. She still did a great job on what she did do. So, it's all good. What else? I guess, I did want to have a cutscene of sorts, Katsuwa Shoujo style. Early on, that was like an idea that was like, I want to have this. And we kind of did have that. We did have the little animated transitions. We had the animated intro. But that never came to light, because I didn't know anybody who did that stuff. So, if I could go back, I would either pay somebody, or I would know who to find to get either an animatic or a full animated cutscene done. But yeah, that's really it. That's all I can really think of off the top of my head.
You answered it decently well, because you made my questions feel like they were good. Thank you. As somebody who is not a professional at doing this, you made me feel like, oh, good. I asked good questions. I got good answers out of them.
Yeah. I guess now, Monica, if you have any questions, you can ask them, or the chat can ask questions.
I don't.
Oh, okay.
No questions over here.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I was gonna switch over to the chat's questions.
Hey, Gizzy, your mod is the reason I found Zero's channel. Thanks for that. Oh, you're welcome. Oh, that's really nice. No problem, man. What did I learn from writing DDLC stories? It's oh god, there's like more coming in. I'm trying to answer them one at a time, because I don't want to give a really shitty answer to somebody. So what did I learn from writing DDLC stories? Honestly, a lot. I learned a lot about writing. And I'm confident enough to say that I've actually improved with thanks to Salvation, because it taught me how to write characters, it taught me how to write emotional scenes, and it kind of opened my mind a little bit to what I'm capable of. I'm able to write about things that I've never experienced before, like walking in on somebody who's about to die. I've never been through that. God forbid I ever go through that. And yet people say that it was effective for what it was. So that kind of stuff is very subjective. A lot of people can get very touchy on that, but people genuinely seem to agree that that was a good scene. So it taught me a lot about writing, emotional scenes and emotional moments with characters and making characters seem real and believable. So yeah, that's what I've learned from writing DDLC itself. Let's see, that was just Dusan's question. Next is Lawful Emperor King's question. Hey Giz, what are some of your best comments you ever got on your mod? I feel like I've kind of went over this before, but and worst too. Oh god. The best ones that I've ever gotten were honestly the ones that actually are long paragraphs that that really just say how much they loved a certain scene or how much they really resonated with a certain scene, talking about the music and how it made them feel. I don't know if there's ever a single comment that's ever stood out to me, but those were those were the ones that stood out and ones that I still kind of think about to this day. Like when I'm writing, for whatever reason, either writing a short story or whatever, I think about the things that people have told me and it gives me kind of a little bit of a confidence boost. Worst comments, honestly, in the grand scheme of things, they're not. The worst one that I've ever gotten was the mod was mediocre. And honestly, I agree with that. So it's not there wasn't really an awful thing where this mod is the worst thing ever.
Joke's
it
on
never
you.
really.
That's my opinion. Your criticism means nothing.
It never got to that point. So yeah, I don't think there was ever a worst comment. Just Mitsuki asked, does DDLC Salvation hard for you to make? Yes.
As we heard in his story, it seemed very hard for him to make.
I don't wanna sound like a broken record, but yes, very, very difficult. Let's see, any other questions here? Okay. Favorite scene in each Salvation and One Last Memory. I haven't talked about One Last Memory yet, but I'll get there. But for Salvation, I guess favorite scene would be the one that I enjoyed writing the most. It's a mix between the Monica scene where she's kind of talking about everything and Yuri's scene where she's talking about her feelings. I really enjoyed writing those, and I like seeing the reactions to those as well because it's those crazy moments and when people they get emotional over it, they shed a tear or whatever, and those are the moments that I like to see from people. So yeah, I would say that those were my favorite scenes. Let's see. Would I ever write one again? No.
He made
That's
two.
not-
Leave
I
the
made
man
two.
alone.
No, I'd be lying if I said I haven't debated making a remake of Salvation. That has, it's on my mind because how can it not be when I've had so many problems with it? But I think about the amount of work that would be required. I think about, and my ability, and it's like, well, can I make something that's worth a remake? Because, with remakes, it's got to be substantial and it's got to be worth going back. And at the moment, no. This could change in the future. Because I would also like to do my own art. I would like to do everything myself. I would do everything myself. Because I don't want to work on a team again. I don't want to deal with that. Because as I'll talk about it more One Last Memory. Working by myself was a very pleasant experience. And it was very, very fun. And that's why if I would ever do a Salvation remake, I would do it all by myself. It would be all me. Not right now though. I'm good.
Alright now though.
Alright, so that was a true high tier pleb. Also, I know you. I follow you on Twitter. The Computer Geek asked, do you chat with friends offline about what you've done with DDLC? Yeah, I do. The friends that have stuck with me since the beginning, sometimes I'll talk to them about it, and I'll say, bias points. And you know, some of these friends are people that hate DDLC, but you know, they're my friends. I still talk about it with them.
I have those friends too.
Yeah, and I've had some that I've made where I tell them, oh yeah, you know, I made this mod, and they were like, you did? You know, it's like, I guess they didn't know it was me. So, you know, it's kind of like, it's a weird, like, thing for somebody to recognize me outside of the DDLC community. So, yeah, I do talk about it. Let's see. Are there any other questions? Any future DDLC, non-DDLC related projects coming? No. I'm still I'm genuinely thinking about doing like a Kobe thing, like a short 15-minute kind of mod, but
I
that's
still
really
think would be like, I still think people should do way more often is like start off with like a short little simple mod. And
oh yeah, oh god,
big.
yeah. Don't do what I did.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Like, yeah, it's like, I don't know why every time people's like first mods end up being like, okay, so it's gonna be this, and then that's why they get canceled because they're like, oh god, I have to write a lot if I want to do this.
Yeah.
It's like start with something small.
And that actually goes into just Kobe's question. I'm sure this was explained already, but what would you say was the most time-consuming aspect of making your mods? The coding. Oh my god, writing expressions is the most tedious thing in the world, dude.
Can't relate,
my God.
MBT.
Oh, I've heard about that.
Yeah.
I'm, you know, way past my prime there, but that sounds amazing. But before, yeah, it was awful.
Defining is not fun. Normally.
Other than that, though, you know, now that I guess if that's been, you know, streamlined and fixed, really writing, just writing in general, I mean, probably takes the most time. Because, you know, you gotta write a story, you gotta make sure it works.
You gotta start it.
Yeah.
With
Wait, what?
coding, you have it's like at least with coding, you have like a basis you can kind of go off of. With
Oh,
writing,
yeah.
there's nothing there. You have to create it.
Да что
Like,
такое?
Yeah. So yeah, that's that question. Let's see. Salvation. Who's that? Oh, Fataz says Salvation was the one that got me into DDLC mods, and one last one.
Да что ты прям.
As well. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I've heard that a lot too. That Salvation was the one that got them into mods, and that's amazing, man. Like, just quite frankly, just being straight up, that's awesome. You know, being able to really have that effect on somebody, like that's cool. I don't know what else to say. All right, so let's see. Thank you for answering. Helps me to remember to be more nice to yourself. Yes, be nice to yourself, please. It is, you know, it's I'm not gonna say it's easy. It's hard to try to be nice to yourself and be confident in your abilities. But honestly, you know, you can learn how to do it. You can learn to really kind of look at what you did well and say, you know what, I did a good job. So it's important to learn that.
Да что ты прям.
Let's see.
Да.
Zero asked a question for you. I don't know if you want to answer that one.
Guys, you're not interviewing me. You don't get questions.
I guess I'll move on then. Let's see. MJ Virgo asks, hey guys, got any tips for staying committed to such a long project? I'm currently a writer, / literally everything else on a project, which I know is going to take a long ass time. Ironically, it's a COA mod. Well, I guess to get started, it's hard. I mean, it's hard to really kind of, because it kind of depends on how much you're really willing to see things through. You gotta have that drive, man. You gotta have the willingness to really say, like, this is coming out no matter what, no matter how long it takes. And if you're okay with taking, you know, it honestly, it doesn't matter how long it takes, because if you get it done, that's what matters in the end. You know, take 10 years to do, okay, maybe don't take 10, but take 5 years, take 4 years, take as much time as you need to get everything the way you want it to be, because there's nothing worse than a worse project. Trust me, I know. CD Projekt Red knows. Pokemon knows. You know.
Fucking FNAF security breach, no.
Yeah, you know, there's nothing worse than a rushed project, and that applies to mods too. So give it as much time as you need. If you need to step back and really reevaluate and see if it's something you even want to see through, you know, don't be afraid to take that time. You know, it's about power, you know. It's you gotta have that dedication, and if you're kind of already having doubts, take a step back and reevaluate what you really want, and then come back when you've got a clear head. That's what I would do, because for me, I'm very stubborn personally. You know, I hate quitting. I hate quitting on things when I say that I'm going to do them. So it's something that, you know, it's a skill. Anybody can learn to be dedicated to something. So yeah, that's my advice to you. Probably not the best advice, but that's my experience. That's my take on that. Let's see. Jusu Mitsuki asks, does DDLC... Didn't I answer this already? I think I did.
I don't know, chats are alright.
Salvation.
You guys get like 3 more questions.
for
You guys
you,
are running out of juice.
Yeah, I think I answered that already. I heard that your Salvation mod was unavailable to download at one point. What was your reason for it? I went over that. I don't want to go over it again. Oh yeah, he already talked about that, yes. To sum it up for you though, anxiety, a lot of just not really believing that I was worth the praise and everything. That was really it. Let's see. Honestly, guys, the thing with COA really made me think, like, what if MC got there just in time? Had me thinking about it ever since I saw an amazing job. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that one was, I wouldn't say it was my favorite, but that was one of the first things I had ever written, and that was the hook. That was the one that really was going to get people into the mod, so I'm glad that you think that.
Now it's your fault that everybody like used it so much in their stories now in mods. It's
Really?
at the point where
Is
it's
that
become,
like, is it a trope now?
yeah, it's actually like a trope where a mod would have the whole MC walks in when she's just about to do it. Like I think it's like it happens a lot. I haven't played one where it's happened recently, and nowadays the mods I've played have kind of strayed away from tropes. But I know for a good while mods were having the whole MC walks in just in time trope for a lot.
Yeah. I guess there's my
Created a trope. Congrats.
impact on the community there. That's kind of interesting. Let's see. So let's go. What are your thoughts? This is Dragon King. What are your thoughts on the hanger hanging besides the shelf and not inside the closet? Huh?
They're talking about. So when I play mods, at one point it's a fucking like channel meme. At one point, I looked at the MC's bedroom and I noticed there is a hanger on the left side
Oh my
of his
God.
fucking. There's a hanger in his bedroom. It's just hanging there. On nothing. First of all, it's just hanging. I'm like, what does he hang there? It just hangs there.
I'm telling you, it's his fucking school uniform.
But he
hangs
has a
there.
closet. Why would he?
Okay, but he hangs it there so he can put it on in the morning
I'm
before
not-
school. It's easy
Wait a
to
minute.
access.
Wait a minute. His bedroom, right?
Yeah, hold up. I can
Okay.
send the image.
I'm gonna pull that up.
Yeah, I can
think-
send the image. It's on the. It's the hanger on the left, and I always was like, why is that there?
Oh.
He puts
Oh.
his school uniform there. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's. I mean, what else would it be?
I just thought it was
Exactly.
nothing. It doesn't make sense to me.
Honestly, that's like questioning like the existence of like why are there multiple hangers inside the closet when it's only really
Yeah, when there's no clothes in there.
and there's no clothes in there. Arbitrary. That's pretty funny though. All right. And I guess he asked, what are my thoughts on it? Whatever. Let's see. Jagaming49 asks, how difficult was to make a proper ending for something big? Well, I don't know. I guess because, you know, it's an ending. And you gotta, you know, I guess it's just like writing any other ending. I don't know if there's anything. I guess it's more difficult in that you have to maybe get the right music for it. You have to get maybe a CG, like a final CG for that impact. But really, that's about it. You know, it's just you write an ending the way you normally write an ending. The Computer Geek 2, I think I've answered that question already.
Alright, chat,
Chatting
you
with
get
my
one
friends
more.
outside.
Chat, you get one more question.
Okay, one more. Hopefully there isn't anybody that I'm gonna miss. That was a really good question. But
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go to Jusu Minsky. What was my reaction when I created DDLC Salvation?
count that question.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna
Sorry.
move on to a different question. Let's see. If there even is one. Okay, here's a decent one. What advice would you give an aspiring writer? All right. Don't suck.
Be good.
It's well, I guess just like with I can use art as an example. With any skill, you always have to be willing to look for feedback. With writing, it's harder because it's easy to find people who can look at art and say, "Oh, look, you did good, but you can fix this," because it's art. You just look at it, boom, there you go, done. Writing actually requires a little bit more engagement, and that's difficult because there's not a lot of people that you're gonna find where they're gonna be willing to read like a full, essay. You know what I mean? So, my advice to that would be surround yourself with people that are willing to help you out and willing to read your stuff because feedback is important with anything. And you're probably going to want to find somebody who actually knows what they're doing. You're not going to want to talk to somebody who can just tell you like, well, this story sucks because, well, you didn't do this character, you're not going to get anything.
You don't want to
You're gonna
recruit
talk to
Kermit the
people.
Frog.
Yeah.
That's your first option.
You're going to want to talk to somebody who knows what they're doing in terms of grammar and, pacing, stuff like that. It's not just, this moment here could use a different thing or whatever, So you're going to want to talk to somebody who knows what they're doing. Not saying, it's hard to do that, but be willing to share your writing too. That can be kind of overwhelming. I know it is. Even if it sucks, even if you think it sucks, be willing to share it because that's how you grow. Failure is a proper teacher, and you have to be willing to fail in order to grow and get better. So yeah, there you go. I guess that's that question, right?
Yeah, because I know, it's because it's like, I think with my playtesters, I have one playtester in particular who, one, he's like a grammar Nazi, so it's kind of, it's kind of good. He gets mad at me about my lack of commas a lot of the time, so he's able to go in and attack those, but also he's like not afraid to be like, okay, so this scene makes no sense, and like explains to me why it doesn't, and I'm just like, okay. Like, he'll basically just his call to be straight and be like, this scene makes no sense, you need to fix this, and I'm like, okay, let me do that. Also, no chat is not bug, it is erd.
As long as they provide reasons as to why,
Yeah, that's
You know,
what it is.
it doesn't matter how harsh they are. If anything, them being harsh and then giving you the reasons why works out better, because then you can really kind of, it's a little bit of a wake-up call. Like, okay, all right, it sucks, and then you can reevaluate, and then you can improve it. I've had so many instances where I write something thinking it's pretty good, and then I show it to somebody, and they're like, nah, this sucks, because this, and I'm like, oh, I never even would have considered that. So yeah, it's important to kind of get that kind of feedback. I guess I can probably get into one last memory now, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I guess chat, your questions are done for now. Yeah, I think you said you wanted to save that, so you can do one last memory.
So, I think I had let's see, so, one last memory was done a year later. It was only developed for like 2 months. And, very short, it was a very short mod, it was only like, an hour. It was a passion project because, I was pretty convinced that I was done with DDLC mods, and I was like, I'm not gonna do this anymore. But, I had, there was a lot of, different, like, stresses going on in life, like, and, I wanted a way to express myself through writing. So, oh god, I ended up going back to DDLC.
Oh god.
Because I was like, excuse me. I was like, I know how to do this, and I know these characters. Let me tell you right now, as much as I like it's hard not to like these characters because, you know, you spend that much time writing them, it's hard to not have that connection. And I'm sure other modders and other writers would agree, you know, when you're writing for these characters, you grow attached to them.
Yeah, I think like just before the stream, I tweeted out something where, because I have this weird thing where I think I'm too attached to these characters to the point where I literally tweeted out like headcanons of what they'd eat for breakfast.
Саша, привет!
Yeah, I don't like, it was like what.
Рад тебя видеть. Как твои дела? Что у тебя новенького? Вот. Я вот сижу, слушаю. Мы почти 1,5 часа посмотрели интервью с разработчиками модификации Salvation. На английском языке еще примерно столько же придется слушать. Ой, ну да. Так что, продолжаем. Ты бы включил перевод от Яндекса, а то ничего не понятно. Саша, я как раз вот этот момент объяснял в самом начале первого стрима, потому что у меня он откатился. Точнее, у меня сбой тут произошел с компьютером. В плане перевода. Ой, не в плане перевода, в плане этого всего. Я бы с радостью бы включил переводчик от Яндекса и все остальное. Но я не хочу, чтобы у меня сейчас была смесь английского с нейросетевым переводом русского. Просто у меня иначе голова просто лопнет от всего этого. Кому интересно, можете посмотреть эти... Ну, вообще я планировал 3 интервью сегодня посмотреть. Вот. Первое интервью я смотрел с создателем подов литературного клуба. Сейчас мы смотрим Salvation. И еще потом Мир грез будет. Там коротенькое на 50 минут интервью. Там один блогер брал у разработчиков Мир греза. Именно Морбиуса Грина имеется в виду создатели. Там еще вроде кто-то там был еще от Морбиуса. Ну, то есть от команды Team World of Dreams. Вот. А сейчас я просто смотрю это. Так ты можешь включить оригинальную дорожку и сделать то, чтобы сразу перевод базарил. Ну, знаешь, давай на следующий раз это уже сделаем, имеется в виду. Как-нибудь на потом. Я уж хочу в оригинале это сначала посмотреть и все. Так что такие дела. Но если хочешь, то можешь сам на канале это записать. Типа, я думаю, тебе... Ну, если тебе это будет интересно, типа, ты это можешь включить и записать. Типа, я думаю... Потому что у нас никто, мне кажется, не будет заниматься этим всем. Сидеть, переводить какие-то ролики, подуки-дуки и так далее. Переводы до модов, да, окей. Переводы роликов, не, как говорится, как в том меме, как говорится, про... Вот, так что и так далее. Так что как-то так вот. А я продолжаю.
I'm just sitting here doing literally nothing, I'll think about some weird hypothetical, and then I'll think about how all 4 of them would react to that, or how all 4 of them would do something. And then I'm just sitting here like, why did I just sit here and waste time thinking about what would happen here? So it's like I've recently just been throwing them on Twitter because I'm like, I'm gonna make something out of this here.
I've had thoughts like that too. I guess I just had the pleasure of being able to put them into mods.
That's probably what I need to start doing. So I need to start making more custom mods. I'm about to make the breakfast mod.
По поводу линчевателя, мне уже тут День Мистики что-то говорил, то что вроде как Афраздира кому-то давал интервью, я так и не понял. Я не знаю, придет ли День Мистики потом, но что-то он такое говорил, что типа вроде Афраздира кому-то давал интервью, я что-то не могу такого найти. А по поводу линчевателя нет. Это интервью 2- или 3-летней давности. Оно старенькое. И тут в большей степени про модификацию Salvation Remake идет речь. То есть именно оригинальную 18-го года версия Salvation. Не... Фу ты. Я тут про ремейк говорю. Нет, не про ремейк. В общем, версия от 18-го года спасения. Кстати, недавно вышла... патч 1.2 для оригинального Salvation. Я не знаю, что там обновили, но кажется, скорее всего, там графику перерисовали. Почему-то. Мне так кажется. Вот. Продолжаем.
worth it.
I saw it and like my brain just stopped, and it was just that number. What was I talking about?
This one last memory.
Oh yeah, attachment to the character. So I was like,
attachment. Yeah.
I was in, I was down on myself. So I'm like, well, I don't really know how to explain myself in words, so I'll do it in writing.
Просто Моника тут выглядит как будто из линчевателя. Вот я и подумал, что про него говорят. Ну, может быть и так, но это вроде чибик версии. Как там? Вроде она незнакомая. В общем, непонятно, кто она в плане того, что... Ну, вот это Афразира. Вот это у нас Афразира. Это у нас 3-4 Моника, это вроде, тот, кто помогал рисовать по факту часть компьютерной графики по Salvation. И Моника 3.4 часто присутствует на стримах у Афразира. В плане, я не знаю, она гость или не гость, насколько знаю, там чуть ли не там с далеких времен, типа, имеется в виду. Как Дуки-Дуки ведет Афразира, вроде вот с того момента, так сказать, они вроде так... Как их назвать? Ну, ладно, знакомые, вот, имеется в виду в плане этого всего. Типа, вот, в плане такого.
It didn't start out as a mod, just like Salvation 2, go figure. It just started out as just dialogue, just writing it. And it was also like kind of like a coping mechanism. Like, what if I did Salvation but the opposite? Like, what if she died?
What if she died?
And I knew from the beginning, that's not an original concept, but I wasn't thinking of making it a mod yet. So I write it, I show it to somebody a couple months later, and they're like, yo, this is really good. It's like better than Salvation, and I'm like, what? So it kind of showed that I improved, and it showed me that I improved. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna see this through. And I still used it as a form of self-expression. The main difference that I'd like to tell people between working on One Last Memory and Salvation was Salvation I was making for the community. I wasn't making it for myself. And it's vice versa for One Last Memory. One Last Memory was made entirely for me. So, if there was anything that really didn't work for people, I didn't care. Because it worked for me. So,
Yeah.
It meant something to me, and if people liked it, that's great. If people really didn't like it, then that's okay. But it was made for me, and I was just like, yeah, let's just make it public, whatever. I don't care. I think I even used a spaghetto as like a way to get it out there, so that way it wasn't just me. At least there was like another name on there. So it's still my mod. I still consider it my mod because I wrote the thing and I coded the thing too. Well, no, I didn't code the whole thing. I had help, but yeah, that one was like I didn't want it to be entirely on me because I didn't want to make a full return to the DDLC community. That's not what I wanted. It was just a form of self-expression because going through a rough time or whatever. So that was the inspiration for One Last Memory. Really, it was just Salvation, but the opposite, and then self-expression. Like, oh God, what is...
Я посмотрел на обложку стрима, думал, что тут про линчеватель поставить. А прям Сайерис, спаси... А это про Сайерис, пожалуйста. Нельзя так делать. А то обижусь. Я просто не смог найти нормальной превьюшки для этого всего. Поэтому я подумал, Афразира же создатель линчевателя. А линчеватель это Афразира. Значит, все сходится. Так что... Я понимаю то, что это, как говорится, поводиться на кликбейт нельзя, но, как говорится, вот, такие дела. Вот. Как-то вот так вот.
As Yuri says, the truest form of writing is writing to oneself.
I was about to say, I was like, when you said that you were making it specifically for yourself, I was like, that is probably, in my opinion, the best way when it comes to approaching approaching mods, because like that's how I approach when I'm making Vigilante. It's like I'm not making this really for anyone else. I'm mostly making this for myself. So
Yeah.
if people end up liking it, then yeah, that's really cool by all means. But if someone's like, okay, this just looks fucking silly, well yeah, sure, but I like it. So
Yeah.
it's like people can just, it's like if you don't like it, it's like they can just move on. It's like, but I'm like, at the end of the day, I'm making this for myself. If I like it, then I feel like I succeeded.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's probably the best way to make these projects is to make it more just for yourself, make it more for yourself instead of making it for so that you need other people to enjoy it.
Yeah, precisely. Oh, by the way, for the record, Yuri's actually my favorite, not Sayori.
I just told Chad that because they kept asking. They were like, well, "Why is Sayori your favorite?" And I'm like, "Yuri's actually his favorite."
Когда полная версия линчевателя, я стал ждать. Кстати, да, надо же задать вопрос этот разработчикам. А то я все что-то как-то давно обещал, говорю, Саша, спросить. Надо посмотреть, имеется в виду, в плане этого всего. Может, Фразир где-то что-то анонсировал в плане этого всего.
Yeah, interesting.
He's like, Comey. That'll make sense.
Oh yeah. You know, Shy Girls, they're the move, man. But yeah, I've had thoughts of making a Yuri Salvation-esque kind of mod where it focuses on her, but I'm good. It's because, you know, that being said, Sayori's story and her character is something that I gravitated towards, and I enjoy writing her.
Надеюсь, ты знаешь, как я полюбил линчеватель. Ну, Саша, я это понимаю, имеется в виду. Я это понимаю, Саша.
So yeah, while she's not my favorite,
Я сейчас хочу сначала посмотреть, может, что-нибудь в Reddit есть, а потом, если что, уж лично разработчику напишу.
it's really fun to write. So you know, that's not doesn't mean that I hate her. It's just no, she's not my favorite. But yeah, you know, it doesn't have to. You know, somebody doesn't have to be your favorite, and then you don't. You know, like you can hate Natsuki, and then you can go and make a Natsuki focus mod. You know, and it's actually, you know, sweet.
Ну вот смотри, вот 7 месяцев назад выходил сообщение пользователя, типа задавался вопросом. Вопрос пользователь задавал. Как долго будет делаться линчеватель? Имеется в виду, типа, модификация состоит из 3 частей, а также демки 4 главы. Насколько это все долго будет? Работа ли, вообще идет ли работа в процессе? Вот. И тут пишет, вот 7 месяцев назад, Фразира отвечает ему. Ай, сейчас, походу, это надолго будет с этим переводчиком возиться. Чуть не очень хочет этот браузерный внутрипереводчик переводить, все это копировать надо. Так, над ним все еще делается работа, не волнуйтесь. Честно говоря, я просто не часто публикую обновления на Subreddit, в основном я публикую это все на своем твиттере. Но будьте уверены, работа над ним продолжается. Короче, на Reddit нет никакого смысла копаться с этим линчевателем, а у нас в России он заблокирован, этот XAK Twitter, так что... Короче, Саша, не знаю, я тебе только могу посочувствовать насчет всего этого. Так что, такие вот дела. Ладно, давайте дальше смотреть.
You know, it,
Слушать.
always have to be indicative of the kind of mods you want to make. But what were you gonna say? No?
I was like, oh yeah, it's like Sayori's probably like Sayori's definitely not my favorite one out of the 4, but she's definitely like up there. But it's like, but I love writing her interactions with people. So yeah, it's one of those things where you can love writing for a character, but they still aren't your favorite. Because I still love writing like all of the girls' interactions with each other, even if like Monica's my favorite one.
Yeah, and then going back to One Last Memory, it's kind of like it's focused around Sayori, but she's freaking dead.
She's
like,
she's the plot point, but she's not even here.
Yeah,
She's the focal
it's just,
point.
it's only because the idea of, you know, she's the one I was thinking like, well, it'll be my take on that kind of idea, the death of a close friend and how that affects people around you. And
Конечно, он долго делается, выпил литр Energy, а ты литр на. Ибо мод быстрее делайте. Ой, да. Саша, а тебе могу только посочувствовать. Я, конечно, тоже жду, когда сделают режиссерскую версию подмены, но не настолько, как говорится, яростно, как ты ждешь линчевателя.
when I showed, I think at the time I had a draft done and I showed my creative writing professor, and she asked me like, have you been through something like this? And I'm like, no, I've never, God forbid, I've never been through losing a close friend or a loved one to something like that. But when she asked me that and I said no, she was like, this is really impressive for somebody who's never been through something like that. And I don't want to like toot my own horn or anything. I don't want it to sound like that, but I guess it's just because I empathize a little too much sometimes. I also overanalyze, and I guess it helps in writing stuff like that because I'm able to understand how people feel, and it really kind of make a character based on those feelings. And it ends up, working out. People when I looked for feedback from One Last Memory, people were saying like, this is the most accurate like post Sayori death mod I've ever seen in terms of like how its feelings are and the reactions and the things that the MC does. Oh God, like do you know Etika?
Oh yeah.
Etika.
Of course.
Rest in peace, man. Joy-Con boys forever. Hopefully there's some in there, but there's that when he passed away, that felt like losing a friend. Because I had watched him so much, and when you watch somebody streaming, and you stream, it's weird, but you do get.
Кстати, помнишь линейку модов машин Libra? Есть ли информация о третьей части данной истории? Вот по поводу машин Libra, мне кажется, наверное, даже, скорее всего, никакой даже информации-то нету, то что по поводу этого всего. Сейчас посмотрим, есть ли Reddit хоть какую-либо. Может, Reddit что-нибудь нам скажет по поводу третьей части. Протокол Весе и так далее. Так, машин Libra. Так, полный релиз 4 года назад. Машин Libra трейлер. Так, машин Libra. Так, машин Кэнса. Доки-доки Afternight. Короче, на Reddit пусто. На Reddit пусто с этим машин Libra и машин Кэнса. То есть, типа, информация есть про это все, но а дальше все. Дальше в никуда, как говорится, идет. Просто история же не закончена, там вот и спрашиваю. Я это понимаю, имеется в виду по... Я же у продюсера смотрел прохождение, имеется в виду этой модификации. Вот, он же там тоже говорил то, что в плане этого всего, то, что, типа, было бы интересно, если там будет уже как-то точка поставлена во всем этом. Но Reddit что-то в никуда, как говорится. Тишина там по полной. Так, я на пару минут отойду и вернусь. Подождите. Так, я вернулся.
There's a connection there. You know, you get to know them. You get to talk to
Еще,
them. You get to
еще
interact
почти
with them.
2 часа.
You know, you get to know them. So when he passed away, it was like losing a friend. And you know, rest in peace. And I was able to really understand, like, and use that feeling, you know, because I wanted to express that because I didn't really know. Like, how do you express that to somebody? You know, it's hard to do that. So I use that in my writing. The scene where he calls Sayori and gets a voicemail, and like her voice answers, and he hears her voice. That was based on a video that I saw when he had passed away, where friends were calling his phone, and he answered, like his voicemail answered, and hearing his voice after he had passed on.
Видел видос о том, как я бульдог жрал? Да, я смотрел в инкогнито. Не нечего сказать. Типа, я не любитель острой пищи. Окей.
Was, I mean,
У меня еще что-то ухо заложило чутка.
it's a hard feeling to describe, but it's something that I was able to translate into writing, and I used it, and I don't want to come across like I'm using
Вроде
it,
хорошо.
you know,
Вроде
just good
более-менее.
content, you know, no, it was out of respect
Inspiration,
for,
respect, yeah.
yeah, that feeling, because, you know, that's a feeling that people probably go through a lot, but it just doesn't get talked about, and that was the idea there. You know, that's what I wanted to do there. I didn't want to come across as insensitive or anything like that. You know, I used it because I just wanted to show that this is what happens. You know, people can go through this stuff, and you know, it needs to be talked about because there's a lot of people that don't really get the chance to talk about these feelings with people. So that's why I put it in writing, because I didn't really get to talk about it. And you know, there was also other, you know, scenes where when there was a scene where there's like 3 just nameless dudes. I don't know if you remember, but they like talk bad about Sayori.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Where they're like, oh, I would have made her depression go all the way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Kermit, no.
I know, I started kind of doing the Kermit voice again, right?
I can't believe Kermit's such an asshole.
Oh my god.
But yeah, it was that was actually, you know, that's how people are. You know, people were saying like, oh, that's, you know, that's a little over the top, because it is. Like
It is. People are dicks like that.
Yes, I hung out with a lot of guys in high school, and when something like that would happen, you know, they would crack jokes like that, and I would always be like, yo, that's messed up, man. But you know, when you're around your friends, you laugh it off because you don't want to seem like the oversensitive type.
You seem like the prude.
Yeah, but again, it's, you know, it's a very high school, middle school kind of thing where you're just
Mentality, yeah.
insensitive to be funny. You know, like, haha, funny. But even then, even back then, I knew like that's wrong, like talking about somebody like that. So I put that in the mod too, because it's something that people don't really talk about. But it, you know, it happens probably more often than most people would think. So, you know, a lot of the moments in One Last Memory that happen are moments that that people go through when they lose a friend. And even the Monica thing was like, there's like a little bit of a subplot there where she's kind of still self-aware, and she's realizing the effect that her actions have on the world, the game world. You know, you can get into some meta stuff there, like, well, why didn't she, you know, do something else with the code? Why didn't she keep going with the manipulation? And, well, I mean, you know, to make a story, you kind of have to twist a couple of rules there in order to make the story work. So that's okay. That's fine.
Sense of disbelief kind of has to.
Yeah, you kind of have to suspend your belief a little bit. So yeah, with Monica, I wanted her to kind of go through like a bit of an arc where she kind of realizes that having Sayori die was worse, and like, you know, it doesn't actually help her plans in any way. It just makes it harder. And yeah, I think normally she died and then she deleted her. The idea in One Last Memory is that she doesn't, and it keeps going, and then she regrets it. That's the subplot there. I guess we can talk about that ending, huh? I remember that's what people talk about a lot, the ending. I remember people saying like it was super vague. Some people weren't too into it. Some people loved it. You know, I don't know if I want to explain it because the point of it
I feel
is
like
to not.
explaining it is kind of defeats the because it definitely felt like it was one of those you get what you take away from that ending from what I'm able
Yeah.
to see.
Yeah, it was ambiguous for a reason.
Yeah.
Elvis likes tube is asking, did MC die? I don't know. What do you think?
Hey, you make your own hypothesis on what you think happened at the end.
It's an easy way to be a cop out. It can feel like a cop out in some ways. But it's easy to assume because in the CG, she's got a halo, she's got angel wings, and he's also got angel wings. The background is very ethereal, blue clouds. Blue clouds, what the hell? Blue sky, white clouds. You know, it's that's the implication. But honestly, you can think otherwise, and you can think that it's just a dream, and it still works. So really, you can think whatever you want about that.
That's
her
her.
scene there.
You could think that that's her comforting him and him accepting her, quote unquote, comforting him and him accepting that she's gone.
Yeah.
And that's
I will
just
say
like-
this though, a little bit of a more meta thing here. Let it affect your idea of the ending or not. All of the assets used in that specific scene, and there's only just a couple. The nighttime bedroom, the nighttime walk, and then Seoi's bedroom at night. Those are all assets from the original Salvation. That's all I'm gonna say about that. But I've had some people say that it actually affects how they see the ending once they learn that. So, you know, there you go. But you know, One Last Memory as a whole, in terms of its development, was a very, very pleasant experience. It was so fun. Because it was just me and I believe Agent Gold is the name he goes by. And he helped me with the coding. I think he was able to kind of really have some fancy effects going on. We had like some blinking animations. Of course, this was before MPT. So, you know, I'm sure all that is possible now. But this was, you know, we had blinking animations, different expressions, expressions changing in between dialogue. You know, little quality of life changes there. We had the colored text boxes. It was a it was so, like, compared to Salvation's development, it was a breath of fresh air. And it was fun the whole way through. And it was one of those things that was like, it made me realize, like, you know what, like, if I ever did this again, at least I know that it would be fun. Because I know how these things go now, I know how I'd be able to handle things now, and I'd probably be able to have a good time if I ever did it again. So, One Last Memory is still, I still love, I still adore how that mod came out. I love how everything came out, and it's such an opposite feeling from Salvation, where going back to Salvation hurts me physically. I'm like, bah! When I see some of those lines. But with One Last Memory, I love going back to that one and seeing people react to it. And it's a shame that it's as underrated as it is, because it is. People do not talk about this one.
Yeah, they definitely. Which is weird because arguably, I feel like this one also, One Last Memory also kind of started a trend of the mods that take place after Sayori dies.
Really?
There's a lot of those too, and
I thought that there were a lot before One Last Memory.
I think it's a concept that grew after One Last Memory, but it was a concept a lot of people had, but never went anywhere really with it. But then it was like, I feel like One Last Memory, I'm not gonna like it was like the main, it wasn't like the other one where, it wasn't like Salvation where I could definitely point to that being the start of the whole MC walking in the hanging. I feel like One Last Memory probably assisted in the jumping of a lot, like the boost of a lot of those mods. Because, I mean, if anything, I guess attributed to why One Last Memory is so good, it's like, I'm a little hesitant to play mods that follow that same exact formula, just because I feel like One Last Memory kind of did what I expected to be handled with it, to where it's like, I don't know if I want to play something like it again.
Yeah.
And then I'm just kind of sitting there like, this is just like what I did with this. Like.
Yeah. And that's why I'm a firm believer of an idea can be overdone to hell and back, but it's more about execution. Because like there's so many ideas, like in movies people are doing the same ideas, but execution is what really makes it entertaining or makes it good, engaging. Tropes like Emperor King of MTK just said, tropes are not bad. If anything, they can help, because it can help a reader kind of get familiar with the kind of story you're telling. And then there's also nothing wrong with them comparing it to other works, because that can also help you improve. That can be used as a form of criticism. As long as you know how to take it, and as long as they do it right too. So it's a very it's a weird line to cross there, with the whole overused ideas thing, because like you said, the Sayori post Sayori death thing, that's a lot harder to do when something has already been done well enough to where players don't really need it. They don't see a reason to play anything like it. Like you have to be die hard for that kind of concept to play.
You have to really
more
love
of that
concept.
Yeah, because I feel like it's more because it's a heavy concept, and it's not like something where like salvation, the idea of salvation can kind of go a lot of different ways. You can have the same kind of concept of salvation, but then not have Monica be self-aware, and then kind of take a more slice of life side stories kind of approach. Or you can have the same concept, but then make it with Yuri, make it with Natsuki, make it with Monica.
Or hell, Sayori doesn't even have to die.
Yeah, you can do it with different, ways. It's all about execution. As opposed to with something like the Sayori, post-Sayori thing, where you can do that, but you have to do something very different now to really make it something that's worth playing.
That's kind of my issue. It's like I kind of need, if I were to play a mod like that again, I feel like they would have to present a very like unique idea to that to that concept to make me be like, okay, I'll play this. I'm curious to see where this goes now.
Here's an idea for anybody who's looking for one. You can take it. Do like a what's the thing with it? It's like Konosuba, that genre of anime.
Isekai? Did I say Isekai?
Yeah, that.
What is
Do
it?
that. Yeah, do that where she dies, and it's the same story beats, but then something crazy happens. MC gets transferred to a different world, and she's there. And it'll be like a big reunion, but then they're gonna try to figure out like, how did we get into this world?
Yeah.
And you can do something with that. That's
what I
unique
think.
already.
That's what I think I wanted people to do. I wanted like more mods to be, if you want to take place after Sayori's death, how about make it that the main plot isn't that she died? Like make it that there is a side plot, but one of the points is dealing with Sayori's death. It's like I feel like it shouldn't be the main focus anymore, because I feel like a lot of people have already done that and been through that. That's I feel like that'd be a unique thing.
There you go. There's an idea. If anybody wants to hop on that, good luck. Let's see. But yeah, honestly, really don't be afraid to do an idea that's already been done before, because you never know. It can end up being one of the best of the best in that, little genre there. There's a lot you can do, and I was, for a while, honestly, I was under the impression that everything that could be done in this game has already been done. And maybe that's true.
And then it's a lot of people say that. I think I even thought that at one point, and then people consistently prove me wrong, and I'm like, well, I guess that is true.
I've been proven wrong too. Yeah. And maybe to an extent it's true in terms of maybe just the ideas, but you can do a lot characters.
You just gotta get
like,
creative.
if you want to completely change up, don't even make it about what the original was anymore. Just use the characters and put them in a wacky situation.
Those are some of my like favorite cause like that's really all you gotta do. It's like if, as long as you keep the characters the same, all you gotta do is put them in a weird ass situation, and it will probably make for a good story.
Yeah, I've seen I knew a guy that, I don't know whatever happened to this. There was one where he was just like, okay, but what if they transferred to Imperial Japan in 1942?
Oh yeah, that got canceled.
That was a thing?
Yeah. Well, actually, no, not that. No, I'm thinking of another one that I probably should not bring up on stream.
Oh god.
It was about the girls getting transferred to something, a very dark part in history, and it was like, I think it got like instantly shut down with the subreddit though, because everyone was like, what the why?
Was it taking place during any point in America's history between the 1910s and the 1970s?
It was more of the other part of the world's history, not truly America. It was a Vietnam. I think it was taking place like.
Oh my god!
Yeah. I think we'll just leave it at that. I was like, no, that's not good. We should not do that. Now you're going a little too out of the box. You're going in a different box that we shouldn't even open.
Monica, the trees are speaking.
It's a box we shouldn't even go in. Let's just leave that box alone. Yeah.
Oh,
But yeah,
God.
definitely. Like, you think outside the box. Like, of course, like I said, my mod is probably the one that my whole goal was just to keep them in character. And I was like, they go to school. School happens in Persona. This might work, but then I also didn't want to make it fully, okay, but now it's Persona. So it was like, okay, well, I'm gonna make it my own type of story. And now, if anything, it's more like Spider-Man than Persona.
Spider-Man.
It's more based off that than Persona half the time. I'm getting more
You've seen
inspiration.
you've seen the movie. Have you guys seen the movie?
I have not seen the new movie yet.
Oh my god, have you been able to avoid spoilers?
I've been spoiled by like one thing, but it was something that I was kind of like, okay, I figured. But then more people have told me there's still so much shit in that movie that one thing I was spoiled about ultimately doesn't even matter that much. So
Okay.
I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
well that's good. So I still have a reason to watch it, and I haven't been spoiled
movie's
about
a
anything
blast.
else. Yeah,
The movie's a blast. You gotta see it when you get the time.
definitely.
I won't spoil it. I will not do that. I'm not that kind of man.
That would be the worst first guess. They just spoiled Spider-Man for me.
I guess we were talking about you said like kind of like how Salvation kind of started a trend a little bit. Since I left the community, I have no idea. Like, I kind of have an idea, but honestly, I have no idea to the extent of how much, of an impact that mod had on people. And
Every-
the mods that are made.
Every time I see people like, because it's the modding subreddit, so you always got new people showing up and wanting to play more mods or asking like, because ever since I think DDLC Plus, the community has been more loud because people have been joining more, or people have been coming back. People have been coming back, and more people have been joining. So such have been having people ask like, what mod should I play, and all this other stuff. And if people ever say Sayori, or if they ever say like, or if it was like, Salvation is always at least somewhere in the comments. When it comes to like a Sayori focus mod, or even sometimes not even Sayori focus. Sometimes people just say like, what's a mod for me to play? Salvation is usually brought up.
Wow, that's pretty cool. I had no idea.
It's
Wow.
definitely one of the popular ones.
That's awesome. In a really weird sort of way, but yeah. Why not one less memory though?
Yeah, then you get the really based ones that are like, play one last memory, but those are very, very few. I barely see people recommend it, which is kind of upsetting.
I will say, I think I'm kind of glad that it didn't blow up as much as Salvation, because I was afraid of the same kind of feelings of anxiety kind of eventually kicking in, saying like, wait a minute, like I don't deserve the praise, I don't deserve all that. I've eased up a little bit now I'm kind of like, wait, I kind of want people to play this. But
Wait, talk about it, guys.
but it's still more like I don't want to be like super popular or anything. It's not for me. I don't like really being in the spotlight. That's not my thing. Kind of freaks me out a little bit. But it would be nice for it to get more appreciation because I really enjoy making it. And I mean, I guess the little praise that it does get. I mean, well, no, I'm not saying it gets a little bit. It gets a lot. Just not as widespread. It's nice. Like it's really nice to see people that loved it, people that consider it to be one of their favorites. And it's weird. It becomes a lot more meaningful when it's less people. And I don't really know how to explain that. It just kind of is. But yeah, that's I guess that's one last memory. That's really all I had to say about that one. I don't know if the chat has any questions regarding that one specifically.
Do you guys have any one last memory specific questions? Or if you guys like... Have you ever heard of this? I have not. Never played it. Never played One Last Memory.
Oh, here we go. There's a question. Brownie Maker asks, I was wondering what your inspiration was for the scene near the end. Oh god, the chat's scrolling. The chat, how do I stop? Oh. Sorry. I was wondering what your inspiration was for the scene near the end with the trail of flower petals leading towards Siri's house. It seems my personal favorite. Well, roses are my favorite flower. And look at my profile picture. It's Komi-san with a rose. So, roses are my favorite flower. Absolutely. That was, I mean, the rose was a symbol throughout the mod. I wanted it to be because, it was my mod and it was, my way of expressing myself. So, rose was just a symbol that I kind of wanted to have in there. So the trail of flower petals kind of represents, because in the mod it's implied that Monica left the rose for Sayori. So the flower petals it's not as deep as probably as it might seem. It was just kind of Monica kind of leaving the breadcrumbs for him to follow, so she can get him to where he wants to be, to where she wants him to be. So it's sorry if it's not as deep as you probably maybe wanted it to be, but yeah, that's just that's the extent of that. It's just a symbol that I really enjoyed using, and it's just there. That's what it is. Elvis asks, where's the second to last memory? Coming in 1942. Okay.
It's actually coming next month, February 30th.
Oh yeah. That's a much better joke than what I say. Alright, what are some of the things you learned to creative writing class that you apply to One Last Memory? Scene descriptions, character interactions, and internal dialogue. Internal dialogue was a thing that creative writing taught me and was able to implement into One Last Memory. If you directly compare Salvation's writing style to One Last Memory, there is a clear difference between the two. And it's that is what I learned from creative writing. It's hard to kind of pinpoint the exact improvements that I made because I don't remember, I forgot, but it's one of those things where, I kind of just do it. I don't really think about it. So, but what I can think of off the top of my head would be, character interactions, internal dialogue, and describing things is what I improved on the most, thanks to my creative writing class. Let's see. What made you come up with the idea for it? I said it at the beginning. What if it was Salvation, but the opposite? That's it.
Reverse.
Yeah. Okay, so back to this guy's question. I remember this question. Emperor Kim of MDK. My favorite scene in One Last Memory. The Yuri scene where he talks to Yuri and she kind of says everything that she's experienced, like what Sayori taught her. She starts saying how always taught me to be the best version of myself, and it's important to love yourself and all that. And that was my favorite scene to write. That one made people cry, and I think I even was like getting emotional writing it. It's like, this is my own writing. What the hell is happening to me? But yeah, that one I enjoyed writing that one a lot. That one was my favorite scene for sure. Let's see. I love Komi-san. Mario 649, you're the GOAT. All right. If gave you a rose right now, would you turn into a god? Yes. Let's see. Elvis says the trail of flower petals shows the path to the afterlife. Yeah, I guess that works. I didn't come up with that.
There you go.
Use that. There you go. Not really DDLC related, but I have to ask, Shuku or Shoko? I mean, look at my freaking profile picture, dude. Who do you think? Let's see. I've got one more question. How do you see yourself going forward after all your writing so far? Well, if you remember, in Salvation, I made a little note at the end saying that I was going to pursue other interests. I'm doing art now. That was the other interest. It took me a while to kind of realize that art is something that I've actually really wanted to do. But I started art, and that's kind of where I see myself going, you know. In terms of my hobbies, obviously I'm going to college, I'm studying clinical lab science, probably going to just be, you know, either a lab scientist or work in forensics, still figuring that part out. But in terms of my hobbies, it would be, you know, writing is always going to be there. I think I've done enough to where I'd probably be a little rusty if I gave it a shot now, but maybe making my own, like, comic series, maybe? I don't know. Obviously, I'd have to get better at art and then kind of figure out how to turn that into writing, kind of put those two together. But yeah, that's really where I see myself going there. Let's see. He said Shosuke. I mean, he's cool. He's just a guy, Komi. He's alright. Was it hard to write some of the scenes for One Last Memory? Honestly, no. Other than maybe the Yuri one where I did get, you know, a little bit emotional or whatever. No, it wasn't, because I was just expressing myself. You know, it was just putting my feelings in writing, and that's all it was. It wasn't difficult. It wasn't hard. It was just, you know, putting my feelings on the paper. Let's see. Is MC dead or is he alive when Monica made Trail? Not gonna answer that. That's up to you.
Answer that.
That's up for you to decide. Let's see. That's the second version of that question. Wait a minute. Did I go up, or are people asking questions again? Oh, people are asking questions again. Okay, I'm getting confused.
Alright, chat. You guys got 3 more.
Alright, three more. Okay, so let's see. I see a few here. My favorite mod. Ooh, that's an interesting question.
Moёm.
Because I've only played 3. 2 of them are my own.
So, what's the only mod you've played?
Blue Skies.
Bro, Swampert.
Yeah. That was being developed in tandem with Salvation, so it was we kind of became like buddies in that regard, you know. And yeah, it took like twice as long to come out, but
Yeah.
you know, we became good friends over the course of that development. My name is in the credits, you know. I helped out with the mod a couple times.
I think I did point out when your name was in the credits when I saw it. I think I also saw my name in the credits, and I was like, oh my god, there's me. Like I said, there's Gizzy.
You know, it felt like that one, you know, that little, I looked over to the stream and I saw somebody ask, do you see that small vent on the floor?
Oh my god.
Ding, 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 ding. Alright. Let me see. So, Blue Skies was, I didn't do much. I kind of helped correct a couple lines in the code, but I guess it was enough to earn my name in the credits. So yeah, you know, it's nice to kind of be associated with that project. And
I mean, all I did was play the demo, and I apparently was enough to get in the credits.
you know what? I lied. That's not true. It's not. I played The Brand New Day in its infancy. I played Monica After Story in its infancy, and then I played Rain Clouds in its entirety. So it modding. I played those 3 mods, and I guess that's why I don't really consider it part of the group, because you know, I the only mod that I played after making a mod was Blue Skies. That was
I mean, they count, because I mean, rain claws didn't really change anything. And Brand New Day, that's just the old version of a mod.
Yeah,
So.
but then back to the original question. Then my favorite mod, I mean, it's Blue Skies. Man.
I was just say, I was like, well, then, if only that is, you're making rain clouds fight blue skies. It just feels like a bear fighting a little tiny rabbit. Like, like obviously,
Yeah,
blue skies
it's,
are gonna win that.
Yeah, the Yuri route is some of my favorite content that, like fan content that exists. I love the Yuri route in that mod. I just love the way it's written. And I think it's because it also, like, I don't think it's something that I can do. Yuri's my favorite. She is one of the most difficult characters to write. And that's just me. I don't know if it's just because of the way she speaks. I don't know if it's just because of her personality, but oh my god, she's hard to write. I'm not sure why.
People definitely, yeah, everyone's got like their struggles when it comes to writing people when it comes to writing them. Because sometimes you don't want to fall into you don't want to Flanderize them, where you're like, where you make it where it's like, ooh, Yuri's just shy, can't speak girl, right? Like she can't even form a sentence, and it's like not all the time. Yuri's been able to talk normally, guys.
yeah. It's like, imagine if I started writing her like Komi, like that'd be weird.
Yuri just physically just does not talk to anyone.
Yeah. Let's see. This isn't a question, so I'm not gonna count this as part of the 3, and I've got 2 more. But it's just one of the things that got me in the last scene for One Last Memory was the music. Honestly, don't know why, but it did. That is from one of my favorite animes called Girls Last Tour. Fully recommended. Holy moly, it's beautiful. The best way I can describe it. It's beautiful, you know, like sadness or beautiful hopelessness. It is just the feelings that show gives me is like unlike anything else. It's crazy. I love the way that show made me feel. Highly recommended. So yeah, that's where that music came from. Let's see. Here's Rodit's question. I know Rodit, and he's asking, when DDLC Plus came out, what are the similarities, if there were any, you found between the side stories and your mod? I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I did not play the side stories.
Oh yeah, he already told me that.
Not saying they're bad. It's personally just it's not my thing. Here's a little fun fact about me. I don't like visual novels. I know. It's
So I
crazy,
made a
right?
mod of a visual novel, right? But I hate
And I
visual
made
novels.
And one of my favorite forms of media is one, which is Katsuo Shoujo. But as a whole, I don't like them because I get bored. I guess because like it's like I can appreciate the music, I can appreciate the pictures and all that, but I can't. I've got a short attention span. You know, I can't. I gotta be playing something. I gotta be, you know. There was a funny like GIF that I've seen where it's somebody like playing on a controller, and it's like visual novel fans when playing mashing A for 60 hours.
Bro, I gotta get in there.
Yeah, it's just more. It's not that they're bad. I'm sure that there's great ones that I'm missing out on. It's just not my thing. And when I found out that the side stories weren't really anything that I liked from the original, like the glitches, the spooky stuff.
If your favorite thing was the horror, then yeah, you won't really like the side stories. They're more for if you just enjoy the characters, which was something I really liked about DDLC.
And then going back to Rodit's question, the similarities that I found between Salvation and side stories was honestly way more than I expected. A lot of like the interactions that they have is very similar to my idea of those characters as well. And that's why I kind of didn't really feel the need to play it, because I felt like I had already done that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, not the exact concept, obviously. It's completely different concepts, but the similarities where, with the characters, their interactions, is something that, like, well, I don't really see a need to go back to this because I've already kind of experienced it myself. I wrote it. So the similarities specifically would be, the slice of life stuff, them kind of growing closer with each other. Like that's all stuff that I found similar, and kind of contributed to the reason why I really haven't really bothered checking them out. The only one that I did check out was the Monica and Sayori one, which is was pretty good, but I kind of really didn't see a reason to keep going. Again, not saying they were bad. I'm sure they're great.
They are.
It's just it's not my thing. Maybe I'll check it out when I really want to, and I miss the game and I miss the characters. But it's hard to miss the characters when
They keep being here. Go away.
yeah, and then obviously I've written for them for so long, just kind of always there. So yeah, and then more on the meta side of things, I actually had to talk to one of the legal team. I believe his name is Midhost. Because there was a little bit of an issue. Like, okay, wait a minute. Because in the side stories, there's they call themselves Team Salvation. And I was like, uh-oh.
There's the lore part of Plus. There's like these little documents. Yeah, and they're called Team Salvation in the thing. So I was like,
I actually had to talk to Midhost about any potential because people who don't know are gonna look up Team Salvation. They're just gonna look that up. My mod's probably gonna show up, or they'll put DDLC Salvation.
Yeah, Salvation.
My mod shows up.
Like, uh-oh.
So yeah, I had to talk to Midhost about that, saying like, hey, what am I gonna do? And he's like, nothing. Just make sure that you kind of clarify that you're not associated with Team Salvato at all, to avoid any legal things. I am not affiliated with Team Salvato, guys. If that wasn't clear already.
What? You got on this interview only because of this. Get him out of here.
It was kind of like a little bit of like a smack. I was like, huh? I was like, Team Salvation, huh? What? Because Salvation had always been something that I associated with me. So seeing it in an official capacity was really weird. I was like, oh no. I was like, I honestly got a little scared. I was like, wait a minute. What if I start seeing plot points that are exactly from my mod, and it's like, uh-oh, did they steal? But it's like, nah, that didn't happen. It's just a coincidence. But yeah, there you go. That answers that question. So I guess that leaves one more, right?
Yeah. Wait, before you answer that one though, there was something you were talking about. You said you were playing the side stories, and you were like, because the fact that you say that makes me feel like a lot of people had that view. Because I know I did when we were playing the side stories. Me and Monica were. It was like we were seeing them interact and stuff, and there were so many times where I was like, oh my god, we wrote them correctly. Where I was like, oh my god, I did that right. It was really I guess nice to have some weird confirmation to be like, oh my gosh, I actually have the characters right. To see them actually act the way you expected them to.
Yeah, I never know how to explain that to people, but you put it exactly right. It was cathartic to kind of see okay, Dan had the exact same idea that I had with his characters. There were a couple weird little things that I wasn't expecting. Yuri kind of being blunt.
I think everyone says that, because I was about to say that too. Yuri's bluntness, I was not expecting. But it's
that
so
one was
good.
Weird. But yeah, I've heard that one works out. And little details, their favorite ice cream flavors. Natsuki being like a BuzzFeed quiz taker nerd, whatever.
Fucking, she has hentai. It is confirmed that she. Yeah, she.
Written hentai, isn't that?
She's written fan fiction, but at one point in the club, Sayori's looking through her collection, and Sayori's like, "What's this one?" And she's like, "Wait, Sayori, don't read that one." And she it's very heavily implied that Natsuki has very adult manga.
Now that's funny.
So it's like, oh.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And then I guess Monica not really being the confident girl that a lot of people really thought she was. She's kind of she struggles a lot with that. And that self-confidence. Yeah, and
it was always hinted at in the base game, so it's really cool to see it
was good. So there's stuff to like there, and you know the little details. And so I look forward to. I say I look forward to it. I'm not gonna check any of it out, but I hope that people are able to do more with that now that there's more to work off of.
I have been just having a field day with the design stories after reading them. So I've been like, oh my god, I'm just like after hearing it, I think that's why I've been making more like little custom mods on my channel, because I've been sitting here like, well, now that I know all this shit, I can make so much like stories and stuff with these characters. Now that I can like fully know, now that they've been fully fleshed out.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that it exists, but I guess I could have wanted more. I don't know. I guess more. You know, like I guess the patina had been being teased for years, and then finding out that the only new content that we got after all those years was just slice of life stuff. I mean, it was a little disappointing.
I mean, I think it was the way it was. The problem could definitely have been people overhyping it, because from what I can tell from what Dan was talking about, the main point of DDLC Plus was just to port the game to consoles. Like, it was just supposed to be a DDLC port, but now people can play it on the console. So it feels like the side stories were supposed to just be extra little pieces, because he even says it's a thank you to the community. So it feels like the side stories were really just supposed to be extra little bits of content for us to have. It's like a beach episode.
Yeah, basically, which is also interesting, because DDLC was supposed to be a satirization of the genre. So it was kind of weird to kind of see him kind of fall back on that and just be like, you know what, here you go, you get a real one.
I think it was because it was like he sees how many people started treating them like actual anime characters. So he was like, well, fuck it, I mean, see what happens.
Yeah.
Go with the flow.
Alright, so one more question, right?
I think one more.
There even is one. Wait, hold on.
Everyone's just talking out.
Let's see. Okay, there's this one. I'll answer this one. What aspects do you think makes a good/bad DDLC mod? Yeah, I can talk about that. Characterization is probably something that can really make or break a mod for me personally, but I'm sure a lot of other people can agree with that.
Me.
Exit music. While I never played exit music, I heard summaries of exit music, and I heard how people talk about it, and the mischaracterization of the other characters is like, I understand wanting to make them different, but there is, for me, in my opinion, there is such thing as making them a little bit too different to the point where it's just jarring to see them do things that you never would have expected them to do. Like I guess an example that I can be is like, so Yuri in the side stories was shown to be super into D&D, right? Screw it. Somebody can make a mod where she's super into video games, and it kind of still wouldn't really be too out of place, because she's kind of already into that sort of genre.
Yeah.
Especially if the video games are stuff like Dark Souls,
Skyrim,
Zelda, Skyrim. That works, but it's not like, it's still something different that you're doing with the character. There is such thing as doing too much, and then it gets to a point where it's just jarring and it's just weird, and
now
it takes you out
a
of the story.
whore. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
If you want to do something with that concept, maybe do a build up to something like that. Maybe build up to it. Don't just if you just switch it up cold turkey like that, it can be very jarring and really immersion breaking. There's not, a lot of people can enjoy that. I'm not saying it can't be enjoyed by people. People can, they like that stuff. But that's one thing. The super obvious answer would be writing. If your writing sucks, it's going to turn off a lot of people. I know for one that broken grammar can really take people out of a mod. Especially typos. Good God, Salvation's got a lot of those. I remember a specific one because when I was reading, or when I was watching a playthrough of it, it made me cry with laughter. Instead of her arms, it said hair arms. And it killed me, man. And was like, how did I let such a bad typo slip? But it was hilarious, and I think that was the time when I realized, you know what, I'm learning to laugh at my own work, at my own mistakes, because that's what you got to do, man. But it's really immersion breaking because it can be imagine a super serious scene, and then you have a typo where it just says like instead of pool, it says poop. It's gonna destroy
She
immersion.
dives into the poop. Uh-oh.
Yeah, so it's gonna be like it's one of those things where you gotta be you honestly have to take the time to really polish that stuff out if you want people to get immersed in your story because it can take you out. Let's see. In terms of DDLC mods, the overuse of jump scares can also affect
making a horror mod. Yeah.
Horror mods are hard to do. I will
Yeah.
say that. Because it's hard to do things that are new, and it's also really hard to subvert expectations. Especially when you're making mods for an already horror game. So I would say, honestly, either just like don't do the loud noise, flashing image kind of thing. Maybe stick to, if you want to do horror, stick to stuff that's more subtle. Have some static show up on the screen, have a little bit of interference sound effects come up. Stuff that's subtle that can be like, whoa, but it won't take somebody out because they're like, oh, another jump scare, well, whatever. That would be like one of the things that can make and break a mod. They also asked, I guess, the good parts of a mod. I mean, just take what I said,
Do the opposite.
make it good. Do the opposite. Yeah. Yeah, because you don't have an over reliance on new music, new art, stuff like that, because that's hard. And yeah, people are probably gonna there's some people that are super critical, like, oh, if this doesn't have new stuff, I'm out.
Don't listen to those people.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Those people
Make
are
the story you want to make, and there's also a lot of assets that are available for the community to use. Don't be afraid to use those. Make the story that you want to make. Just make sure that you give it time. Don't rush it. Don't and then once it's out there and you get criticism, you can learn from that, and don't get discouraged when people really don't like it, because that happens. Not everyone's gonna like your stuff.
There's gonna be somebody out there who'll like it.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess that's really it on that. So now what?
That's a good question. I mean, how long? We've been going for 2 hours and 22.
That's a pretty decent. I don't know. I kind of got everything off my chest there. Talked about side stories. Talked about mod.
Got all the questions answered. That's a pretty good. That's pretty good.
I guess the only thing really would be talking about like the future, but I'm just drawing. You guys want to follow me on Twitter?
Yeah, you can
Give me a
plug
follow.
you can plug your Twitter and everything.
Oh, can I? Can I?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, go ahead.
Woo! Okay. Wait, hold on. I'm not the best yet. I'm not the best artist yet, but I'm trying to be. I'm practicing. Give me like 2 years. Hopefully I'll be better. Yeah, I did make that's true. I made a fan art for Salvation. That's something that was like a dream of mine. I've always wanted to make fan art for Salvation though. Where do I put it, in the chat?
Yeah, you can put. Yeah, because I just turned off link protection, so Sayori-ban shouldn't kill you if you put it in there.
There we go.
Yeah.
There I am. I think.
Oh wait, that's.
That's just Twitter. How do you?
I got it. That's just the fucking Twitter homepage. That's Twitter. So.
Well, that's step 1.
Yeah.
In case you don't know how to use Twitter.
Yeah, first you gotta go on Twitter.
Okay. Hold on. Let me see. I don't do this often. That's why. I'm so sorry.
I sent it, but you can send it again if you want to.
Oh, you did? You posted it?
Yeah, I posted your Twitter, but you can send it again if you want.
Okay, that's all good. Yeah, so, when I made my own Salvation art, it was, that was fun. It felt really nice. It wasn't the first time I'd done it. I'd done this a time before, but, it's
They're chat to everybody who shows up on the stream.
Yeah, they're chat.
Alright.
They don't have any other names.
They don't go by anything else. They're
It
chat.
feels like they're all like one collective soul. you
They
know?
are.
Like,
They just don't agree with each other sometimes, and sometimes there's intermingling, and then that's when the Sayori bot has to show up and tell them stuff.
yeah. So yeah, I appreciate the follows, guys. It's really nice. I don't post. And expect to see a certain character on your timelines. I do not hold back when I start retweeting Kobe art. So hopefully y'all don't have a problem with that. Which I'm gonna take this opportunity now. Watch the anime. Watch it. Everyone in this chat needs to watch it.
Does that include us?
Yes, it does. You're gonna watch
Alright,
it.
Zero.
Oh, COVID.
Oh,
Oh
no.
no.
Oh!
I'm good.
You can't say that. We have to say the Backstreet Boys concert. We don't want to
Yeah.
get it down.
I meant
Even if though you actually are recovering from that.
yeah, that's true. I am. Oh yeah, I didn't mention that on stream
Yeah,
today.
you mentioned it to like us. You mentioned it to
Yeah.
us before we started streaming, so yeah, I guess they didn't actually know that. Also, just for clarification, I did not make him do the interview while he was sick. I even told him that we can reschedule and everything. It was his decision.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Honestly, for anybody that hasn't had it yet in the chat, I will tell you right now. The vaccine helped with the symptoms. Made it kind of easy to deal with. The worst part, honestly, for me right now, is the lack of taste. Oh my god.
Yeah.
The inability to like taste a donut or a cookie is the most depressing experience I've ever had.
I've seen I've seen videos of people like who have it bite into raw onions and be like, no, don't feel anything, and like drink vinegar and be like, no, don't feel anything, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, it's kind of nuts. And not everyone has it. Not everyone's gonna get that symptom, but it's also not unique to COVID. You can get it when you just get a cold. You know?
Yeah, I've had it before,
Wait,
but
that-
usually mine is like weird because like I'll get it when I have a cold, but if I blow my nose, my taste will come back.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I should do that.
Who knows? Maybe something will happen.
There's honestly, I might even like kind of do my own research on that because there's things that like some cells get destroyed and those cells were related to the olfactory senses, all that weird biology stuff. There's a lot that can cause it, but it doesn't change how much it sucks. Sucks. I hate it. So I hope it goes away soon because I'm trying to get Wingstop, but like I'm not trying to get Wingstop and then have like bland wings. You know what I mean?
And you're sitting there like, why did I do this?
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go back to Salvation for a little bit because there is something that I wanted to mention. Do you remember the bad ending? Or did you ever check it out?
I do remember the bad ending, yeah. I think we did get the bad ending right, yeah.
That was like super last minute half-assed.
It definitely, you could have definitely got that
Dude,
impression.
the best way that I can describe it, I don't know if you've seen this video. I don't remember the name of the movie, but the video was like a guy like comes out, shoots him with a rocket launcher, he blows up, and the movie ends there. Have you seen? Okay, I gotta find this video. And it like it ends there, and then like there's just text that says, this guy went on to, you know, live a life or whatever, and it's just a summary of the characters because I guess they just ran out of budget.
О, ты
I
что?
was this
Это
close
еще,
to making
еще
it
1 час
exactly
5
like
минут
that.
примерно. Ладно.
Line of text saying,
Переживем.
the club ended and they're all sad now, you know, because it was just so like I was like, you know what, we gotta have a bad ending, we gotta have one. But problem is I don't remember the movie. Let me see. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find this. Just take my word for it.
Sounds amazing.
But yeah, it was one of those like super low budget movies. I wish I could remember the name, but I was thinking of of doing something like that. But yeah, the bad ending was, you know, she shoots herself, that whole scene, really, actually, I didn't really get to talk about that, did I? That whole scene where she has a gun.
Yeah.
It happens to be a World War II gun.
Yeah, that gun. If I remember, like, anyone's negativity, or at least anybody's problems, including me, if anyone had any problems with Salvation, it was usually that scene. Because they were like, that one just kind of boosted out of nowhere.
I'm gonna defend myself here.
Oh.
That was not written by me.
Okay. Gonna defend myself was not my problem.
I had to fix it. It was way worse before.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
The guy that wrote it is a gun nut.
Oh.
Not gonna lie, those are like the people, like, I have like a rant about like gun nuts because for some reason I can just mention like a gun or something and be like, I don't really care, it's a gun. And they'll be like, well, what gun is that? I need to know all the specifications. And I'm sitting here like, it's a pistol. Like, what? You need me to tell you like all this shit? Like, it's just a like. They'll be like, this guy doesn't know all this stuff about the gun. I'm like, I don't. It's like, what do you want me to do?
I'll tell you this right now. I'm one of those.
Yo.
I do like them, but I will not get on somebody's case if they don't know the weapon.
That's
Because
all I
honestly,
ask.
I don't know all of them either. Like, you know, like somebody can mention, oh, this is a 6 Sauer 45. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. You know, if it looks cool, it looks cool.
Yeah, that's all. It's like, come on, man.
You know, most of the ones that I know are just because of video games, and usually because I played a lot of Call of Duty. So it's the ones that everybody knows: the 1911, the M1 Garand, the AK-47, MP40, MP5. You know, the really, you know, I know those and I recognize them, and I call them out when I see it. But like, it's freaking Call of Duty, man. Like, you know, there's a lot of people that like act like they know everything just because they play Call of Duty.
Yeah,
And
it's
it's
like,
like,
God.
no, I like guns. I live in Texas. How can I not? But it's you know, I'm not super crazy about them. Where I'm like, you know, if somebody calls like if they just call the gun a wrong name, or they call it whatever, just like, oh, this is a pistol. I'm not gonna be like, well, actually, this is the.
Like, that's a rifle. They're like, oh, Zero, it's actually it's still a rifle.
Yeah. Like, people get really pissy about like AR-15s. You know, when people say like, oh, that's an AR-15, and then they say like, oh, AR-15. You know, I don't even know what the hell's up with that. A gun is a gun. It shoots, whatever. But back to the Salvation stuff. The guy was the hardcore gun nut, and he was getting super into like, well, okay, so since they're all like, you know, Japanese, she's going to be using a Japanese pistol, and it's gonna be from World War II, and it's like, huh. And like I said at the beginning, I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to, you know, get him upset. You know, I was like, yeah, I was soft. Honestly, I was soft. If that exact interaction happened now, I'd be like, nah, this sucks. What are you doing?
No, why is she just pulling out a gun?
Yeah. So I had to make it work for the plot. I was like, okay, well, I had to make the gun fail to fire because it was old. So, you know, I kind of fixed it to work in that regard. The gun is old, so yeah, it failed to fire. But I had to do research. I was like, okay, you know, the gun is called a Nambu. It's actually a gun used by the Japanese in World War II. So the historical accuracy is there. You know, if you like that stuff, you can appreciate it, I guess. But you know, it didn't really need to be like, it was just a random detail that's like, what? Like, why is that necessary? You know what I mean? The scene would have been the exact same if the gun was just mentioned as gun. And then like, it didn't even need to be a Nambu. You know, it could have been anything, and I could have rewritten the story to be, oh, she forgot to load the gun, so it didn't work. She forgot to, you know, cock it or whatever. You know, there's a many multitude different ways that I could have done that. But I kept it because, like I said, I didn't want to hurt the guy's feelings, quite frankly. And you know, he just seemed, you know, really passionate about it. so like I was just like, oh,
Really wanted her to shoot herself with a gun.
Oh, and that was again a cool dude 34 idea. That one I just ended up keeping.
Of course, it's always cool dude 34. He doesn't
Yeah.
sound that cool of a dude, you know?
I don't want to take the blame entirely off of me. I could have done better in kind of fixing that scene to be better than what it currently is. The scene itself was his, but the fixing that I had to do really didn't fix everything about it. It still kind of comes across as like, yeah, like what are these unnecessary details? You know what I mean? It's hard to not talk about that scene and not bring up the art. And a lot of the criticism that I see for that scene in particular, a lot of people say that they didn't like the artwork. I say this because he's currently in the chat right now. And, you know, I'm not gonna like, you know, bash him for it, like, oh, you made something bad. I really appreciate what he did for me. And, you know, because at the time, artists were gone. I had nothing else left. So he was a beginner at the time, and he offered to help, and I said, yes, yeah, help me. And honestly, I really, when I saw it, I was like, you know, it's not too, like, it's not bad. You know, I think, like, you know what, it works, it's fine. Then once it got out there, and, you know, I started seeing a lot of the feedback that people were bringing, yeah, people were really saying, like, yeah, the art's kind of jarring compared to everything else that's in the mod. And, you know, he was a beginner, you know, like, you know, cut him some slack, you know, he was barely starting out. And art is hard to come by, so, you know, I feel like people were a little bit too harsh on that. At the same time,
I don't know if I really mentioned the art. I think I was more affected by the craziness of the fact that Monica just pulled out a gun more so than how she's drawn. Like, I was focusing more on the fact that she just pulled a pistol out more so than how Monica was drawn. Like I said, sometimes like people focus on the wrong parts.
yeah, and it was like, okay, you know, when I started seeing it in when I was looking at feedback and people playing through it, I was like, okay, yeah, it's a little ugly looking. Sorry, wrote it. You know, you're amazing. I love you, man. And you do great work now. He does great work now. But we all started from somewhere, and I don't want to understate the fact that you did something for me that I still appreciate to this day. You helped me get this mod finished, and you know, it's rough around the edges, but you helped me get it finished, and that's something that I'm always going to appreciate. So, you know, let me the little round of applause for the guy who wrote it for helping me out there. Yeah, so, you know, it's nice to know that, you know, he's improved a lot. And,
Сколько
but
еще?
it's
Да.
just, you know, it's a
Это еще
reminder that,
достаточно
you know, we all
долго.
start from somewhere, doesn't matter what it is.
Ну ладно.
And, yeah, it's
Подождем,
lovely,
как
but, you
говорится.
know, whose art is it? They're all
Ай, да,
starting
можем.
out, or they're all beginners.
Можем.
So,
It reminds me of my Encore CG that I did for Encore.
Так, я...
It looks really bad now. I can do much better work now.
yeah, so, you know, as long as you're able to recognize that, yeah, you did bad work before, but, you know, it helps you realize how much you've been able to improve. So it's always nice to kind of have that reminder. I do it. I go out of my way to do it. I look at my old drawing, and I compare it to something that I do, and it's like, wow, progress. You know, it's also, it's really, really fun to do that. Yeah, I remember when, I still remember watching your video, Zero, on the playthrough. I don't think I ever joined it live, but I remember watching the video and seeing, like, chat reactions to that particular scene, and, you know, some people really kind of getting out of it. I don't remember who specifically, but I remember seeing people saying, like, you know, it really takes them out of the mod, or it kind of broke their immersion. And at the time, I was like, aw. You know, I was disappointed because, you know, it's like, it sucks. it's something that you gotta face because, you know, when you throw your work out there, you gotta be ready for that stuff. And I remember kind of feeling down about it, and then I think you or Monica, I think, reached out to me, and this was on my old Discord account. This is like my second one, so I'm not gonna be able to find these messages, but you guys reached out and said, like, you know, like, it's up there with your favorites. I don't know where that stands now. You know, so many other mods have come out and probably have done a better job, but I still remember, like, Monica reached out, and I think you said that it, like, you got emotional over the ending or the Monica
Yeah,
stuff.
that was a Monica who
Yeah.
got emotional a lot in the beginning of this. Monica.
I kind of
And,
remember doing that.
I still also, in terms of where it stands now, I think I still recommend Salvation to people when they usually ask for, like, Sayori mods. I say, like, Blue Skies, Sayori are out, and, like, Salvation. Like, if they really want to enjoy, if they really want a Sayori mod.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. I appreciate that. But yeah, it's you know, being so new at the thing and being so new with everything, it was you know, new to doing something like a big thing like that. That's what I meant. It's hard. It was hard to kind of really get used to the harsh criticisms, the regular ones, and all the positivity too. It got overwhelming. You know, as I said before, I ended up just taking out the mod for a while. I was really struggling to, you know, kind of come to terms with all of that. I've been asked, would I do it again if given the opportunity? Because I think I did I think a year ago now, honestly, I made a post on Reddit asking how people would feel about a Salvation remake. And the support was overwhelming. People wanted to see one. There was a couple, I think even Zero, you said that it's not really necessary.
Yeah, I'm one of the few people. I will openly stay as the prude to the idea of people remaking stuff because I don't want the modding community to just become a bunch of remakes.
Yeah, I feel like, oh god, like you told me, like, I've started trends.
Yeah, because I've heard people be like, oh, Fruits should get a remake, and like, there's a bunch of them like, we don't need to start remaking stuff, we can just make new ideas.
Yeah. So when I did that, I was like, I went in thinking like, oh, how would the community feel? How would the community think if I did this? And I realized, no. I should not be thinking of it like that. If it's gonna be something that I'm gonna do, it's because I want to do it, and not because a community
How
would like
would
to
you
see it.
feel about it?
But yeah, how would I feel? And personally, I need to give it time. I would need to really feel like, okay, I would need to do something different for it to work, or for it to be something that I'd want to do. I would I would say this right now, I would not do a simple remaster where I just fix the grammar, fix the art, and then maybe do a couple story changes. I won't do that. I'll say right now, if it ever happens, it would be something pretty different. And I mean, that's basically, it would be something that I want to do, and not because a community, or because a community would like it. You know, because I saw it. You know, a community wouldn't really be opposed to that idea. Yeah, of course you're gonna have the few that are gonna be like, but I wouldn't care. I would do it anyway. But since for me, I don't really feel like doing that right now, it's not really something that I see myself doing. Not for a long time.
Yeah, because
And then, if I do, like you said, it would be a new idea. Kobe-san joins the literature club. There you go.
Yeah, because when it comes to remakes also, sometimes it's the problem of when you do change so much to the point where it's like, when does it stop becoming a remake and starts becoming its own thing? With Salvation, I can definitely see it working because the concept of Salvation is still just, you know, as long as it keeps the same exact concept of MC stops Sayori and then, you know, like Monica tries to, you know, it's like, as long as it sticks with that, that's definitely way more to the point where it's like, yeah, totally. But yeah, it's like you don't want like a Final Fantasy VII remake situation where things are changing so rapidly to the point where you're like, can you even call this a remake anymore? This just feels like a different game at this point.
It would be, because there's like a couple of key aspects that make Salvation what it is, and it is what you said. The MC saves Sayori, Monica's still self-aware, but she slowly starts losing control. That is one of the key aspects to salvation that makes it what it is, and I guess makes it unique. Is it's not a sudden loss of control, and it's not a complete change to where she's just not sentient at all. It's a slow, gradual change.
She starts to become desperate.
Yeah, and it makes for some unique interactions. It can make for some different things. Honestly, that's what makes salvation what it is. And then you can take that concept, do whatever you want with it, but it would still be salvation because it's got those key aspects. And then thinking about it, I would be like, the original had voice acting. I don't want to do voice acting again.
That's totally fine. That's just an extra thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't do. Yeah, voice acting was a mess. Even in the code, it's a mess. Like the slider doesn't even work for it. It's super quiet. Yeah, mess. I wouldn't do that. The little things like that, I just wouldn't do. And then it'd be like, but then that, like you said, yeah, that's extra. That doesn't really make salvation what it is. Yeah, like I said, I'd be lying if I said I haven't thought about it. But I realized I have to really make sure 100% that it's something that I want to do. Because if it's something that I want to do, I don't care what anybody else thinks. I'm going to do it anyway.
Oh, yeah.
If they say, I prefer the original, or like, the original exists, so I don't need to play this, that's fine. Whatever. I don't care,
Yeah, you do you.
Yeah, because it's going to be, that would be the main difference. That would be the key difference with salvation being made for the community. I would take the one last memory approach and make it for myself. But that's
It's a big old what if.
yeah, Marvel's what if.
Oh my god, the what if saga from the Dragon Ball games.
Oh, I don't know a Dragon Ball.
Oh no.
All I know is that there's a dragon involved, and there's some balls involved.
No, that is true.
Yeah, I don't actually know anime that well. I know Naruto and Komi. That's it.
Basically it.
That's not entirely true. I've seen a few here and there, but I'm not super avid. I'm not going out of my way to watch everything that comes out.
Neither am I, honestly. I'm not even that into anime. I've watched a few here and there, but I'm not the people who wait for the new, seasonal anime, and they're like, oh, the new fall anime came out, guys, gotta watch it.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are like that.
Yeah.
I've noticed it with when I'm looking at Komi stuff. I see a lot of people that are like, you can tell these are the seasonal anime watchers, man. You can just tell. And for me, honestly, I'll be honest, it's kind of hard to imagine, but that kind of the style of Komi is not the kind of show that I like. It isn't. But it's just the fact that I've been reading it since 2018, and reading it religiously because I just genuinely enjoy her character, and I kind of relate to her a bit. To where when the anime got announced, oh my god, dude, it was I don't know. It's the greatest feeling in the world, man. There's nothing more hype than that. Nothing. Okay, maybe, Smash character reveal, but nothing.
Oh, true.
Honestly, the last time that I got that hyped over a Smash reveal was freaking Steve from Minecraft. I still can't believe that's real.
I couldn't believe it either. I was like, oh my god, they actually did it.
Yeah, I think the last time I got
loyal
hyped
to
was
the source material.
Steve's
They've got
too
all the
loyal.
sound effects.
We all know the last time you got
No, last time I got hyped was, I think it was a Banjo, maybe? It was that guy.
Oh, Banjo was a good one.
Yeah.
Whew. That was great.
Right, Monica?
No, you're wrong.
What do you mean I'm wrong?
Mister, I almost cried at Sora.
No.
Wait, did you?
I mean,
That's the character he's wanted in the game.
from how loud I was, it was like if I continued screaming, a tear probably would have fell.
Wow, that's amazing. Going back to the idea of a remake. Like a Salvation remake. Oh my god, I would probably make people hate it with the amount of Komi references. I I don't care.
This
It's
was
gonna
just
be
a bunch of
chock-full.
memes.
Yeah.
This is just a bunch of Comey references.
Oh my god, I would have a field day with that, man. And I would have a blast. And people would hate it and criticize it to the earth for that. And I won't care. It would be amazing. Like I'll have it to be like where it starts off as like a super serious story. And by the end, it's just the most insane like thing where they're just all Comey fanatics and that's all they talk about.
That's all we're talking about. It was all a
Oh,
fake.
that would be hilarious. Oh my god. Yeah, y'all should go watch it. If there's a game that I could recommend, another quirky Earthbound inspired RPG. I don't know if it's old. It's not like Omori, but it's kind of new. It's called One Shot.
I was about to say, is it One Shot? Because I saw you playing that recently on YouTube.
Yeah. Oh
I've
my
heard
god.
of it. I've been like meaning to
I
kind
thought
of like
you were
play
gonna
it at
say,
some point.
I thought you were gonna say off, and I was gonna be like, oh.
No, I don't know what that is. But
Oh.
One Shot is it. God, I hate to compare it to DDLC because that does not do it justice. But we all remember how DDLC made us feel the first times we played it.
Yeah.
That sense of that fear, that sense of wonder of what's gonna happen next. One Shot was the next game to give me that feeling. It's that kind of game, and I'm in love with it. It's amazing, and I recommend it wholeheartedly. Like if you ever want to do something after Omori, One Shot. Not only is it like so much shorter, it honestly impacted me way more, and I think it's just because the music, the style, the gameplay. I mean, the gameplay, it's okay, it's all right, but it's the story, it's the music, and it's cheap. Well, I mean,
It's like $10, yeah.
yeah, it's like $10. I got it on the Steam sale. One of the best purchases I've made in a long time. It's an amazing game. Yeah, everybody in this chat, go play it right now. Right now, go.
It's a game that I've always wanted to play, but then I keep forgetting it exists, and then someone brings it up, and I'm like, oh yeah, that game.
I don't know if it's underrated. I haven't been around enough to really tell if it is, but
I've
I
heard
never.
people sometimes
I remember
talk
when it
about
came out. I remember when it came out. It was really like everyone was talking about it, but then like the next year, it was like kind of.
I think
no
it's
one was
just
talking about
dates. It's not new anymore. It's not as new anymore, and
Yeah.
the story that it wanted to tell was probably already done. So it was like wasn't really much else for people to really talk about when it comes to it. Like the people who played it will remember the game, but
Oh yeah.
there's nothing to really talk about with the game to really like unless you find someone else who's played it or unless someone brings it up, and then in which case you're like,
Yeah.
oh yeah.
That's how I heard about it. I heard about it from my friend, who
Yeah.
was, who really, really, really loves Nico, the cat. Which I love Nico too. He's great. I personally think he's a guy, but his gender is left ambiguous, so he can be whatever you want.
Oh my god.
But
it's just like Chris Delta.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's one thing that I just don't care to play. Undertale.
I just don't care to play.
Listen.
Understandable.
I have heard many great things. I'm sure they're great games because I personally love Earthbound and Mother 3. Those are my favorite RPGs of all time. So, naturally one would assume that the one that are like inspired by Earthbound and Mother 3, I would enjoy playing. The community is what turned me off to the game, and it's hard to really take it. I know myself, and I know it would be hard for me to see it for what it is, because I'm just gonna think of frickin' Sans all the time.
As someone who's played both of them, I feel like Deltarune's the better experience. Like,
Yeah,
because
it
even
is.
Undertale, in my opinion, has some issues that I have with it that I feel like the Deltarune fixes pretty well. So I feel like Deltarune's the better experience, and it's free, unlike Undertale. So,
Free right now.
yeah, well, I mean, the first 2 chapters are free, so it's like,
And I remember when the games came out, and if you ever said anything bad about the game,
Yeah.
oh my god, you
It
would
was
get
horrible.
destroyed, dude. And that was another thing that was like, yeah, okay, I'm good.
Pretty sure there were instances on Twitter or whatever of people trying to like cancel somebody because they went the genocide route.
yeah, people got super upset
Like, it was
just because
ridiculous.
they
Like,
would
guys,
go on a
it's like
route in
saying-
the game.
Like act like they murdered someone in real life.
I'm kind of glad Omori didn't end up like that. because Amori is the quirky Earthbound inspired RPG.
No one just talks about Amori, it seems, and if they do,
But
it's
now,
pretty...
yeah, everyone kind of just has a general consensus on the game, and like I've got my problems with it, but they're like understandable problems. They're not like, oh, I hate the game, and then I get attacked for having a different opinion.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I enjoyed Amori a lot because yeah, like I said, it reminds me a lot of Earthbound, and the wacky characters and all that. So good game. I recommend Amori too. One Shot though, oh my god, I think I enjoyed One Shot more. So take that as you will. But generally, when there's a big, massive community around something and they kind of act a certain way, I will usually avoid anything to do with that. Like DDLC, if I had joined a little later to where I saw people doing the bad stuff, I would avoid it like the plague.
Half the time, it's good to just kind of like I feel like the problem is when you entangle yourself too deep into any community. I feel like nobody should.
Yeah.
I feel like nobody should like try to glue themselves a part of a community. I feel like interacting with the community is fine, but that's what it should just stay to. It should stay to you just being like, okay, let me just look at this community a little bit, and like you just kind of you'll look at some stuff and then you'll leave and go do something else. Then it's fine. But like when you like fully enwrap yourself in a community, and this goes for literally any community, it's going to wear you out. Like you're going to just because you're gonna see all this stuff with all these people just constantly. It's like you just need to be able to just walk in, be like, oh hello, what is going on here? Okay, cool, and then go do something else. Don't feel like you're attached to it.
Yeah, definitely. And I know that's kind of. I'm not saying it's a good thing. It's a bad habit of mine to where I kind of just get overwhelmed with the community and I kind of forget to separate the game from the community. That's something that it's important to learn how to do because why are you gonna let a couple bad apples ruin a genuinely good experience?
Of course, yeah.
I'm aware of that. It's still pretty hard for me to kind of just sit down and play, like I said, Undertale, because like I said, Sans.
Sometimes things are memed to hell and back that you're like when you play it, you're like, oh god.
Yeah, and then like so that initial feeling that I would want from it is gone. Plus, I've been spoiled already. I kind of.
Oh, well then there's no point you playing it.
I do know what happens, and I do know some of the details. So it's like it's like whatever.
Yeah, that's one of the bigger issues with Undertale is that literally it's only a good game on a blind playthrough. Like if you know a lot of the stuff that happens or something, there's no point in playing the game anymore. Like the game is only special on your first playthrough, which in the time of the internet is really hard to have a game like that.
And DDLC is the same way, honestly.
Well, DDLC is similar, but I still feel like there's more you can still get out of DDLC even if you knew that because it's the fact of where it's like if someone told you like something was up with this game, you still don't know when it's gonna pull the rug under you. You just know it's gonna pull the rug under you.
It's weird how we've gone almost 3 hours and I didn't talk about my experience with the original game. That's weird. It's I remember I was it came out when September 2017, and I played the game December 2017. So a couple months. It was still new.
I was a month before you. I was in November.
Yeah. So I remember, it was God rest his soul. It was an Etika stream. He was checking out the game, and I remember it got to it was kind of going through, and I'm like, this is boring as hell, because again, I didn't like visual novels, and I'm like, but all I heard was this is a horror game, and that you kind of have to play it on your own. So I'm like, okay, fine. So I left the stream, downloaded the game, and I got through it, and oh god, Act 1 was such a drag. Oh my god.
I was like, I hear that from so many people, and I sit there and I'm like, I guess I was different or something, because I was for some weirdly into it.
What kept me hooked was thinking, okay, yeah, this is gonna go bad in some way, or something's gonna happen. I honestly had no idea. I did not expect that it was gonna go there.
Bro, I wanted to see the festival, man. You understand? I wanted to see what was gonna happen.
Yeah, I go for Yuri, naturally. You know, and there were a couple. I honestly thought the weird stuff was her, you know, licking the blood. I had a bad feeling about the knife because I'm like, oh, that's gonna be, you know, I was thinking of that. So when the scene comes up, when the music is quiet, there's no music, and you go to the thing, and the poem gets brought up, get out of my head. The feeling that I got from that was indescribable, dude. It was like, holy balls. Like, I got scared, and I'm like, oh god, what is this? And the no music was really effective there. Music kind of would have taken me out of it. The silence was perfect. So when
Еще 35 минут.
you go to the
Ладно.
house, the sense of dread leading up to that moment was like, oh my god, it was blinding, dude. It was crazy. And keep in mind, I was playing this at like 2 in the morning, lights off, it was dark, and I was like, oh my god. And I've got headphones on, and, you know, I gently open the door, the boom happens, the spook happens, I genuinely go, I gasp, and I'm like, oh my god. That was my reaction. And I was like, oh Jesus. And I remember putting my hands over my mouth. I remember I was like, oh my god, like a game has never done this to me before. It was a crazy feeling. And I got nightmares from it. I had, you know,
I think I kind of couldn't go to sleep for a bit afterwards too, cause I didn't think they were gonna cause like I was like I was outside the door. Now I was outside the door. I was sitting there like, okay, she probably killed herself. Like I was already kind of prepared for that, and I was like, the game's probably not gonna show it. I was like, they're probably gonna like cut to black and just have the implied that she died. So then when you open the door and I'm like, oh shit, like I was not expecting them to show me a hanging just body, and I was like, oh my god.
it was violent. The noise scared me. The music scared me.
The background fucking up scared me. I was like, ah.
I thought it was gonna be way worse than it was. I was going in that room thinking that like I thought she had a gun. I thought she was gonna blow her brains out with, like a shotgun or something.
Bro, salvation.
I thought there was gonna be like I was expecting to go into that room and see like blood all over the walls and stuff. So I half covered my screen because I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna see right now. And then I saw that and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Fucked up.
So, and then I'll go back a little bit. So, Sayori wasn't my favorite, but she started to grow on me a lot because, you know, how can you not, right? Like, you know, the childhood friend. I feel for that because I've got a childhood friend of my own that I'm still kind of close with. So I feel for that, and it was something that I related to, and then everything that she had been going through, I related to that too. So I was like, okay, this is the serious part. This is when things get bad. And I was like, oh, okay. So, you know, that's when I started thinking like, oh, it's going to get into mental health. It's going to, you know, it's going to start getting into all that. So when that happened, it was genuinely shocking. And it made me feel like garbage. But in the best way possible. I think maybe that was the intention. So that happens, and I love glitches in video games because they're hilarious, but they can also be kind of spooky. Like in Pokemon Red and Blue, I adore the glitches in that game because they're so, you know, there's so many, and some of them are so creepy. You know, Herobrine from Minecraft. Oh my god, I can't believe I just said that. It's in a serious voice. But when I was a kid, you know, back in 2012, you know, he had always been like, quote unquote, a glitch, an unintended line of code, and that scared me. the idea of, you know, like a somebody being there with you in a single player game is scary. But when I was a kid, I always saw him as a glitch. So, you know, I had always been scared of glitches. Of course, when I played Fallout 3, Skyrim, I was like, yo, these glitches are mad funny. So I love glitches in video games. So when it started glitching out, it was insane. I was like, oh my god, this is like, it's like this is not supposed to be happening. And knowing what visual novels were at the time, I was like, oh god, I messed up. I chose the wrong option. I reloaded. Same thing happens. More shock. I was like, no,
Why?
no.
No.
The music is something that still sticks with me to this day. There's something about it that's just genuinely, like, just, you know, now that I've made a mod, now that I made 2, and I've really just heard it constantly, it doesn't have that same effect, and I'm saddened by that. You know, I wish that I could feel that same effect again.
It's like I can appreciate the music I think more now that I've heard it. Like I feel like I can hear it and actually be like, wow, this is a nice, it's a nice song.
No, it's genuinely a nice song.
Yeah.
It's just,
But I'm not creeped out by.
Wait, what? Huh? What?
Huh?
Huh?
What?
I don't know. What happened? I thought it's like you're not creeped out by what?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I thought we finished it. Oh, I thought it was. Sorry, that was me who stopped talking. I was
Did
like.
you finish the sentence in your head? But
I guess I did.
that happens to me a lot too. It's crazy. It's like the brain keeps going, but my mouth just stops moving.
So I was like, I thought I did. But yeah, it was like the song was like it doesn't creep me out anymore if I hear like I'm not like scared when I hear it anymore. But now I'm like, you know, this is a really sad sounding. Like I can just like can appreciate how sad sounding it is. Like I'm like, damn,
Yeah.
it's kind of a sad.
It's one of my
song.
it's one of my favorite songs of the game. Yet for a while at the start, I could not hear that song because it scared me so bad. So when you know, and then so the
О!
game kept going.
Привет! Писал 6 конспектов по матишу и 48 упражнений, поэтому пришел поздно. Прости, не заметил тебя. Спасибо, что хоть написал то, что, как говорится, ты то, что ты зашел. Вот. Понимаю, в общем, соболезную тебе то, что тебе столько пришлось работы делать, но как бы, ну это техникум, это вуз, как говорится, к этому надо привыкать, к большому объему работы. Вот. Короче, сижу, смотрю в оригинальном на английском языке интервью с разработчиками Salvation. Ну, вообще, это как бы одним небольшим стримом должно было быть, но у меня там компьютер чутка накрылся, поэтому там я еще досматривал еще интервью с разработчиками также в оригинале от плодов литературного клуба. Вот сейчас досматриваю его, и будем еще смотреть интервью коротенькое там от разработчиков Мира Греза, тоже в оригинальном английском языке, другого уже автора, но вот как-то так вот. Рад тебя видеть. Так что, надеюсь, вопросов не возникнет больше.
Wait, I thought that like that glitch that happened where you're seeing the traceback in the background was like, oh god, like the game is broken. But then the dialogue kept going. He like kept saying how like, oh my god, like I'm actually seeing this right now. I'm like, oh, this is actually happening. And then
Мне еще благодарят оценок, потому что у меня должно быть аномально высокие оценки. Колонки пятерок не ниже. Соболезную. То, что у тебя родители такую высокую планку требуют от тебя.
he says like, oh,
Могу лишь только посочувствовать тебе во всем этом.
I thought that was it. I closed the game.
I thought that was it too.
I go to school the next day. I talk to my friend and I'm like, oh my god, like I see what you mean, dude. Like that was an experience. And he was like, oh, did you get to Act 2 yet? I'm like, huh? What? What Act 2? And I'm like, it's like, do you mean like the festival part? I thought that he meant like the weekend part. And he's like, no. And he kind of did spoil it a little bit, where he was like, no, did you see, you know, the game start glitching out? And I'm like, do you mean like after like when Sayori died? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, no, I closed the freaking game. And he's like, no, you gotta go back. You gotta go back. And I'm like, okay.
You gotta go back. There's so much more.
I kid you not. In my class, we like, it was like a long, one of those long classes where we had computers. It was one of those days where we weren't doing anything. I straight up downloaded it on the school computer and started playing. laptop, so I was able to continue from my laptop because I would have been.
Нет, я сам требую от себя, потому что я могу быть лучше во всем, чем у волков общества. Ну ладно, как говорится, желаю тебе удачи во всем этом.
Yeah, so the game loads up, and Sayori's gone from the menu. And I'm like, oh, what? And then my friend kind of tells me, check the game files. I check the game files. There's the text there, and it's saying like, she says this would be incredibly easy, or this would be a lot easier if I just deleted her. And I'm like, what? It was the first time that I'd ever seen something like that, where the game starts creating files. You know, and it's like, and I was blown away by that, and I was like, holy moly. So I keep going. The intro starts, Sayori's name's glitched out, and I'm like, oh my god. And then Sayori shows up, the glitch happens, ding 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 ding, and then it just skips on. And Act 2 was, oh god, it was an experience, man. And I think what actually helped Act 2 hold up, because I got DDLC Plus on my Switch, and I played through it again. Which, oh my god, why does the Switch have FPS issues? What the hell's up with that?
I didn't play the Switch version. I played it on Steam, but I do have it on Switch.
Let me tell you right now, when you're skipping through dialogue, the game
Oh,
has
I think
literal
Monica
frame
said
drops.
that.
Yeah.
She played it on Switch. Yeah, she talked about that. Yeah, she apparently can't run skipping.
Yeah, when I was going through Act...
What it'll do is it'll like, at a part where it's loading like a new background or something, it'll freeze for a second, and then it'll just keep going, and I was like, oh my gosh. Cannot handle that.
When I found out that the whole port is kind of unoptimized, like the entire script is just shoved into Unity and it just kind of reads it, you know, I'm just like, okay, you know, maybe they could have done a better job with this port. But when going through Act 1 again, I was just skipping through because I'm like, I don't need to be going through this for the 50th time. But when the freezes would happen, I remember just saying like, oh shit, out loud, because I was like, what is this? Is this new? Like, what is that glitch? It was an actual glitch. It wasn't, you know, part of the game.
There is another actual glitch in the Switch version. It might be patched out now, but when I was playing it when it came out, there's a little like bug with the home game where when you click, sometimes when you click where it's the girl's light, they'll jump, right? You know, you're supposed to jump, but for some reason, when they jump, it attempts to reset their position, but because they like don't know where to put them, they teleport across the screen. So like they would end up, they would wind up in places they're not supposed to be. I literally have a picture of it somewhere. Yuri is literally on the words. Let me see that.
Oh, that's hilarious. See, like that's funny. That's funny.
It is funny. It was funny.
But let me tell you. So when I got to Act 2 again, I was kind of skipping through just to kind of get the new content unlocked. A glitch happened that I had never seen before, and when I did my research, it wasn't the original. It just had a really small chance of happening, and it was a glitch where it was just a white screen, like it was a distorted Sayori face with a really really like wide smile, and like just the slightest like just like tone. It was just like that. Oh my god, that gave me chills, dude. Because I was like, I have never seen this before. And the face was weird. It was just a white screen. The noise like got low and then it got louder and louder and louder and louder. I'm like, oh my god. And it like actually scared me. And I'm like, okay, I admit it. This game managed to scare me again like 4 years later.
It got me
that was the only
too.
instance of that.
It got me in I think I got the one scene when I was replaying it in DDLC Plus. I got the one scene in Act 2 I don't think I've gotten before when I was playing it. When me and Monica were playing, because I was trying to skip through to get the rest of the do the rest of the stuff, and then I was like, wait, why is it like just black? And then it fucking called Yuri up on the screen with like her no eyes, and I was like, oh shit! Like I forgot about this. I was like, oh fuck!
I think that was the part where I was like, what was that?
Yeah, you were like, what was that for? I forgot that she does that in the corridor. I thought she only does that in the classroom, so I was like, oh fuck! It's like I forgot about that one.
I sent
It's
the
crazy.
picture of the glitch I was talking about. It's
her the fucking words.
Yeah, I clicked her word, and she literally went from there, went over there. She popped over there, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And then I remember not being too knowledgeable in things when Act 3 happened, and the game was just basically like torn to shreds. I was scared. There was a webcam on my computer, and when she said my computer's name, I moved away from the webcam. I got nervous. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna be to the side over here.
That thing was ruined for me when I played because the computer I played it on was like a secondhand computer. So like its name was literally just PC.
Oh man.
So Monica was like, "Is your name PC?" And I was like, "What?" No.
Yeah. That's a nice way to break the immersion of the.
Yeah,
break
I
the
was like,
illusion.
"Are you serious right now?"
You broke the game, Monica.
Yeah, when it said my name after I told the game explicitly to use not that name, it was like a I was like, oh, that's weird, that's creepy. And then Act 4, I got bored again because it was just the same old stuff, but Monica was gone, and I'm like, okay, it's gonna get weird again. And then I started noticing that the club was actually like better, and I'm like, oh, strange. And I was one of those at the beginning that thought Monica was the bad guy.
The trap
and then
people still fall into.
Sayori does the thing where she goes cuckoo, and I'm like, and to this day, I'm still kind of confused on why. Because I was like, wait a minute, like I get the whole like when you realize that nothing else is real, you kind of just wanna. She's just kind of hasty, and she just kind of wants to get to the point.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I guess you take Monica's personality into account. She's a perfectionist. She wants to do everything the best way she can. Kind of failed at that with all those glitches.
I think what I took from it, why Sayori rushes to it, is because she says she knows about Monica. So I guess she saw everything Monica tried to do and was like, alright, well, she took that long and it didn't work, so I'm just going to cut to the point and see if this can... I'm just going to cut to the point and see if this can work, and
yeah,
you know.
That's a good way of looking at it. For me, my first impression, I still remember, was how did she know that she did all that? And
Yeah, I guess.
think
That's weird.
maybe when she became president, all of the memories kind of go with you.
I suppose, yeah.
Or she was aware of it the whole time. Because remember, Monica said that she never actually deleted anybody. She kind of just hid them away.
I think she probably saw all of Act 2 and 3, yeah, just because she was still in the game, technically. So,
yeah,
I
which
think
would
she
be
still saw all
definitely
of it.
that's like a weird implication because I guess it means that she wasn't really dead.
Well, none of them ever were really dead, because yeah, as Monica says, none of them. Technically, the only character who legitimately got deleted in the game was Monica, because of all the other ones, she says she just kind of like made the game not recognize them. So she just kind of moved them somewhere. So it's like the only character who legitimately gets deleted is Monica.
Yeah, because the game doesn't glitch out when she's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, weird. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm talking seriously about DDLC 4 years later.
It's a crazy game.
Really weird. Yeah, I bash on it a lot. I don't really like it.
You're hard on the things you love. That's what it is.
It comes from a place of appreciation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to hate these characters because, you spend all this
I wish I
time
could hate them.
Yeah, it's like, come on.
They're in my life constantly.
I wanna just punch him in the face, but I can't do that.
I take out all my anger by talking shit about Natsuki. It's okay. I don't mean any of it, but I'll say it.
Yeah, but my experience with DDLC was something that special, and then immediately I was like, I'm coping hard. And then so when Rain Clouds was being developed, I was like, oh, I need it. Now that I realize it wasn't even that good.
Yeah.
But it was like through like rose tinted glasses kind of thing where it's one of the first mods and the highs of that original DDLC is still there, but a lot of those issues are like issues that I would have if I played mods now, where like the mischaracterization, not really doing anything new, falling into that Act 1 syndrome.
Surprisingly, it's been actually stopping. I don't think I've actually have not run into Act 1 syndrome for a while. I think now that's become a thing people have said, people have not been doing it, so it's actually been pretty nice. It's been a nice refresher.
That's good. I mean, I hope for the best. Like, I would love for the content to actually become, better and become more,
It's definitely, as someone who's been staying here looking at it, it's definitely been improving. It's
That's
like,
good. That's good to hear.
It's a nice thing to say.
It's cool to hear that as a, somebody who was here at the beginning and saw a lot of mods in their infancy. Seeing how far things have come is amazing to me. I've seen NPT. I've been, told that what it does and how it really streamlines things, and I'm like, that's the stuff that I like. Making modding easier, because DDLC modding is not easy to do.
It's a
Oh my god. It's in a weird, because you take like tons of games have mods. Fallout, Skyrim, Minecraft, Smash Brothers, yeah, but DDLC sits in a unique spot in the modding community, or in the modding space, where it's not just adding in a custom asset. It's not just adding a quality of life change. It's like making full experiences out of what the game originally has. Making a full story, doing something different, new.
More like with unique storytelling rather than just being like the game, but like this is different.
Yeah, and because it works for those games, Skyrim, but you can moon jump, that can change a game. With DDLC, the only way to really change the game is to completely change it. You can't really get away with doing a mod where it just kind of, I guess you can, like, oh look, here's a mod that kind of gives all the characters colored text boxes. And that's cool, but like, you don't really see yourself replaying the original game just to see colored text boxes.
Oh yeah, of course.
So, or it's like, mods, I feel like the mods came from a unique space where people were just coping, and they were like,
A good portion was coping,
was
yeah.
saved,
Yeah, a good portion was coping. That's why a lot of Save the Dokies kind of came out in the beginning.
Yeah, and honestly, I was like a sucker for that stuff, because I was the same way. I was like, I need to see them happy.
I need to cope.
Yeah, so it's a unique, and honestly, it's as close to actual game development that you can get, because you're doing coding, you're doing custom assets, you're doing a custom story, all these things. Like, the amount of work that people have put in is work that, like, you can put into an indie game or a new visual novel. It's crazy, but people's passion is what drives them to do this stuff. Like, I guess that's how I even managed to get Salvation done. I was passionate about it, even though it kind of ended up falling off a little bit for me. I still wanted to get it done, and I was still kind of passionate about the story that I had made, despite all of its problems. So I would say, like, for people who are making mods, or who want to get into it, not easy. Prepare yourself for one hell of a ride. It's fun, but it's hard work. Don't go into this thinking that it's gonna be like, oh, you know what, I'm gonna make this. It's hard.
It's hard, yeah.
Because I don't even know. It's tough. And you don't want to fall into that trap where you think it's gonna be easy, because you'll end up kind of suffering as a result, and then you won't even end up enjoying what you're doing. That's why when Zero said a couple minutes ago, start off with something small and see if you enjoy that. And then I honestly see the appeal in episodic releases. I've seen people do that, and I'm like, wow, like, what if Salvation was done that way? I feel like it would have been better, for the story, for the quality, because you have time to really flesh out each act. That's not saying you can't do that normally, but it is like an idea that I saw where it's like that probably helps with mod making.
Probably better for pacing and everything too, and pacing yourself as well.
Yeah, it's good. Like, it might take a really long time for the whole thing to be done, but like, it gives yourself a break, and it gives yourself time to really think about everything, and like time to work on everything, and it makes a lot of content, but like you can make it thoroughly and flesh it out a lot better if you just space out each individual part of your mod.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing to get into. I don't regret it. I think I've had a couple moments where I was convinced that I did. I was like, man, I hate this. You know, why did I do this? But these days, I don't. I'm glad that I did it. I'm glad that I was able to make an impact on the community. In high school, I was voted most likely to be a celebrity. This was not what I was expecting.
They were right. Oh.
It was like, this is weird, but I've had people recognize me in places that I don't expect them to. They're like, hey, you're that guy that did that thing, and I'm like, huh? But and despite that, I went. Maybe it's been 3 years since Salvation was released. I have never been able to talk about my experience in a public capacity like this. I would do the occasional little interview streams with just friends of mine, but you know those were friends, and you know they only had 3-4 viewers, and those viewers were my friends. So doing something like this, I have never gotten the opportunity to talk about it, and you know it feels good to finally get this off my chest all these years later. Because I've always, you know, I left the community, and I've always kind of just been a lone wolf, kind of jumping around. I would join a server, talk for a little bit, leave, join again, leave, you know, because I can't come back to it. It's hard for me to do that. The community side of things, at least. Because I said I was gonna leave, and I kind of want to stick to that. But you know, I like this. I'm coming back to do this, and it's nice to really kind of.
I've always said people just dabble. People should just dabble in the community stuff. Don't attach yourself. Just dabble into community stuff, and then you know, so you don't feel tied down, or so you don't feel super like effective, and you see something dumb with it. You don't feel like.
Да ладно,
"No, I
10
have
минут
to do
остается,
something."
меньше
Like,
чем
no, you
10
don't.
минут,
This
это
is
все
your
закончится.
community. This is just a
О,
community.
я этому рад.
You also happen to dabble in.
Now, like the bad stuff. I hope you know what I'm referring to. With
Yeah, there's always
that is frustrating to see because even though I'm not really super involved in the community, it's frustrating to see it kind of end up gaining that reputation. Because you know, I know that that's just a couple bad apples, but I mean, it happens so often. It happened kind of close to each other where these things were just happening, and it's hard to defend the community when you have stuff like that. So yeah, it's just kind of better to just kind of not associate with the community anymore. My friends, do you remember that DDLC zine that was made for Dan?
Yeah.
I've heard from my friends that have worked on it that was a nightmare all on its own.
Yeah, I've heard from the people who worked on it. They told me that too. Friends of the
Yeah.
from there.
And it's
Yeah, I
like,
worked on that.
oh, okay, so then yeah, you probably
Test.
remember. There's a little
Yeah?
bit of a mess.
Little bit.
And it's just little things like that when I hear people talk about that, and it's it's like, yeah, I think I'm good. You know, I don't really need to be involved in this community. But it has its moments. I remember in the beginning, it was a very, very, very supportive, it wasn't like, again, God, I hate to use this word, it wasn't cringe. There was a lot of genuine support, and people, like, hey, I got into art because of DDLC, they end up becoming amazing at it, and people getting into writing, boom, they go and make their own game, or they make their own story, comic, whatever it is. And then people that were traumatized by the game or really affected by it, they were able to seek out support from people that was honestly the peak for me. Because I remember there was a lot of supportive people. And that to me was what the community was all about. Just a bunch of people coping hard and supporting each other.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've got my gripes with the community, but I don't. No, I don't like it. But,
I
yeah,
still enjoy it. I feel like it's
but
there's definitely a
it has
portion
its
of the
moments.
community that's weird, but for what I've been able to look at for the most part, I'm fine with it. It's pretty alright.
Yeah.
I think like my favorite kind of content is still the art, because that's something that you can always appreciate, and a lot of genuine hard work and passion always goes into the art most of the time. And occasionally I'll still see a comic strip and I'll get a laugh out of it, or it'll make me smile. It's not all bad.
Ugh. Oh god, it's 1 a.m. Alright.
Yeah, we reached the 3-hour 30-minute mark, and
Yeah.
you know what? It's perfect because I kind of ran out of stuff to say.
Alright, well, that's good. Alright, well, thank you. Well, thank you for coming on and everything, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, this was fun. It's kind of sad to think that I really won't really get a chance to do this again, but you know. Oh god, this is gonna be corny. No, never mind. I'm not gonna say it. It was gonna be a quote from DDLC, but I'm not gonna say that shit.
No, man, now you gotta say it.
No, I'm not. No, I don't even think the quote is right. What did she say? Not all good things have to come.
Not all good things have to come to
Okay,
an end.
I was gonna get it wrong, and that would have been embarrassing.
That's not even
So
from
good thing
DDLC. That's just a quote.
All right.
All good things must come to an end.
How about we cut this part of the stream? Let's cut it. It doesn't have to be in the video.
This is all good things must come to an
Nah,
end.
but for real, thanks for having me. This was fun. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to do this. It's something that I've always wanted to do. But, bro, that's a Terminator 2 quote.
It's not even from Terminator 2. It's in Terminator 2, probably.
But yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, it's kind of sad that this is probably the one and only time that I'll be able to do this, but who knows? Maybe
You got Twitter. You can always, whenever you
Yeah.
have any thoughts, you just throw them out there.
No, I'm not you. I'm not gonna talk about what they're gonna eat for breakfast.
That's where you're missing out. Those are the banger tweets. I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe in the future, if I ever decide to do another mod, I would love to do something like this again.
Man,
About that mod, of course.
yeah, if I'm still doing this, probably, then yeah, I'd be totally down.
Oh, you've been doing it for your career is tied to this now. You're gonna be doing this when you're 60.
No, I meant the mod interview part, and not the not the
He's
YouTube
gonna be at
part.
this for a while.
I was at the YouTube part. I know I'll be here for a while. Even just DDLC content. I'm already know I'm probably gonna be here for a bit. I've been able to somehow make other pieces of content that's still related to this game somehow. So yeah, I'm not thinking about leaving that for a good bit. Also about the mod interview part, because this series just started.
Yeah. Oh God. Hopefully I didn't oh man, it's gonna be people are gonna have to top this one, huh?
Please, you don't have to top this one. It's okay. Everyone's
You
gonna
don't have to. You don't have to. I suck. I suck. Remember that. It sucks.
Everyone's gonna sit there and be like, I have to talk to Zero for 3 hours and 30 minutes. I'm like, no, you don't have to do that.
I think I'm in a unique situation. I do talk a lot because I don't really get to talk about these things.
Oh, that's fine.
I apologize if I did go off on really long tangents.
That's
I
fine.
kind of sometimes forget that I just kind of just go off. But yeah, maybe there can be another time we can do this.
Definitely.
Play one shot.
Definitely one shot. But yeah, I guess that's it for.
Wait.
Well,
Final words.
Well.
Play one shot. Watch Komi-san. Read Komi-san. I'm done. Peace.
there it is.
Фух. Пережили 3,5 часа этого интервью. Да. Кстати, мой ролик. Так. У нас остается интервью с Мир грезом. Еще можно посмотреть интервью DDLC, которое в 22 году он давал. Если захотите, можем посмотреть его. Ай, без комментариев. Так.
Hello?
Да. Так, крутим назад. Где-то. Я его смотрел когда-то, но я его не смотрел не на запись. А сейчас мы его на запись посмотрим. Окей. Можно мне в 1080? Так, это этот момент. И еще один такой момент. Надо повозиться с настройками. Но до 31 января перезагрузка не нужна будет. Так, ну что, поехали. Интервью с разработчиками Мир греза. Ну, точнее, сценаристом Морбиусом Грином и еще каким-то тут вот человеком вроде. За что он тоже отвечает. Тут вроде где-то что-то как-то субтитры, видимо, добавили. Ну ладно.
This started out as just a DDLC fanfiction. It was called And I Have Seen the World of Dreams. People have asked me about, will you make this as it was just a dream ending? I'm like, no, I am not gonna do the it's a dream ending for this thing.
I want to just see it instead of just being like, we have to worry about Yuri. Oh no, Yuri's breaking. Oh no, Yuri's kidnapped me. I wanted to see more of that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We're not
We're not
perfect.
gonna.
Yeah.
We're not perfect writers. But
You're very close to it though.
It was definitely not a we're stopping Act 2 and working on Christmas special. It was like, you guys can go do that if you'd like.
Actually, I think that the biggest contribution we as a team gave to the Christmas special was making it canon.
Yeah.
Well, that's great.
in a sense, yeah.
So recently I got a chance to interview the developers of DDLC World of Dreams. And honestly, this is a dream come true. Pun definitely intended. In case you haven't seen my 2.5 hour long video of World of Dreams, oh my god, what am I doing with my life? I love this mod, I love this story, so yeah, this is just amazing. So hope you all enjoy this video, and yeah, please subscribe! Let's just do simple introductions. Let's go from left to right. Feel free to introduce yourselves.
My name is Eric. I go for Capricorn Sync 09 here in Discord. I'm a professional musician with a degree in jazz, working right here, right now as a composer and as a bassist in an Italian band.
My name is Kevin. I go by Mason025 or Meiji in the public Discord. I am a artist and graphic designer, and I do writing as well here. Yeah, I just enjoy making content, making people smile, and sometimes making them cry because it's kind of fun to write stories like that.
My name is Jonathan. I go by Morbius Green on here. I have a degree in English, and I enjoy writing. I write a lot. You'd be surprised at how much I've written. I've got like an entire folder full of unfinished projects that are just sitting on my computer doing absolutely nothing.
What was it like working on this project?
It started out, I don't know if you know this, others do. This started out as just a DDLC fanfiction, sitting on fanfiction.net right now. It started out, it was called And I Have Seen the World of Dreams. It was short, and I shortened it to World of Dreams for the mod. I don't know what inspired me to make this a mod. When I started, I had no idea how coding worked. I had no idea how to add music. I basically kind of taught myself with the help from the modding Discord server. And for the most part, I did all of the writing and the coding for Act 1 on my own. I did not expect it to become as big as it did. I was just doing this for fun. I wanted to see my work come to life. I edited some of the original backgrounds to look a lot more realistic. I did the editing for the sprites to make them look more natural. I basically did a lot of it. I didn't do the music, obviously. The demo, I did find a bunch of free music to use, but when Act 1 came out, by then we had Capri with us already, and he did a lot of music for us.
That's cool. Did you ever expect this mod to become such a long story? I know you had mentioned that you already had it as like a giant fanfic, but like as you were working on the mod and everything, did you gradually add stuff into it, or did you take stuff away?
Well, originally I was only gonna have
3 acts. As time went on and we got more and more ideas, honestly, I think some of the time we went a little overboard with some things. We have a total of around maybe 7 acts planned. That may be short, I don't know. And there's other things we have planned as well.
Yeah, we have a lot of things on the table that we're still like sorting through. Just there would be times when we would just be like, oh, this story and this idea, and we just have like a 3-hour conversation. And it's like, we gotta write that down.
How many of those ideas actually got added to the story, and how many of them have been left out?
I'm sorry, I was trying to think. I'm not entirely sure.
A lot of the ideas that we came on are like overarching story plans for characters. In the beginning, and we can talk about Yai later, but she was just supposed to be a write-off bully character, and we got rid of. And then we expanded her character and increased like where we wanted to go with her character, and we kind of added that to every single character. So that's where a large amount of our brainstorming goes, and then how those characters will interact in future acts. It's not like we want this specific event to happen. There are a couple things that we do want to happen, but mainly it's like, how do we want these characters to interact as time goes on?
How many things do you wish that you could have changed while working on like Act 1 or Act 2?
I think one of the big things, well, now I think about it, one of the things would be the Kozue turnaround. I've heard people not complaining, but saying that it seemed like she changed a little too fast. Should have dragged that out a little bit to make it seem a little more realistic. Other than that, I can't think of anything that might need to have been done differently.
What inspired you to like create the story to begin with?
What inspires me to write anything I write? I enjoy writing, and when I find something that sticks in my brain, I need to write it out. I get kind of hyper-focused when I find something new to focus on. When did I publish that story? It was 2019, I think I published it.
Because you had mentioned that you had a bunch of stories that you kind of just have like on the back burner, so I thought like it was one of those like things you thought of and you just had it there for like years and years.
No. I kind of saw DDLC in passing on Reddit and stuff. I eventually read over the stories and stuff, and finally like, okay, you know what? I would like to write this story. Well, actually, to be fair, World Dreams wasn't my first fanfic of the story. I had written another one, and had started a few more before I started the World of Dreams one.
Roughly speaking, how many stories have you written before?
It's got to be over 200. Some of them are, most of them are stories. Some of them are just little things where I write down facts about stories that I would like to write. And there are more that I have on, like, maybe my notes on my phone.
At what point did May and Capricorn end up joining your team?
Oh man, it had to have been before Act 1 was released. I don't remember when they joined the server.
You know, I joined the server when there was about 200 people there. Now there's like more than 10 times that amount. When I joined, I was just, excited, wanted to like help out, be like, oh yeah, the emotional scenes and such. And then it was in October of 2020 when Morby was like, cool, you're the second writer now. And I had like a conniption because it was like super cool and like an awesome opportunity. And then it just kind of skyrocketed and we had a great time working on it. And then Capri, you could correct me if I'm wrong, I believe was a few months after that. It was a very short window before we all started working together.
I joined the Discord in the first days of December, and I kind of imposed myself onto the writing team when I said I could do some music. I remember that my first track was I'm pretty sure it was the waltz, the Kotonoha. Yeah, okay. What matters is I did the Kotonoha waltz. They said like, we need more. And in a window of 15 to 20 days, I made 33 tracks for Act 1.
It was absolutely nuts to see the speed at which he was just cranking these bangers out. It was awesome.
I was damn inspired, I can say that.
And while we're on the topic of the music then, can we talk about that? Because I feel like that's something, especially like in these mods, that don't get enough appreciation, is like the music side of things. Like, because honestly, like a lot of the tracks, a lot of the music is phenomenal, and they really do make the scenes. So like, what were your inspirations when it came to like creating like the waltz, like the whole like soundtrack?
I have a degree in jazz. When I started studying college, I really got inspired and started writing even at my free time, composing. And I kind of like generated a workout, composition work. But there was something missing because all of my compositions remained the same. They all sounded the same. When I found myself working with words, say that I found the last step that I was missing, which is having something to say, having a scene in front of me. It helps me to visualize everything and a lot easier to connect with the music. Given that we are in a visual novel, I cannot go and start using weird styles. Try to keep myself on what I know. My biggest favorite, which is smooth jazz. The horror tracks were the most challenging for me because I have never done such a thing before. But so far, I think I am quite happy with the results, I also realized that there had to be specific songs for characters, specific songs for scenes, because they help to make them individualize them. For me, that is very important in any film, in any movie. The biggest contribution I think that I have given to World of Dreams is this vision. And well, for as long as Morty and Meiji think it's useful, I will continue.
I mean, you do great work, so I hope they keep you around for as long as possible.
Sorry, Capri, this is fired.
I'm going out of the call right now. Bye.
No, we love you, Capri. Your work is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I love you guys definitely.
You use virtual instruments, or did you actually like go into your small little studio and actually like record with all the instruments in real life?
For Act 1 and Act 2, most of the tracks use virtual instruments, except for those that involve the player. For example, track I used for when Meiji and the player talk in their mind. The contrabass is a virtual instrument, and I use them to represent Meiji, while the nylon guitar is real and the electric bass is real, and I use them to represent the player. And so I can make them interact as if they were having a conversation. That's why the song is called Introspection for Two.
That's so cool. Wow, that's awesome. That's so meta, and that's something that not everyone's gonna like get. Cause yeah, like you could have never said that to anyone, and nobody would have ever got that. But that's so cool.
Yeah, it's actually the magic behind it.
Yeah, that's amazing. Morbius, you had mentioned that this was your first like DDLC kind of like project, right?
Yeah, my first ever mod.
Like, how long did it take to really like get used to like using like the coding program and like trying to add in the assets?
I can't remember, maybe a month or so. I mean, once I got used to everything, it looked hard on the surface, obviously. You get all these little certain commands for stuff, and like, oh gosh, this looks so hard. But after maybe it's been a while since I started, but after maybe about a month, I'm like, okay, I get it, this is how it works. And I would go and talk with people on modding server, even got a couple of people on there to help me with a few coding things that I didn't know how to do. After a while, I got used to it. I'm like, okay, so I can kind of visualize it in my head where these people are going to go if I put this command. It didn't take me as long as I thought it would. I thought it would take me a while to learn it, but it seemed like it didn't take as long. I still don't know as much as our new coding team does, which is fine with me. After Act 1 and doing a lot of the coding for the Christmas special, I got burned out on coding so fast.
So you want it out as soon as possible.
I just wanted to focus on the writing. That's what I know I'm decent at. I wrote pretty much the entirety of Act 1's story. I wrote the Act 2 story, most of it, and Act 3 is what I'm focusing on now.
What about you, mate? Like, as far as like your experience goes, because you were just add on, you saw this and you were like, oh, I'm sure I'll do this. This is also your first project, or did you jump in knowing exactly what to do?
In the past, I've never really worked on DDLC mods. I love the game, had a really big impact on me, and I liked the different story elements, and COVID happened, and I was like, I'm gonna play DDLC mods because I wanted to revisit them. And then when I stumbled upon World of Dreams, I played the 6-hour demo, which is super long for a demo, and I was like, this is absolutely amazing. And then I joined the Discord, and my experience that I have in emotional situations is not from different writing projects. It's from personal experience in my life, hardships and trials and tribulations in high school and emotional situations. I wanted to provide that to WAD to make some of the emotional scenes more realistic. So, like, if you'd played the demo of Act 1 and saw Monica's reaction to playing DDLC, and then in the final release of Act 1, how she reacted to it, I applied the experience I had to someone going through something like that. Yes, I definitely have a friend that has played an existential video game. No, that's not what I mean. Just someone reacting to an extreme emotional input and how they would react to that. That is what I wanted to bring to the table. And then I just kind of started helping, and then suddenly Morby was like, yeah, you're on the team. And then it just kind of kept growing and growing from there. I've always been a very creative person. Made anything, but WAD was the perfect opportunity to like continue that, because I just want to make people happy. I want to bring them joy, and if I can bring them joy through writing, through art, then that's something I definitely am entirely invested in.
That's kind of ironic, because a lot of the stuff that you do right are those very impactful and emotional moments. So it's not really making us happy, it's making us like grovel on the ground and be like, why?
It is irony. It's great because, yeah, those are the really hard and emotional and impactful scenes, but at the same time, those are the scenes that a lot of people like remember, and they're like, oh, I really like this mod, I want to go back to it. Like, the world building, everything's great, and the emotion's great. It just adds to the greater whole.
That's honestly what really drew me into the mod, because I played the demo, I enjoyed it. I feel like it was one of the mods that actually did this whole premise right. We'll get into that later. There is such a beautiful groundedness to everything that it feels so real and it so easily draws you in, and not just because like of the whole aspect of the idea, but just simply how these characters just talk to each other, just interact and just exist in this world of dreams.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why the joke that I go by Meiji, because Morby is the main guy pulling all the shots, and then I'm the one whispering in his ear, helping to get through situations and such. So that's why it just works out kind of funny.
What was it like working as like a team when you first like joined? Did it ever get like any easier, or was it kind of just like a little like mishaps here and there?
In the beginning, it was really easy. We have a bigger team now, and there are some hiccups sometimes, but on the whole, it's been pretty good, I would say. They know when to get serious when it's time to get serious. At least some of the younger ones do.
Act 1, it was just me, Capri, and Morby. It was just us working on it. We'd ask artists for sprites, and then we'd ask artists for backgrounds, and then we'd get it, and then we'd work on it. It was just us three. But as the team grew, especially when we started working on Act 2, we made it a development team server, and then started adding more people. We got a bunch of other members that also took over moderation of the main server, so we could just dedicate all our time to the mod. And then Act 2 was a long development, as people know. We were still kind of in how we developed Act 1, just funneling everything to Morby, and then we had to shift into a team atmosphere. And what I will say is that the programmers and Neko have been very good at setting up a back end of the GitHub and all of that so that we can all access the code. Yeah, there have been hiccups, as Morby said. There's been times where there have been like, hey, can we just focus, please? But never like really bad things.
The toughest thing to handle, to monitor, at least during this work, during the team's work, is the time zones. For example, I live in Italy. I have more or less like a 9-hour difference with you guys. Some of our developers are from Russia. There are some guys who live in different parts of America. Our artists is from Hungary. So we're really, really spread. So what joins us mostly are the mob and Discord. And I think that even with that, the work has been flowing really nicely, at least from my point of view.
You really took the world aspect of World of Dreams, huh? You have people from all over the place, all over the world, just helping out.
Yeah, and there were only a few times that we like directly asked artists, mainly like when we asked artists for work, but mainly the team. We did have like a couple coder interview sessions and found some people, but mainly the team just kind of came to us. That's a really cool aspect, because then that means that the people that come to us are also very passionate, very driven. They don't treat it like a job where they clock in, clock out. They're present, they're there, and they're committed, and it's a very nice team to work with.
Yeah, I bet. That sounds awesome. You mentioned before that like you kind of had some little hiccups here and there because you were working on Act 2 like you were working on Act 1. What was that shift like when you started working on Act 2? Did you kind of already have an idea on how you were going to do it and it kind of backfired? Did it really take you like a little bit to just slowly integrate yourself and make something?
Act 1, it was funneling everything to Morby because we didn't have a GitHub, we didn't have anything. He was the one that was making it, programming it, and all of that. But as we started expanding, we kind of fell into that, we're just going to funnel it to Morby and we're just kind of here. And then like development was really slow. We cycled through a bunch of programmers. We had most of the assets, but like story was being written just by Morby. It was kind of an interesting pipeline how we did it back then, but it wasn't working as much now. But the real big shift is when we got the newest coding team, at least how I saw it. We got the new coding team. They started actually prioritizing coding side of things, because that's where a majority of like technical time goes into, because the writing time is like when Morby wants like write, is inspired, but it's the real like technical building of the actual mod that takes a very long time. But once we got the new team and then started working on it, we shifted into a team aspect where we all were working on our individual things that then came together rather than kind of like a development pyramid.
That sounds about right. I can go with that. Sometimes for me it still feels like we're still kind of transitioning, but for the most part, we're pretty much getting there. I've watched conversations on our dev server, and they talk about coding stuff, and I get people pinging me sometimes saying, hey, what if we did this for the coding? I'm like, oh, okay, interesting. We can do that. Maybe not, I don't know. Stuff like that. But they're giving me ideas now, which is kind of nice. Stuff that I won't be able to think about because I'm not a coder. I know the bare minimum of how to code a DDLC mod.
That's interesting. Are they the ones that came up with the whole Act 2 look for the UI, like the Windows like old like interface?
Oh no, it was me, and I can't remember who came up with the idea actually. I thought it was me.
I think it was like the three of us. I proposed the idea like, what if we made it look like Windows 98? And then you were like, hell yeah, and then started going through all the different processes. We came up with concept art. We leaned into it, and then it was one of our other programmers, Lame Man, that actually came up physical assets that were used in the mod. Quote unquote, the world had reset, and it was like in safe mode now. So it had to look kind kind of shitty because that's how Windows 98 has looked in the past. That was also the kind of the idea behind it. But it was the team idea and mainly Morby as well.
How long did it take to get all the menus and UIs right? Or was it just like, here's all the references, we easily just like worked as a team and we made it?
From the idea to when it actually got made was a long gap because we were in between coders and stuff. But when we gave the idea to the programmers and then they made it, it was like 2-3 weeks maybe. And then there was like tweaks and size changes and stuff like that. But that was mainly it, yeah.
Sounds about right, yeah.
Let's talk about the specials, because there's something I actually wanted to talk about. First, why did you all decide to return and do these side content? You know, what made you want to come back and do both a Thanksgiving special and a Christmas special? Because I remember seeing a lot of people complain about the Thanksgiving special, saying that it was a huge waste of time and it was just like a not very good product. So, well, what is your opinion on that? Like, what happened?
The Thanksgiving special, I actually wrote all that on that Thanksgiving day. I was like,
Oh.
I'm gonna just do it, and just for the heck of it, was done maybe after Thanksgiving dinner, tested it, then uploaded it, and like, here's a random 15-minute special, just, that's not even canon, it's just for funsies.
Yeah, that was also during the time when we were transitioning programmers. I believe at that time, you can correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of the story for Act 2 was already written. The Thanksgiving special, at least how I saw it, kind of like reinvigorated us and started to work on the mod again. And it was just a fun kind of like side project to work on.
And what about the Christmas special? What made you want to return for that one?
That actually was, that was not something I wrote as much of. That was actually one of our other team members who is like who's more part-time than anything else. We called him Mono, because I think his nickname was it Mono something or other? I
It's
don't
like,
remember.
his username is mononucleosis, I think.
That's what it is, yeah.
Yeah.
But he was the one who focused on that. I was not as involved in the writing of that. I did some of the coding for it when we were trying to get it out before the end of that year. We were hoping for a Christmas Day or a Christmas Eve release, but we pushed it back to the December 31st release. So I did a lot of the coding for it, and I think that was before a lot of other coders had joined, so that's why I did that. We just wanted to give something to everyone between acts.
I believe Morby proposed the idea, and then Mono, and then the people who worked with him, I believe it was Sosa and Rebel, one of our old head moderators from the public server. Mono specifically was like, hey, can we work on that? And we were like, sure, why not? They basically be like, is this how this character would react? And Morby would be like, yeah, that sounds right. And then as we were working on Act 2 stuff and, developing that, they'd pop in and be like, hey, is this how this would work story-wise? And then, yeah, Morby did programming for it. It was definitely not we're stopping Act 2 and working on Christmas special. It was like, you guys can go do that if you'd like.
That's what a lot of people were complaining about, was the fact that you wasted time. Because not Act 2. The Christmas special was specifically not only just a spin-off, but also a teaser at the end, like a whole, and also like giving us a lot of lore on like how this world could possibly work. Obviously, no spoilers, but like it was like the production value was just like so high, and it definitely was like a great like return to be like, look what we have in store for Act 2. A lot of us definitely felt like, why are you focusing on this when you could have been releasing Act 2?
Actually, I think that the biggest contribution we as a team gave to the Christmas special was making it canon.
Yeah.
Well, that's great.
In a sense, yeah. I've said this before on the server many times. People have asked me about, will you make this as it was just a dream ending? I'm like, no, I am not gonna do the it's a dream ending for this thing. But for the Christmas special, I bent the rules a little bit.
The Christmas special was a dream that the MC had between Act 1 and Act 2.
So that's canon. Dang it. And here I thought it would be like more memories people would unlock and be like, oh my god, that did happen.
If you remember the dates, we're still in October
Yeah.
of 2017.
But it was just a theory. Oh no.
In theory.
It was initially not going to be canon, and then it was received really well, and then Morby had it be a dream that the MC had between the two acts.
Those first shots of the player's house, that was your house, Morbius, huh?
In the demo, it was mine. Oh, what is it? In the actual release, it's Meiji's house.
Yes,
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
This was basically one of the first things I contributed content-wise that wasn't story-wise. I got a Nikon D500 for a photography class for my graphic design major. Those pictures at the beginning could be better. And then I took a nice picture of my house, of course, made it less ambiguous that it's my house. TV inside was the TV at my sister's apartment. So to have like a much nicer kind of image that was still grounded in reality as it being a real picture.
What was the thought process for writing the MC? I definitely saw some people saying like, oh, the MC is self-insert, but clearly that's far from the case. Yeah, what was your thought process?
He's obviously not me. I'm a lot older than he is. It would have been weird if I made him my actual age at the time. It was 2019 when I started, so I was in my late 20s by then. I'm in my early 30s now. I wanted to make him 20. 2 years apart from everyone else, which is not too big of a difference. When I write stories from the first person, which is how the fanfiction started, I do tend to put a lot of myself into that character. And that is kind of true for this guy, but I also didn't want to do it as much as the others, so I wanted to try and be his own character. And I hope I did that all right. I mean, there are things that the character would do that I certainly wouldn't.
He's definitely morphed and become a lot more complicated character with like emotional intelligence, understanding like how characters are feeling, but then also still having that kind of very blunt, very aggravated side that has anger problems.
Mostly, I think the most interesting thing that we have taken into consideration when writing the MC is the self-reflection. Because yes, we have a character who has a certain degree of emotional intelligence, we have a character who has definite anger issue, but also we have a character that thinks a lot. Most MCs that you see around, not only in DDLC modes, but also in other games, tend to be the stereotypical hero character.
Yeah, he's got everything figured out and can always find the right answers no matter what. Yeah.
Exactly, and I think that avoiding this and making of the MC a more realistic character is, in my opinion, one of the things that made me stick a lot more with the story of World of Dreams. And I didn't want him to be the perfect guy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was far from that, especially in Act 2.
Because he's kind of an ass at times.
Some points, yeah. Oh yeah. Well, you.
Забавный комментарий от тебя, пользователь. Только немного контекста не понял, что ты подразумевал этим сообщением. Ну да ладно.
He's even more of an ass in Act 2, especially with some of the Yai scene.
Yeah,
which is where Meiji came in and toned it down like, yeah, you know what, you're right. I made him too much of a...
Yeah, because we were still kind of in the mindset of like how he treated Yai in Act 1, but with all the revelations and everything, it really needed to change. Because like if we were going to have a character that's emotionally intelligent, he can't still be an ass. I basically spent a month going through the whole act and just redoing and fine-tuning how Yai was treated as a character. With Yai, and specifically the situation she goes through, I needed to run it past people that have experiences like that. I have kind of similar experience with that, and I applied that to it. I wanted it to be as real as possible, not insulting, not incorrect. Because of that nature, it needed to be very sensitive. And there was still a little bit of backlash in DDMC, but once that was like clarified and like, yes, we did put a lot of effort and time to making sure it was realistic and talked about in a very mature and honest way, a lot of people were like, okay, yeah, it's a very touchy subject, but that was the potential that we all saw in Yai as a character rather than just a write-off.
Most of the backlash from DDMC mostly comes because we decided to tackle things in a more realistic way, to try and make the player empathize with the situation. I think that was our hardest effort. If we achieved it or not, that can be said for later, but I think that our greatest effort was to humanize and to make the people empathize with each of the characters' problems, and to make the characters not be fully side characters.
That was another thing that drew me initially, was having side characters that weren't just like kind of there, that they were like integrated fully into the story, because that was something more.
Дорогой пользователь, ты бы хоть правила бы прочитал, то что как бы то, что если спамить будешь, как говорится, мне придется тебя ограничить. Так что пойми это.
Really well with like Kozue, Mori, and Kotonoha in Act 1, but I absolutely loved about it. Because a lot of mods are how to make them have a happy ending and stuff like that, but since we wanted to lean into like, because Act 2 in base DDLC was like very screwed up, and we wanted to lean into that, and that's where some people had some backlash to it, because we tried to stay with that initial like psychological horror that was part of the initial game.
I was very happy that you did these moments, because yeah, like a lot of the mods, as you said, were like trying to save these girls or like trying to do the right thing. Of course there's other mods that like are darker, but like this one just, it felt refreshing for the sake of the fact that yeah, these characters were very humanized. That was one of my favorite moments, was Yai and the main character, because it just, the whole development and the whole just like, yeah, groundedness and like the way they talked back and forth and the little character arcs that we had, it was just so beautiful. It was so just like it made me cry on stream. It was great. I loved it so much, and it was so surprising just how much these side characters just got so much love because you wouldn't expect it at all.
Fun fact, I'm assuming you're talking about when Yai cracks in front of MC's house on the way to school, right?
Yeah.
So fun fact, that scene didn't exist until I started my rewrites.
No way.
Yeah, initially Yai was just like, I know when I'm a mean bitch or whatever she said initially, and then the character was like, oh, okay. Then they walked to school.
Вот и как не отвечать на твое сообщение, дорогой уважаемый пользователь? Ну вот и все. Как говорится, пожалуйста, будь немного культурней в интернете.
Cool. Then as I was writing, it's like, nah, now something needs to change here. I had that be the moment when the MC was like, went from being mean to actually understanding her as a person. Because she's one of the only characters that has had horrible torment both in Act 2 and Act 1. Whereas like Kotonoha was like fine, but then it was different in Act 2. Mori was fine, but then it was different in Act 2. Whereas
Я, к сожалению, не буду отвечать на твои сообщения.
That's what he realized. When I was writing it to redo it, I was crying as well. I was like, holy shit.
It's a lot, but it's great.
And then of course, because we're mean, we had someone watch it and then rumors and all of that.
Yeah, the new characters, Yae, Mori, Kotonoha. You said it's Kozue. I've always said Kozue. It's Kozue?
Kozue.
I've been saying it around this whole time. I apologize. But yeah, let's talk about them.
That's alright.
Let's talk about them. Why?
Why add them to the story?
Just why they exist, you know? Like, yeah, like what was the idea? Like, did they come early in development, or were just walk me through? Like,
They were in the fanfic, I believe. I wanted to include them to show this world is a lot bigger than it seems. There aren't going to be 4 main people on the screen.
Not going too far into too many spoilers. It's to show that the world, because it's not like the world is focused on the Dokis. Like if you know the lore of like DDLC Plus, where there's like the virtual machines and all of that. Exclusively on Monika Sayori, Yuri Natsuki. This one is like, yeah, they're just part of this world. Everyone is complicated. They're not here to just support the main caps.
speaking of complicated, let's talk about Meiji. I love Meiji so much, but I can't deny that as far as Act 2 goes, what was the plan for him? Was he always supposed to just be a bystander? What exactly was the point of Meiji?
Well, may I ask you this? What did the MC do in base DDLC? Fucking nothing.
That's fair. You know, that's fair. That's fair.
At least from my perspective. He was meant to not want to do anything. That's why he was lethargic. That's why he was like narcoleptic. Like, he's meant to be sleeping on this because the world is meant to be like going to shit. And like in the base game, he literally just stands there and watches
человек
Yuri
на
stab
стриме.
herself and bleed on the floor without
Я в шоке.
That is the energy of why Meiji was so like less interactive in Act 2. But he actually spoke up more when he was in the space classroom because he was outside.
And not only that, I think one of the main points that we wanted to pass across the players was
И вот это твое нейтральное отношение к зрителям, хотя бы комментировал что-нибудь, спрашивал зрителей поддерживать активность на стриме. Ну, с такими комментариями, может быть, я согласился бы, имеется в виду, дорогой мой пользователь, но когда ты залетаешь на стрим с ненормативной лексикой, с какими-то своими приколами, которые как бы стример может не знать и понимать то, что типа зачем? Для чего? Стоит задуматься, как говорится. Вот. Так что такие вот моменты.
must try and give a realistic explanation of Act 2's bugs, all of Act 2's glitches and bugging and stuff. We wanted to try to take them and give them a realistic way of happening. Let's not forget that Meiji was also suffering from a cold. That wasn't as touched upon, but it still affected him.
Yeah, definitely.
It's just any cold would affect anyone.
All the little details that like people's like, why did we never talk about his narcolepsy? Why did we never talk about his cold? It's like those were there to intentionally suppress his character so that he would want to do less to help people. But then the players there mucking everything up.
Yeah.
Может быть, я согласился бы с твоим мнением, то, что с этим. Но, извини, это мой канал и мое видение этого всего. Я рад, что ты комментируешь, но спасибо за это. За это можно тебе поблагодарить. А теперь продолжаю
If you're willing
дальше
to, like,
слушать
hear
это
me out,
интервью.
because I've had, like, I'm still kind of like super pocked out about this idea that I had when I was making my 2.5 hour long rant video about World of Dreams Act 2. Something that I really wanted from Meiji was just to like him to stop being a bystander, because he's going through everything that the player is going through, and it kind of just sucks the fact that like he doesn't really get that much focus. And understandably so, like that's something I had to like really understand. It's like, okay, it's just like the game, it's fine. He's just, you know, of course he's out of it all the time. If you're willing to hear me out and critique my idea, but when the player breaks down in the nurse's office after
Удачи
everything
тебе.
that went on with Fury and Natsuki's dad, and Modi kind of like helps put the pieces back together and calm him down a little bit. In that moment, I really wish Meiji was there to kind of talk to him, or maybe even later, I really wanted Meiji just to be like, hey, we're gonna get through this together. And it would have been so powerful, because in the beginning of the story, Meiji was kind of like not super scared, but like very worried about Act 2. So in that moment, I would have loved for him just to be like, just have Meiji be stronger and feel like he actually had like a bigger resolve to do the right thing, and feel like he's no longer just a bystander, but feel like he actually wanted to try and right his wrongs. Because in the beginning of the story, he was just there like, oh, I'm a weeb, and for him to go from weeb to like want to be hero, like that would have been so cool to have that little development in the background. If that makes sense.
But yeah, I get it. But that doesn't happen overnight. I mean, these characters have been in this for about what, 2 weeks?
2 weeks barely. Yeah, I know.
Subjective time. That doesn't becoming a hero doesn't exactly happen overnight. Parts of a story, the call of the hero. I mean, I don't know if he's actually felt that as much yet. And besides the fact that he's always been, at least in my view, he's always been just average. And average people don't, in stories, of course, average people get called to be the hero, but in real life, do they get called to be the hero? No, it's someone who's, on the surface at least, got it all figured out. Perhaps in the future, he may start to become a little more proactive, just depends on what we go with him. But I don't want to make him kind of a blah side character. I mean, he's part of the story. I want to start to include him more, and that might start happening.
If anything, think of it this way from a theory point of view. What if instead of him rising up to the challenge now, he can then reflect back on Act 2 and go, fuck, I didn't do anything.
There is another thing that is also important. One of the main things that involves a plot related to a call to the hero is the recognition and the struggle of your own problems. If you don't even know you have a problem, you cannot rise up to overcome it. Weak is not enough to process it.
Yeah, absolutely not. That's something that's very easy to forget, is the fact that this is barely 2 weeks, but so much stuff happens, which is why I was kind of like, it'd be great if in the background he'd be more willing to do something. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's like, think of it realistically, because this whole mod is very realistic. Go figure, of course, he'd still just be processing everything. And yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow. But yeah, at the same time, it comes from love, because it's like, I want Meiji to do things. It's great. He's great.
And that is another reason why we had, or at least I wanted to have Yai snap so hard, because that wasn't just 2 weeks for her. It's been her whole life. And she finally met someone in these past 2 weeks that would finally be able to possibly maybe understand her, and it just snapped her wide open, because no one has ever tried. That's why hers was so like impactful. It's not like, oh, I've met you over this 1 week, I'm now trusting you because why not? It's because he finally showed her something she hasn't had in her entire lifetime.
Speaking of stuff that hasn't happened in an entire lifetime, let's talk a bit about Monica. So
She's a little dehydrated.
Yeah, right? She's thirsty.
one of my biggest complaints was that when it came to introducing some stuff like the romance aspect with Monica and the player, first of all, as I said multiple times, it's beautifully written. I love those moments with passion. But of course, those moments last for such a small amount of time. As soon as they happened, it was over and we were continuing the story. Did you all have trouble trying to write these scenes in? Or is it just because like there was so much going on that like you truly just like we had to like minimize it to an aspect? Or was there more of like a story reason aspect to it where we're holding back a little bit more? Please enlighten like me and everyone.
Well, for me, it was more of a combination of the last two things you said. Yes, the romance, I wanted it in there, but at the same time, you've got Monica and the player, who we actually colloquially all call Josiah, so I'm going to call him that from now on. At the back of their heads, they know we can't
cannot focus on this right now. There's way too much at stake. We have little time to focus on it. As much as we want to, as much as our little teenage hormones are driving us to want to focus on this, we can't let our emotions drive us in that specific direction until everything has been kind of, sorted out. That's how I saw it.
Especially with Act 2, and with Act 2 being like the crisis stage of the original DDLC game, there is like no time, because there's people lives of the line. In the back of Josiah's mind, he knows, and also Monica knows now, that if they don't do something, Sayori would have died, and Yuri was going to die. So like, that was just always nagging at the back of their mind, and like, being able to be like, oh yeah, she's gonna die, but then still spending time on romance, like the fact that they did at all is like miraculous, that they had those little islands of peace for the short minutes that they did.
On my behalf, what I can say is that we need to remember what happened with Monica during Act 2. On the original Act 2, on the DDLC Act 2, whenever Monica had a little amount of time alone with the MC, the game interrupted her and cut things away and started bugging and returned to the story in which you could choose between Natsuki and Yuri. Monica was never meant to have intimate moments, close moments with the MC, making the world interrupt every single happy moment that the MC, that Josiah and Monica could ever have together was spot on because it was faithful to the game.
Wow, I never thought of it that way. Huh, you're right, you're completely right. Wow.
He was always cut off.
I was here ready to be like, well, in my opinion, it's like, wow, that's insane, wow, that's crazy. I'm glad you told me that, that's great, I love that.
Yeah, this amount of concepts and like lore background and reasoning is what like 90% of all of our brainstorming is. It's like, okay, if we want to do this, how and why would it be perfectly integrated into the world? Why would Monica not have a huge amount of time? Well, because of X, Y, and Z.
There must be like a huge struggle of like a fine line and difference, because obviously, I'm not going to be around the bush, in the aspect of like when it came to like the romance, it did suffer a little bit. You were being faithful to the game and being faithful to the story. As far as like, with poetry, it rhymes, it didn't really like hit the landing as much as we all wanted to, because it didn't really last as long as we wanted to. What is your opinion on that? Do you think there is that fine line, or you're truly just like, this will be payoff in the end, we are doing everything the best way we can, and it is going the best way we can?
For now, given that we are just in Act 2, we need to leave a lot open, especially given that we are planning to make World of Dreams as a story and not as a series of stories.
It's a visual novel, not a visual show. Yes, we can have the ability to have visual aspects through all the coding and all of the visibly being there, but at the end of the day, it is a written story. If we were to just blow all of the things out in the front, then if we wanted to develop those characters more, have those romantic scenes in, say, like Act 3 or however long we want to go on, it wouldn't have as much impact because it already happened.
Timing has to be right for it.
We all wanted, I say we, but me, these moments to just linger for just a little bit longer and really just enjoy these quiet moments while we had them, because it's just, Act 2 is meant to make you feel claustrophobic and meant to make you feel like everything is being pushed out of you. Who is it gonna break first? Please, let me have a break.
That's another reason why we focused on like the breakfasts in the morning and when they got ready, because that's the calm before the storm. That's only place and the only time they were able to like breathe.
Let's get into another kind of hard-hitting question. So, Kotonoha in Act 2, lot of opinions about that. So Kotonoha was kind of the one kind of focus. I'm not sure if it was only for the sake of world building, but like, everyone mentions Kotonoha and how she's in charge and super dangerous, and everyone's always being like, here's a warning. Then at the end of the day, everyone listened, and we just never really interacted with her, and she was never really the presence that everyone portrayed her as. Was more stuff planned that you had to cut out, or was Kotonoha just wasn't supposed to be as important as we thought? Was she meant to be a red herring?
All I will say on that is yet.
Okay, what I can say is, our idea for Act 2 with Kotonoha was to show what could happen in a world without Sayori.
Because Kotonoha's character is like the daughter of a super rich company. That's well known, the Chiba Corporation. The implications of that, the alleged Yakuza ties and all of that, has impact on the rest of the world, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, alright then, we'll move on then. Alright, so Natsuki's dead. What the heck?
Same kind of thing, really.
Because that's another thing that was like, it felt like it came out of nowhere. Well, not necessarily came out of nowhere, but like, it was definitely built up. But it was something that's just kind of like, whoa, here it is. And then like, oh, it's gone. Crazy. Why did that happen all of a sudden? Was it just meant for shock value?
That's part of it, but it's also the moment when Natsuki's dad came in was the moment when they were trying to kind of reconcile with Yuri. So in a way, in some ways, you know how in Act 2 Monica is kind of getting sidelined? In Act 2 of World Dreams, it's something similar is happening with Yuri. Like anytime they try and make some kind of outreach towards her, something interrupts them.
So Kozue in Act 2 was our first plot hook. I guess you could say first call to action of like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. Was Kozue meant to be more of an importance, or were they just like, because I always found it odd that like Kozue was that first plot hook, but then all of a sudden they kind of were reduced to nothing and didn't get to do anything. Like she was just kind of like, yeah, I remember everything, and then we didn't learn anything from it. So is that something that's gonna be expanded upon later, or do you just not have enough time, or?
All I'm going to say on that is you'll see, I think. We do have plans for each character. Yeah, there it is. The little thing we say when we know something, we'll always get the fans of the game all like, you are so evil, you know things we don't know. Of course we do.
Yeah, of course, of course.
But yeah, we do
It's
have
also
plans
like,
for
you
each
gotta
character.
tell me, this is an interview. No.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
No!
Exactly the point. No, we don't have to play, but we do have plans for each character.
Sweet, okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Yuri. Oh boy, Yuri. What happened to Yuri? Because in my opinion, I think she was the most massive fuck up that ever happened in this mod. More so specifically with the way that she was handled towards the ending, because that definitely ruined her entire character in my opinion. So, what happened?
My idea was to present Yuri as an emotionally unstable character who actually shelters herself, seeks refuge from her insecurities in an intellectual personality. So, the portrayal, apparently intelligent person who has difficulties handling their own emotions is something that is a lot more common than what my people think. It's a person who likes to read, it's a person who is very intelligent, it's a person who is really book smart, who has really good grades at school, or who is quite diligent and smart at work. Most of the time you will end up seeing a person that hides his life in the work, or hides his life in his studies, or hides his life behind a personality that wants to be more interesting than what they think they are. But I wanted to tap into my own experiences on how does it feel to have to juggle constant pressure coming from different directions at the same time.
Kind of backpacking off of that, this mod has two characters who all kind of suffer from what's commonly known as imposter syndrome. Yuri is definitely one of them. I mean, she's only 18, does portray herself as being intelligent. There's no doubt in my mind that she's smart, but she's not as wise as she would like to be, I think. I'm not trying to downplay her, because she has her own struggles. She does hide behind her books and her intelligence, but on the inside, she is a scared little child who's already lost her father. There's that fear of loss in there. And someone like that will definitely cling to things that make them comfortable.
That most people seem to forget is that Yuri is emotionally underdeveloped and she lacks much empathy.
If you think of someone who is so grounded in intellectual logic, deriving their entire personality and every decision they make off of logic, which Yuri definitely does, but then give them no emotional intelligence, no understanding of how their emotions work, and also pressing on such emotional strife with her mom inevitably dying, her emotions being unstable, and then also add on to that a world that is going into her mind, screwing it up and making her even more emotionally unstable, making her feel things she doesn't want to feel. That mental psyche is going to snap at some point, and that turning moment was when her mom died. Anyone can be an entirely different person when pushed too far, or that's just who they are and they're wearing a mask. Yuri's mask could be intelligence, calm, collected, enjoying books, where in actuality when she takes that mask off she could be a vindictive person. No one knows. And in Act 2, base game, we see a little bit of that. And our mantra in Act 2 of WAD is that it's worse than they expected.
And you don't need an artificial world to do that. Society does that to many people in a daily basis.
So in essence, when you say Yuri was a character assassination, yeah, it actually kind of was. Everyone had their own built-up idea of like, oh, this bookworm Yuri and all of that, but we intentionally wanted to break that pretense down and show someone who was rawly in their emotions and in a fight-or-flight emotional reaction to its deepest core. Because that's exactly what it was, especially like when she got into the space classroom. It's like, why did you not tell me? Because she's so emotional. Like, why didn't you tell me? I could have helped. But then there's also the logic of everyone in that room knowing if we told you, it would have been so much worse. Like, it's a double-edged sword. There is no winning.
Yeah, especially in that world.
Actually, we've been trying to deconstruct every single character. At least the 4 main dockies, we have been trying to deconstruct them. Because, once again, we strive for development all of our characters, including the main character.
And then there's also the story reason of now that this all happened with Yuri, there's a rift that needs to be repaired among the friend group.
Yeah,
so that's another thing that needs to be talked on. And it's like, if she was all like, oh yeah, this is so cool, that's one less thing we have to deal with in the next act.
Yeah, the more you don't talk about this, the more I just like, my mind just like goes giga brain, because it's like, Yeah, like we never, like I'm not to say anything bad about the writing, but like yeah, it's clear that Act 2 is about this, and it just kind of like, oh, that's interesting now that we know all this, because this is what we're gonna look forward to in the future. Because obviously I had no idea that this is what the goal was for Yuri. I had no idea that this was all planned out. I had no idea that this was what the point of it was. Because as an audience, as a fan, as a viewer, we don't get that time with her. And that's all, personally for me, that's all I ever wanted with Yuri, was just to see that side of her, and for her to slowly crumble and break apart before our very eyes as we try to reach for her hand. That was something I wanted and kind of demanded for, and that I was hoping for when I finished the mod, was the fact that it always felt like we were so close, but so far, and we could do literally nothing as she just continues to break. And I wanted to see more of that. I wanted to just see it instead of just being like, we have to worry about Yuri. Oh no, Yuri's breaking. Oh no, Yuri's kidnapped me, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. No, I got it. Yeah, and
We're not
We're
perfect.
not gonna.
Yeah.
We're not perfect writers. but
You're
we-
very close to it though.
Well, we try. And we, like I said earlier, we have plans for each and every character.
That's
so
great, that's great.
look forward to that.
Absolutely, yeah. Now that you've enlightened my brain, I am definitely looking forward to Yuri's whole thing. Because yeah, that's something I visibly got way more mad about than I should have, was the ending of the mod. The fact that nobody challenged Yuri. Natsuki was the only one being like, hey, Yuri, chill. And she's like, don't tell me what to do, you fucking brat. And it's like, whoa. Like, understandably so. She was just told everything in this very last moment and was the last one to find out. So I could definitely understand that. But what I can't understand is the fact everyone's just letting her be like, okay, so it's Monika's fault. Let's delete Monika. And it's like, I know she's not in the right line, but the fact that nobody, and I mean absolutely nobody, said anything other than Natsuki made me so mad, because it's like we just instantly forgot everything that Yuri did. Obviously we can't pin that on her. It was still her actions.
Think about it this way. Imagine your best friend. You meet a new guy, he's cool, he's chill, he's really trying his best to help all his friends and be kind, but you see it's taxing on him. And then you see your best friend snap and try to kill him, and kill all of you with a gas bomb. And then you tell her the truth because you care about her so much that you want to help her, and you see so much rage and anger on her. You're not going to be like, oh, well, we'll call her out on her bullshit, because you are terrified of what she will do to you. You are
and you're
scared.
emotionally drained.
Yeah.
Everyone's
You have
still
been having a
shocking what's
week
happened
full
to
of shit. You're
Everyone's
emotionally
shell-shocked.
drained.
And
Yeah.
dealing with this is something that they should never have had to go through.
It's fight, flight, or freeze, and they all froze because they saw someone try to kill all of them. Not just him, but literally all of them with a gas grenade. Like, that's not something that you're just like, oh yeah, don't do that, stop. Like, no, you're gonna be frozen and shaking in a corner.
Yeah, that's very true.
And not only that, you had one who fought, which was Natsuki. She tried to fight. You had the people who froze, like Monika, Kozue. And in that moment, in the moment where everyone is the weakest, she comes and tries to kill him. No one in there had any kind of energy or a minimum of consciousness to try and fight back. They couldn't. They simply couldn't. When we are playing the game, players, when we're seeing the game, we're seeing it from the comfort of we are sitting here quietly, we are having a screen in front of us, and you're not inside there suffering all the issues.
Yeah.
That's why the main reason why people didn't tackle on Yuri is because no one could or even knew how.
Pretty much. Yeah.
I do recognize that can come across as like, oh, why didn't no one do anything, bro? Like that,
Yeah.
that's very obvious. And there's a very big difference between intent in writing and received in writing. And that is something definitely was received differently. It's nice to be able to also like tell our perspective on the story as well.
Yeah, and it's absolutely needed because, yeah, you definitely opened up my mind, and now I feel completely different about that whole ending sequence. And I definitely now look forward to, like, oh wow, so we have so much more to explore the next time we see these characters. Because it's not just like, oh, it's over with, because obviously it feels like that way because the whole Act 2 just ended right then and there. Yeah, it feels very nice to know that it's like, don't worry, we've got plans. So thank you very much for that.
Yep.
One last thing before you all go. I would like, if you can, tell a small, funny, short story. Yeah, just a fun story that happened while working on this mod.
One of like the big goofs and jokes that's been going around
Oh.
is Yairaf.
Oh, yeah. I've got to, hold on, let me find it.
Yeah, basically, Yai has a very long neck, and that's just the style of her character. But we kind of leaned into that, along with her character as well. But our artist literally redrew Yai as a giraffe, and then I made the sticker background for it. And then another thing that branched off of that is we wanted, like as an internal joke, was we wanted to make like just a gag mod where it was like, I would narrate it and be like, if you see on the savannah, the Yai rafts, they graze in the tall trees, and just stuff like that. That was one of the funniest things we were joking on.
There's also, I can't remember if this is us or not, there's the word choice, is it fair enough?
The
Yeah,
player's
that's you.
catchphrase.
You always say fair enough.
Yeah,
That's the catchphrase. Yeah, that's kind of funny. It's like someone goes fair enough and everyone's like, ah! Those are just a little...
Чайник. Подождите. Мог чутка подождать. Ну да ладно. Окей, под чаек будем досматривать уж тогда последний ролик. Следующий.
That's a true inside joke. I love that one. Thank you all so much for your time. Thank you all so much for everything. This has been a dream come true. They say never meet your heroes, but this was fun. I hope you all had fun. And thank you so much for giving all your commentary, giving all your thoughts through all this, and thank you so much for not spoiling anything. Definitely look forward to the future projects that you all have, the future spin-offs, whatever teasers that you want to release later on. And yeah, I guess with that, we can end this whole interview, and we can hopefully, maybe one day, see you all next time.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you.
Так. Остаются. Так, да, последнее то, что мы посмотрим, это вот. Ага. Чей-то стрим, окей. Чей-то стрим. По PAX West 2022 в стриммейкинг доки-доки летящих квафа Фидден Сальвата. Окей. Это не совсем даже подумал, что это интервью. Это просто Дэн Сальвата расскажет о том, как он разрабатывал, и ответит на вопросы. Ну ладно, давайте посмотрим. Тем более, вроде в русском локале, мне кажется, мало кто про этот ролик знает. Да, качество стрима, конечно, желает лучшего. Там случайно не падает сразу. Да. Да, походу камера в 1080p еще, видимо, не изобрели. Да. Ну ладно. Вроде как началось. Забавно, что второй стрим как-то начал бешено набирать просмотра.
Like the universe is falling apart and like all these horrible things start happening. And she's basically like, yo, you should make that one. Like, forget this other one that we were working on for like 2 years. Like you got it. And I was like, you know, it is kind of like a more bite-sized project. It's like it was a very focused idea, you know. And so it did seem like a pretty good idea for a first project. It was a little bit smaller. I'm a big believer in just starting kind of as small as possible and, you
еще где-то полчаса. Плюс-минус.
She was just conditioned to do that. She feels like she has to, just based on what she goes through every day, with her hobbies being criticized so much, and so she has to balance like sort of hiding them, but also like being really defensive about them. It's kind of sad. I didn't really even intend to do that necessarily in the process, but I think it just sort of naturally happened again because there are some ties to real life that we can see. So you know, especially when I was in high school,
О,
I saw people with like
спасибо за второй лайк. Кто бы ты не поставил. Да, 32 просмотра. Еще полчаса получается где-то.
Yeah, but anyway, in the interest of time, and without further ado, let's talk about Monica. Yeah, of course. She's like the favorite normie character.
Didn't even get the breast roll comment.
Yeah, Monica's okay.
Анекдоты.
I don't think I expected Monica to be like the most popular character, actually, and I think she kind of, like, if you look at the wider audience, she's the most popular character. It makes sense, she's kind of like the main character of the game, and she's kind of an interesting antagonist. I'm going to call her an antagonist because in classic storytelling, that's what you would call her, basically. I think my inspiration was that in certain visual novels, I guess especially if you look at dating sims, sometimes there's like that last character, like you have to do all the other routes before you do the last route with like this supposedly unattainable character or whatever. It's like kind of a trope, and that's what I wanted to go for. It's like the game tells you up front that like she is sort of there to help guide you to the other. She's like this perfect unattainable character who's helping guide you to the other characters. She's not even in the poem minigame. And of course, right away, there were some people who were interested in Monica the most. And they're like, oh, I can't go after Monica here. That's a disappointment. And it's kind of like jokes on you actually can't go after anyone else. But that was sort of like, that was the trope role that she was fulfilling there, was basically that like sort of unattainable guide character who maybe in the final round like you get to attain her. I think that of course the other role that she fulfills in this game, I talked about this a little bit earlier, but Monica of course has awareness that this is like a dating sim that is for the sole purpose of the player's fantasy fulfillment. And Monica's mistake is that you see it the same way that she does. Again, it's a stupid video game, it doesn't matter, the characters don't matter, and she tries to attain you, hoping that there's that mutual understanding there, basically. But hopefully at this point you start to care more about the other characters, and that's the irony there. You sort of swap places in that sense. And it gets, of course it gets so bad, it gets to the point that Monica has to pretty much destroy the entire game, kill the other characters, and rewrite the script so that she's the only other character, and you're forced to say yes, and then you're stuck in the room with her forever. The third act, when you're stuck in the classroom with Monica, my idea for that was it was sort of the final boss of the game, where she would actually be kind of...
Ты чё, угораешь, что ли? Чё так долго стримить, я уже поспать успел. С добрым утром, Саша. Ты прям настроение мне сейчас поднимаешь. Да нет, тут вон 23 минуты осталось постримить и все, и, наверное, уже буду закругляться. Я вчера вон вообще рекорд поставил, 7 часов стрим подряд шел, так что... Вот. Ну, реально, ты мне прям настроение поднял. Вот. Последний ролик, Саша, и все, и, типа, я буду заканчивать сегодня, потому что я по заявкам то, что хотел, я посмотрел. Ну вот, и решил еще интервью Дона Сальвата посмотреть еще, которое он в 22-м году, ну, не интервью, это просто Дон Сальвата просто рассказывал про доки-доки и так далее. Там его куда-то приглашали, вот. Подумал, чё б не глянуть, как говорится. Тем более он там что-то на какие-то вопросы фанатов отвечал даже. Потому что я как-то смотрел его, но так, образно, то есть вскользь. Вот.
I still kind of can't believe it, but I sort of caved in, and like I added, like in an update I added
А что он говорит? Будет какая-то еще игра у него будет. Понял, еще хоть-то. Ну, смотри, у него на сайте команда Сальвата лежит 2 проекта под названием, что там, в общем, оба проекта без какого-либо кодового названия, просто 2 проекта. А какие? А вот мы узнаем, как говорится, если он когда-нибудь сообщит нам об этом. То есть, типа, и... Да, и тем более я не специалист в переводе с устного английского, потому что я в этом очень сильно не могу. У меня прям проблема, я не могу устный текст переводить, особенно если это другой язык. То есть вот такие. То есть у него визит нереализованный проект 1 и нереализованный проект 2. И все, и больше ничего не сказано. А, ну, сказано то, что проект 1 с чем-то будет связан... Ну, как тут это перевести? Да, сейчас я переведу этот момент. Постой. Сальвата, послушаем тебя потом. Команда Сальвата анонсирует в будущем визуальную новеллу. Как и в Доки-Доки, она будет вплетать уникальные интерактивные элементы повествования, хотя это будет сделано... Хотя как это будет сделано, пока не рассказывается. В общем, вот как-то примерно так. А дата неизвестная в далеком будущем. Уже есть 40 просмотров уже. Хотя мне вчерашний стрим вообще 100 набрал. 103 просмотра уже суммарно. О боже, фанаты Геншима теперь до Мисайда добрались. Понятно, что они начали теперь свои скины туда влепать. Утром сдавал математику, и сейчас пришел результат. У меня 3. Хоть там я на рандом решал. Понятно, в общем, поздравляю тебя. Но зато ты теперь без стипендии будешь, Саша. Хотя, может быть, у вас там стипендии за это платят. За 3 тоже. Скины по Доки-Доки для Мисайда набрало уже 1500 скачиваний, жесть. Как говорится, фанатов Доки еще и намного больше, чем всех остальных вместе взятых. Хотя не, те, кто обнаженку для этого закинули, ой, боже мой. Ой. Боже, 10 000 скачиваний этих, да, 18 плюс модов, жесть. Точнее, скинов для этого всего. Ой, бедные разработчики, как... Ни черта, там не платят стипендию за 3, да и без разницы это. Понятно. Ой, боже. Бедная игра. Интересно, как создатели со всем этим будут бороться? Или типа скажут, ну да ладно, на самотек пустим все это. Боже, что я нашел? Саша, тебе куда это скинуть, этот анекдот? Да я тебе ты в телеге же есть? Да я тебе в телеге закину этот скриншот забавный. Сейчас я найду. Вроде ты где-то у меня есть в подписчиках. Подписчики. Или ты не... Подожди. А, точно, у тебя же телеграм-канал же есть свой собственный. Короче, я тебе в Дискорд скину, если ты зайдешь, как будешь, так будешь, как говорится. Вот такой я скриншот нашел. Это из пачки модов, где скины по Доки-Доки устанавливаются для Мисайда. Ой, боже.
And I'm like, hey, this is pretty cool. I should like maybe do something with this.
У меня скачаны все скины, которые только что, которые есть на сегодня, даже просто... Окей. Ладно. Без комментариев, короче, это все.
Again, it was a while ago. I don't have all the pieces put together, but I sort of remember just doing that in my head because I couldn't get the damn song out of my head. I probably heard it a lot more than everybody else, so you know, you have a taste of that maybe. But that's sort of, you know, my inspiration for the music. I think came from like a lot of these Nintendo games and yeah, that whole factor. It's still, you know, as I continue to work on new projects, that's still something I really uphold. It's something I really love in soundtracks. I think it goes, you know, even aside from games and movies as well. It's like there's some, I don't know, like Harry Potter and Star Wars. They have these theme songs, and it almost feels like we're not really doing that as much anymore with movies. And like the movie soundtrack is, certain movies have incredible soundtracks, but it feels a lot more like they're there to push.
Да, соглашусь, как это криво сделано.
This is the define, like this defines.
Как говорится, такие вот дела.
But yeah, you look at like for example Harry Potter and Star Wars, and I don't think you can even think about that movie like have an image of it in your head without hearing the theme song, and that's really cool to me. And I, you know, want to see more of that. I want to do more of that. Yeah, so I think that's kind of what I have to say about the music. There are a couple more things. I want to talk a little bit about the release of the game. I already had a decent
Соглашусь.
following on social media. I had, I don't know, maybe like around 9,000 Twitter followers because I was
Питер Мита в стиле Питера Гриффина. Ладно. Марио. Да, из Миты Марио сделали.
So yeah, I was a big part of that community. A lot of movie veterans,
О,
my former tag.
скричные мири.
Oh.
Пивозавр.
Yeah, so I had fun from that. I knew some people on Twitch as well from the speedrunning scene. I was really big on speedrunning. I also created FrancoFaceZ, the Twitch extension, back in like 2014, and so just from speedrunning and from that, like I knew people on Twitch. So I had like, so the release of this game, it's like, you know, of course, it was like an unexpected hit or whatever, but I did do some kind of marketing stuff at the beginning. It didn't just, I didn't just like flop it on itch.io or whatever and it exploded. I had like, kind of like Twitch streamers who got a couple thousand viewers that I was friends with. I like lined them up and they premiered the game. You know, I had my Twitter followers, and so a week before the game came out, I like hyped everybody up and had daily like teasers on the game's release. It was a secret project. I did not talk about it at all.
Да, создатели Мизать отталкивались от Доки-Доки, так как тоже являются фанатами данной вселенной. Понимаю. Что-то мне Тень Мистики вчера что-то говорил, то что там что-то кто-то из разработчиков или кто-то не из разработчиков что-то говорили, то что вот они открещиваются от Доки-Доки, типа говорят то, что нет, мы вообще никакого отношения к Доки-Доки не имеем и так далее. Типа как-то везде по-разному. Ты тут говоришь, что тут вот вдохновлялись, Тень Мистики что-то мне вчера писал, то что что-то вроде на... Не вчера, может позавчера даже, что-то как-то типа... В общем, двоякое, короче, тут отношение к этому всему.
So even like the game's release was kind of a troll. And what like, I don't know, I always like wanted to do things that were not totally taken. Like I think my idea is that there's the serious side and then there's the like complete satire side. I like being in the area where people cannot tell whether or not to take you seriously. And that like, I mean that showed because in Smash it showed because I was a Link main in Melee, and then in DDLC it shows because like that's the point of the game. You know, like are you supposed to take this seriously? Like you can play the game for 2 hours and still not know if you're supposed to be taking it seriously or not. And I think that's just the sort of territory that I like to be in, and that was like even the marketing and release of the game. We did that kind of with DDLC Plus as well. You know, if you look at some of the trailer material and the way that we chose to market that game was everything is just like dating
Это неофициальная информация, что я тебе сказал, это лишь предположение Лолошки. Погоди, а когда Лолошка у нас в Доки-Доки играл? Я, конечно, сегодня утром глянул его прохождение полностью. Когда у нас Лолошка в Доки-Доки играл. Окей, пойду в Ютубе гуглить подобное что-то. Нет, такого нет. Значит, Лолошка не играл в Доки-Доки. Ладно, окей. А, понял. Ну ладно. О, кто-то даже это стилистики бесконечного лета сделал. Если бы Мита была пионером. В этот скинул в DS-ку чисто. Какой-то сайт этот. Десять минут осталось. Ну, еще, наверное, минутки 4, а еще просто покину времени, чтобы у меня просто время закончить то, в которое я хотел. Получается, что? Тут 6 часов, там еще час 20. Еще, короче, снова сегодня у нас рекорд. Ну, суммарно было бы, если бы не вылетел бы комп, нормально бы 7 часов был бы стрим. Ну вот, вышло, что вышло, как говорится. Все походу.
Oh, I can hear you.
А, я уж просто думал, ну, то, что уже конец. На вопросы, видимо, какие-то отвечают. Да, согласен, то, что мало то, что качество в 720p, мало то, что этот голос, ну, из-за расстояния очень не слышно даже.
Thank you for asking.
Так что,
Something that
как
happened was
говорится, не мы в этом виноваты во всем. Так что,
one-dimensional truth. They were satire characters, you know?
ну, кому интересно, Яндекс браузер с поддержкой перевода в помощь.
And no, but actually, like, I realized that, yeah,
Еще это все, знаешь, записывалось в ковидное время, я говорю, в 22-м году это все. Ну, как ковидное, ну.
almost like as the years
Там не так сильно, конечно, корона была, но все равно,
with the game and with the fans,
как говорится.
they felt more mature, they felt more well-rounded and human just because of the connections that people made with them. And I think you see that even in the key arc of DDLC Plus, the characters look older in the trailer art and like all of that. And that was very intentional, is because these characters grew with the audience, and that really inspired me to write the side stories in that way, to really explore the more nuanced human traits of these characters. It was really, I think, a love letter to the fans for building that relationship with them.
Да, анекдоты.
I don't have a good answer basically. It's like, because people have, of course, talked about it, and there have been businesses who have talked about it and stuff like that, but it's like, that doesn't mean like someone sat down and it's just like, let's do an anime, and I'm just like, okay. It's like there's just I don't know, the sort of business bureaucracy and hierarchy. Like, of course it's come up in conversation. If fans are bringing it up in conversations, of course businesses are going to bring it up in conversation. But that's like pretty much the most that I can say. And yeah, it's come up plenty of times, and the business response is basically, we have nothing to announce, and that's what it is. You're really putting me in this spot. The answer is also I don't know, because you can't just. I talked about this earlier. This story was designed for a game, so if you were to take these characters and put them in an anime, you'd have to do something completely different. And then there's gonna be people who are like, oh, it's not the game. And then there'd be other people who are like, who I don't know, who like it, and it would be divisive. But the point is, like, so much very, very specific thought would have to be put into exactly how to handle it. There's just, I can't just say, I don't just want to take my characters and like throw them in an animated series. It's a lot more difficult than that. And I have, this is thought that I've put into it because it has come up so many times, and that's like a real answer. Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw an episode while they were already working on the game, and I'm like, oh no. Like, people are gonna think things. That also happened with the anime School Live, where it starts out as a slice of life, then it's like a zombie holocaust. I watched that like months before the game came out. And in fact, what is it? Yuri made a reference to Stephen King, and I removed that from the game because I was so afraid that people would thought like I copied School Live or something. So yeah, that's kind of where that was basically. It didn't inspire it. Maybe I was working on it and like pushed a couple buttons just because that's what happens when we experience media. But yeah, it was not direct inspiration, I don't think.
Ой, ну, можно заканчивать на этом всем. Быстроманс. Окей.
So I'm guessing you
Так, заканчиваю на сегодня. 6 часов стримлю, плюс еще там, по факту, час 25, короче, 7,5 часов. В общем, целый рабочий день сегодня постримили мы. Вот. Что сказать? Да не знаю, мне нечего сказать, говорю, типа, то, что я хотел, посмотрел. Я посмотрел интервью с разработчиками плодов литературного клуба, Salvation Remake, плюс One Last Memory, и посмотрели с разработчиками Мира грез интервью, и небольшое, типа как интервью Дэна Сальвата. Ну, там больше не интервью, а просто такое дискуссия, монолог и все остальное. Вот, буду заканчивать потихоньку. В общем, выражаю благодарность Тень Мистики, Саше Мору, а также пользователю Солеру. Надеюсь, правильно написал, да? Все. Выходных стримов точно не будет, потому что мне надо отдохнуть. На следующей неделе не знаю, потому что там повторяется такая же история, как и было в прошлом году. То, что у меня нет возможности стримить тогда, когда у меня родители. А пока у меня, так сказать, нет возможности переезжать, чтобы стримить хоть каждый день. Я бы хоть каждый день стримил. Так что, скорее всего, где-нибудь там в числах, наверное, там 9, может, 8. Когда у нас вообще, типа, по календарю? Возможно, посмотреть. Так. Календарь. 25-го года. Ага, до 8 января. Ну, в общем, постараюсь со следующей недели хоть что-то стримить. Но если не получится, то извините. Пап, 2 недели почти что вам придется без контента пожить. Но я очень надеюсь, что я смогу постримить. Потому что, ну, как-то 2 недели без контента вы не проживете. Точно. Хотя, кстати, на следующей неделе, там либо 30-го, либо 31-го, Федя должен выпустить большой пост по ответам на вопросы по Красной Заре. Я, скорее всего, в таком же формате опубликую его, как это делал, с 3 частями ответов на мои вопросы, которые Федя отвечал. Так что, наверное, да, вот звуком ботом голосов я понимаю то, что позицию, то, что не очень прикольно, но, извините, у меня не хватит дыхалки, то есть, чтобы это все озвучивать. А там объем текста как бы достаточно большой. Хотя, если это все конвертировалось в 3 ролика, объемом сколько у меня вот 3 ролика заняло? Смарно. Так, уведомление кто-то, что-то стрим. Так, там 13 минут, там 12 минут, это 25, еще 9. Короче, на 36 где-то минут, на 37 контента это все вышло. Я не знаю, там насколько выйдет у Фиди. Что-то мне подсказывает, что там, ну, страниц может быть 20-25, может и больше выйдет. Имеется в виду ответов. Хотя, посмотрим. Так что это, наверное, точно выйдет. Голосом бота озвучу. А там, что будет дальше, посмотрим. Ну, в выходные, наверное, точно, скорее всего, какой-нибудь ролик по типу каких-то предварительных итогов за 25 год точно постараюсь записать. А что там дальше будет, даже не знаю. Но отдыхать, наверное, точно буду. Ладно, последние минуты. У меня тут всем еще раз говорю об огромной благодарности тем, кто присутствовал на стриме. И увидимся уже, надеемся, в понедельник. Что будем в понедельник походить, узнаем. Сам еще даже не знаю, что я буду походить. 5, 4, 3, 2.